See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地ひよこなんて哀れよね。 ねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a
Welcome, one and all, back to the LPL. We are in the middle of week number 3 or 4. I can't remember what week it is. Regardless.
4. Day 3.
4. I like how you immediately were like confident. 3, never mind, it's 4. Welcome back. We are, of course, going to be joining you. Let me reset that one. I woke up in a bit of a haste because my alarm did not go off and I was a little bit late. So let me just reset this one a little bit more. I'm Oshin, he's Nymera, and we're in the LPL.
And we haven't cast together for 139 days and 17 hours, Oshin, and I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to this. It's been great to get back on the mic with you.
I'm really tall on the screen, apparently.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that. I was like, we're going into a different stratosphere of play here. It's all symbolism. We really like to continue things on that level. But we have to go through the games which we had just on stream the other day, because we had a bit of a long day, particularly that second series. It was a lot of long games, a lot of like late game slogs, but IG kind of continued to kind of roll their way through their opponents. Of course, they took that one loss, they're no longer undefeated, but IG still finding some ways to continue their form, even though it feels like YSKM, with his recent health issues and his champion pool being found out a little bit, is being a bit tested now.
Absolutely. Look, they're still 4-1. They're still at the top of it. But as I said on broadcast yesterday, big schedule coming up in the next coming weeks for IG to really kind of see what they are actually made of. Are they a top 8 team? Are they a top 4 team? Or maybe are they just a playoff team? Lots to be decided there. And of course, I think the big thing to kind of talk about right now is that you're looking at these standings. Yes, it's still very early on the days, but RNG 1-3.
Yes.
All the way down the bottom.
Yeah, and there are some teams which have dropped a game or two, dropped a series or two. I think of, Weibo have managed to drop one series, and you think that's a very strong team. Of course, that was against strong opposition too. But RNG sat at 1-3. I think the take which we both made that they did with Xiaohu, except they don't have Xiaohu now, and they're struggling to kind of get to grips with that. But what this does mean is that when you've got matches like this today, you have teams like LNG, teams like BLG, which are looking to kind of fill the gap with some of these faltering teams which haven't found their feet yet. Maybe they can replace them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for teams like OMG, LNG, 2 teams that are kind of, as you mentioned, coming back into this and trying to be as powerful as they can be, see what they're actually made of. And I feel like that one's a little bit maybe closer in terms of their meta. It's also high.
You're back. You've descended onto the model play.
I decided, I'm actually just holding a half squat at all times. So, it's all about them gains. But
training at all times.
You gotta be holding it. But obviously, we're going to be jumping into our first game, which is going to be BLG versus BLG versus WE. just completely forgot to quickly look at the schedule there. But again, this is a weird one as well because BLG should be coming in at the favorites, but WE have been showing some really good combinations. Again, I look towards mid lane, and the Shanks has been looking fantastic in certain instances, and it does feel like they are going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and to put this in perspective, WE came off of a 0-16 summer. I believe they lost their last summer of spring as well, so a 0-17 loss streak. They now are 2-2 in series, and their game score, having won 4 games to win those series, they have got as many individual game wins as they did in the entirety of summer last year. If they win this series today, they are 1 series away from matching their series total of the entire year. But doing that against BLG, who are coming out onto stage now, no weak opposition here, BLG. One of our stronger teams so far in the initial run.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing that you can kind of look at from that, I love that you brought up that kind of setup, is that for WE, you can only improve. You can only get better. You could, well, we hope. We hope you can only get better.
Sure about that.
But for BLG, and I always find the BLG case study such a curious thing because it is just a team that has had multiple iterations of quote-unquote super teams, of quote-unquote great players, and that sounds like I'm being a bit like, you know, shady towards the players. It's not. It's just that they get these players in, and for the longest time, it just never worked. These are the guys that brought Uzi back out of retirement. These are the guys that brought in endless amounts of people. They swapped out. They had Breathe and Spring of last year. They said, all right, Finn, you swapped out because you won MSI. We're gonna bring you in. And, you know, we're bringing in Doggo. We're bringing in this guy. Like, they're bringing in so many of these pieces that never seem to work together cohesively. This year, however, it does feel like they've kind of said, no, let's keep our prime, let's keep our core, and let's build around that. Let's work with Bin. Bin, who do you want? Bin actually said in multiple interviews he wanted to work with Shun. Okay, let's bring in Shun. Okay, let's move together and start piecing these all things together. Like, if you look at these individually, Bin, Shun, Yagao, Elf, On, not exactly the top 2 or top 3 in every single role, but it's working as a cohesive unit.
Well, funnily enough, you mentioned, you know, not being in the top role for individual roles, though. There are some stats in which BLG do have some top-tier stats, though. Elk is the highest DPM player in the league. He has been putting out some awesome work. So, as we see WE taking the stage as well, we see, you know, they have Hope on their roster. We have Hope versus Yagao. All JDG members facing off across the Rift on different rosters. You've got Elk as this huge late-game damage carry source for BLG, up against Hope, who we know has also found an awful lot of consistency and was one of the reasons why JDG could teamfight the way that they could last year too.
Yeah, again, I think this is going to be a very curious kind of setup. I think, again, working towards the regular split is that it's a curious thing, is that it's only just begun, but once it started, it all of a sudden blink and you'll miss it, and it has stopped. That's the crazy thing about the LPL. This would be the 4th game, actually 5th game for WE, 4th series for BLG, so we're you know, climbing toward 30% of the season already gone. That's when all of a sudden, you know, your scoreline of maybe 2-3, or maybe even goes to 2-5, all of a sudden gets a bit more shaky. So want to see a lot more coming out from these teams. I want to see BLG kind of cement themselves towards the top, and for WE, again, a win here would be huge for them, because not only would it bring them closer to, you know, the upper echelon of the championship, but it would also leapfrog them ahead of BLG, who could then potentially be a prime rival for the playoffs.
And I think, you know, particularly when you have BLG, who beat Weibo in their last series, it was 2-1. It was a hell of a series. First game was Jean really popping off on Kindred, something like 7-1, I think he was at the end of that game.
Yeah.
And the series ended in this massively climactic game 3, which was just late game. Elder, Ryze has scaled up, Jax is struggling to get into the backline, but then suddenly, you know, Bin does get that last-minute flank to finally secure that game. They have taken down top-tier opposition recently. WE, they can't really say the same. If they were to win today, though, I think you shift expectations of them. As we were saying, when you got teams like, you know, the crazy huge name of RNG faltering their own right, a team like WE, despite coming from the very lowest point in summer 2022, they could really find themselves in an unprecedented chance to start climbing up that table and putting their name up where some of these great teams used to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the curious thing they're coming into this. Like, we do have a very definitive, in my idea, of our top two of JDG top esports. And then the rest of the field, still the dust has yet to settle. But we're not going to waste any more time, Nymera. We're going to jump straight into picks and bans. The Cat, the Kindred, both banned away. Not going to give Shun a... Look, this is the thing about Shun. If you're only just watching the LPL for the first time, you're not quite sure who Shun is. He's a jungler that, when he plays his picks, it just works. I don't know why it works. It shouldn't work, but it does work. He's just one of those players, one of those junglers that he can just make it work.
But I do like it in this case. I mean, you look at a player like Hung as well from in the jungle in WE, plays a lot of Maokai. Maokai is a champion that really struggles into Kindred. You can say the same of something like Sejuani. These are blind pickable junglers, so you can't really let that go through. And going back to kind of what you were saying in the pre-game, talking about, you know, Shun, Bin really wanted to play with him. Bin has been awesome for Shun to lead up to, because it allows Shun to play carries whilst also having stable lanes to play around as well, which potentially he didn't have in the past. The strong lane to start picking towards in the bot lane, though, is that Lucian Nami. It's going to be the Nami side of it, so there's potential to pick something like the Lucian away from it. Typically, you see that the other way around. If someone early locks the Lucian, it's going to be the Nami and then something like a Draven or locked in against it. So BLG, lock in the Nami first, and W go towards strong, stable lane of the Varus.
Strong, stable lane, and also, yeah, I would argue with the Yuumi being banned away, it just kind of like lends itself away. We did see obviously a lot of answers being the Lucian into the Lucian, now it being the Zeri Lulu. Not going to go with that one there, saying look, we can go with a little bit more hard engage, going to be a little bit more poke if they really feel it. Can be on hit, can be lethality. I like the Vi here for Hung. It is just a nice engage to kind of get on top of that slippery character that is the Lucian if you really want to try and hard force and kill him off. So curious to see where we see Shanks going, because remember, we think of Shanks, we think of, you know, these kind of big, you know, kind of control mages in the mid lane. Not only that, but also the Sylas. So Rise, Sylas, you get that single target CC down. If he gets those champions, you can just blow up Elk.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised to not see the Ashe or the Rise even hovered or looked at so far. Looks like we're going for a little bit more initiation potential from that Vi. You already talked about that being very good into the 80 carry pool right now. And of course denies some of the carry junglers because Vi can get on top of them as well. This was obviously going to be on the table, though. The Rise is locked in. It is something of a Yagao specialty, I'd say. He has liked to be someone that can get involved in the map, use some push and roam champions. I remember him very much as an Ahri player. I've kind of said that Ahri's pulled out of the meta. For those that don't know, I very much love that champion. But to see this player on Yagao pick up, again, something like that Rise, it fits into the playstyle which he has honed over the JDG years.
Yeah, gotta go towards the Astros. A full poke bot lane. They are looking for pure arms race supremacy in that lane to make sure they have as much pressure as always. And to be perfectly honest, I just think the Ashe in particular is oppressive. Like, regardless of how the laning phase goes, regarding how, you know, how well or how badly you're able to kind of get into the setup, it just feels like with that Ashe arrow being on such an unholy cooldown, it's just too easy to try and pick her up and say, look, even if everything goes to crap in the first 20 minutes, we still have an Ashe arrow every 40 seconds.
Yeah, but so that's absolutely true, because that mid-game becomes so unplayable after a certain while. One of the games in the LEC was a great example of this. If you want to do some homework, that would be the Koi game versus Vitality, where Trimby was pinging perks off a cooldown with that arrow from just across the map, just throwing them out cooldown after cooldown. And just the threat of it is very annoying to know that actually if I'm pushing up here, am I safe? Is there an arrow going to be coming at me? Something like a Rise who wants to play the map. We already talked about Yagao wanting to shove, roam, play the map. If an arrow comes in to shut that down, maybe that could upset what BLG want to do. They already have two very strong lanes, though. Mid and bot lane, they scale very well. 1 to 2 item spike for both mid and bot, something very powerful to play around. But what now I'm interested coming into the second round of bans is, all right, you have left your jungler now to second round rotation as BLG. You don't see that often for a lot of pro teams, and that's why we're seeing some of these specialty picks like the Nidalee go away. We've already seen the Kindred be banned as well. You've lost that Elise. Do you have anything that can contend with the Vi early, or are you going to have to go towards something like the Sejuani? I would imagine something like a Wukong would be looked at, but I'm just wondering what Shun is feeling like now with the pool being reduced.
I would love this. I would love this.
There we go.
Yeah,
Again and again.
Shanks. I love
Awesome.
this pickup. Yeah, love this pickup. It does stop a lot of what Rise wants to do. It scales with it as well. But not only that, it's one of Shanks' little pocket picks from the LDL, so he knows how to play this champion.
And he played it in his last series. It was a 0-2 to OMG. It was a scrappy series, we'll say that. There was a Baron steal in the first game when Shanks was playing the Cassiopeia, but he did get like a 4-man Cassiopeia role in that game and had a really good showing of things. Shanks has been very much stepping up on these pocket picks, like the Cassiopeia. And in this game, where you actually have a lot of short-range champions now, if Lucian dashes into a Cassiopeia, you die. If Rise wants to stand and fight against a Cassiopeia, you also kind of die, and particularly when you have that Vi helping you set things up, I think Shanks is once again set up for success. So the player which has been performing probably best for WE so far, in a good position to strut their stuff.
Yep, absolutely. I think WE are giving themselves what they are comfortable with. They're giving themselves a win condition in towards that bot side as well with hard engage. I would like to see what they want to try and go into this Gnar now. Gnar, just one of those picks that could be very blindable right now. You just kind of feel like you can kind of, if you can play safe enough during the first few levels, you will be fine. You get that steroid of health once you go into Mega every, 3 or 4 minutes or so. And obviously later on, it becomes an awful lot sooner in the late stages. But we are going to see BBU go towards that Jace. So looking to try and really punish the mini Gnar, maybe look to try and just all in on that top side. So I will say WE have plenty of choices of where they want to try and get this early game going. Maybe, kind of spike themselves into a mid-game lead. But I don't want them to get too much choice paralysis. If you go a little bit too far, you stretch yourself a little bit too far thin, this BLG lineup will destroy you.
Yeah, so that is very, very true when you have something like a Rise on the table as well, where they can just turn up everywhere. So you basically have to deal with 2 junglers, right? I think the strength of what WE have here is that they have 4 fairly good anti-dive, longer range characters. The Cassiopeia is more mid-range, sure, but if you dive into the Cassiopeia, they get to keep distance, especially with the rest of the team helping them too. So for me, on draft paper already, I'm seeing that Yagao and Shun have a lot of emphasis put on them to make sure that they are snowballing the game and stopping this range advantage around particular objectives coming into play. If you're setting up around Herald, Baron, Dragons, I think that WE should have the advantage playing through Poke, playing through the Varus and the Ashe ults as well. But if they don't even get to that point, that is where we're going to see BLG succeed. That's where I'm really seeing this coming around to.
Yeah, that's where I think we're going to have to try and keep our eyes on it, like you say, just make sure that kind of say where WE want to try and focus and that they do not overcommit to, like you say, a dive that can just be countered up. But for BLG, it is kind of weathering that first few level storm, weathering themselves in that bot side to the point of which the Lucian will become just a one-shot machine and making sure that
crazy.
he has the... Yeah, a little bit, but... We'll have to wait and see how it all ends up kind of going down. Of course, this is a big match for both these teams. Both of them want to try and continue their march towards playoffs, but only one shall be victorious in that endeavor. BLG, very much the favor coming in here, but WE will and almost certainly be hoping for slightly different favors as we jump straight onto the Rift. The Jaios roar.
Brief level 1 setup. Both teams looking to see if there's something around this bot lane. You already talked about that Ashe being very oppressive in mid-game. Also very oppressive in the first couple of levels too. Something which Goldborg has been talking a lot about as well over on the LEC is how a lot of zero lanes in 2v2 is pretty much decided in the first couple of waves. You have 2 or 3 waves where you're looking to get level 2 first, shove people off the wave, take heavy HP trades, and particularly when you have double Halo Blades, as you see from the Varus and the Ashe, control an entire half of the map just from the first couple of waves and pin the enemy under turret. The Ashe is so proficient at this, with that level 1 volley being able to push wave and poke out at the same time. And of course, the power of Halo Blades is no slouch in that regards either. So, as you're saying, probably will be on BLG to either try and find themselves a preferential level 1 trade or trying to play around that one-eyed spike. They're not going to get much help from this Wukong, though, who's getting shut down early on this buff.
Yeah, this BBU, though, needs to be a little bit careful. I like the fact that he used the blast cone there to make sure that he was not getting pinched upon more than one person. But Elk, really nice pathing there from the WD bot lane means they're able to kind of get a really solid setup. But Bin might fancy this setup here. Hung is here, though. They might actually try and look to trade this back. He flashes! No! He flashes! He took the bait! Hook, line, and sinker! And on bot side, they've killed off Elk. WE have just won the early game!
I can't believe it. I'm trying to collect my thoughts here after just this despair despair of Bin knowing that it's really important to get a logo over on the Jace early, particularly as Jace versus Nah. You understand that actually it's very about the first couple of levels there too. If Jace can get a good poke trade off, things get problematic. In the bot lane though, it plays out pretty much how we were calling about it. You know that the Ashe and the Varus want to take lane dominance control very early on, first couple of waves. Alkanon, they walk up to the wave and they think, okay, maybe we've got an inside track, maybe we can get ourselves a bit of control of this wave, and they just completely disrespect the damage coming out of this Ashe and Varus. How the heck did they get the kill though? They literally just walk up and they die. They literally just walk up and, you know what the real difference maker is there? Varus E has Grievous Wounds on it. That heal did less value because they cast it in the Varus E.
Yeah, and this is now Bew trying to see if he can survive this gang top. But look, with the accelerated gate, or gate of acceleration, he should be just fine. We'll have to reset, though, after TPing back into lane. Should pretty much lose his entire wave, if I'm being totally honest, as there's not really a lot else he can do. But that's a smart thing. He did what BLG's bot lane did not. He recalled when he knew he was going to die.
Oh, gosh. We have to take stock of what this means, though, because we've had a lot of early action. We have seen Hung get involved as well. Vi has an assist to their name. Jace has that early tier, and Shanks is actually going to pick up that waves in top side to actually bounce out the rest of the map. So one of the things that we were just a little bit worried about there, going to be just recovered a little bit from WE. I am very happy with how WE have been doing this early game, and their bot lane is continuing to get dominance. No flash here.
Elk! Oh, Lord, that's not what you need, my dude. And I think this is the problem when you pick something like a Lucian Nami. It can bait you into a little bit of a false sense of security because you're like, oh, we have the damage. And it's like, yeah, at level 4 or 5, you're level 2, my son. You got nothing.
And it's going to get worse from there, right? Because now you're at the point where you're effectively waiting until you hit one item on the Lucian Nami. It is all on Yagao to do something for his team at this point. BLG, they just took down Weibo, one of our great rosters in this league so far that a lot of people have a lot of hopes for. But they are falling short in this early game to WE. It's been through those side lanes. It's been through top lane and bot lane. Yagao is the last remaining member on BLG who's not fallen behind.
And even then, look at the CS, he's still 20 behind, so like, you know, like, it's not exactly ideal.
He's not the odd one out. He's actually, he hasn't died,
you just
but
have
he
to look between the lines.
Turret.
Yeah, you just have to look between the lines just a little bit. Now Bew roaming up towards this top side, kind of getting the swap off there. Of course, we did see Shanks TPing towards the top lane to make sure that they did not lose a lot of the farm on that top side. And again, this is, look, regardless of how we want to talk about BLG and how they're doing, this is fantastic first 5 minutes for WE. They are punishing BLG so effectively and just making it so it's like, hey, look, you can't underestimate us. You can't come in here and just expect to win. You have to play.
And play they are. They're going to have to find themselves something. I'm trying to think of ways that BLG are really looking to buck this early game trend at this point, because you're going to be at a point where the Ashe and the Varus are going to be either pinning back your Lucian Nami or causing problems around the rest of the map. Even if at that point you're bringing in Realm Warps on top of them, you need either Yagao to be really strong or Shun to be really strong. Neither of them are in a great position, and looking at the minimap, Hong is looking to twist the screws even deeper. There's no flash on the Lucian still.
There's no, yeah, he's just going to get out. They're going to sacrifice the Nami. Iwandi picking up that kill. This is just clean, if I'm being totally honest. Iwandi, though, he's going to be with the heal, keeping him alive. WE will not lose a death just yet, but again, clean play coming out from WE, and they are just punishing time and time again.
But that is like, hey, can we get a heal? No, we have a heal at home, because On casts a heal and dies as he goes down. But Hope has the one to save his support. WE, they're drawing so much pressure. The grass is always greener. It's always greener. I suppose, doesn't it go yellow when it dies at this point? Yeah.
Nah, I mean, yeah, that by definition, it is greener. It is by definition greener. But yeah, I mean, it's just becoming so apparent right now that BLG, are just not prepared to deal with falling this far behind. It's a near 3,000 gold lead at 7 minutes into the game. They're going to have total control over this mid lane. They're going to have total control over the entire bot side of the map, which means that dragon stackings are very much a thing. And even just looking at the item differentials is that, you know, you're trying to deal with this Varus who's just stacking up a tier, and with Iwandi getting closer and closer, already got his Ionian Boots of Lucidity, he's going to have his Umbral Glaive so fast, like even just like regardless of his own damage, which he is still putting in work on right now, it's still going to be ridiculous to try and hold vision because the Umbral Glaive is broken.
Yeah, as soon as that item comes in, BLG are going to have some very difficult questions to ask about. Okay, we need to close the distance against this long-range composition, but we're behind, and there's this Umbral Glaive in play as well, which removes even more from the map. See Elton trying to find something, but the barrier's there. You're losing the flash, and when you're looking for your first big fight to try and turn around the game, losing flashes like that on a key carry like the Lucian, that doesn't make it any easier. It feels like BLG, they're getting quite desperate, trying to find some way to break the pressure. At least Herald is going to be up right now. Maybe they can find some angle around that. Wukong very strong around that. But Bin, I don't know if you really want to be taking this fight. Not entirely sure. Viol available makes me a little scared.
I think he thought he had like half a second left to get the Gnar ultimate off, to get him into the wall. Wukong follows up with the Cyclone. It's a fantastic setup of a lot of different things. But I will say, you know, for Heng, very, very good trigger discipline. Kind of saying, look, he didn't, you know, he's going in because he feels confident. That means the Wukong is probably in the vicinity. So backs himself up, does not let himself get baited, and honestly, just really good, you know, clean, cohesive play coming out here from WE. So right now, they are going to try and just kind of just deny a Rift Herald. And again, if you get first Dragon and first Herald into the game, that's just more gold, more power available to you. Shun sitting off to the wings right now is a longsword down, but this could be a full 5v5.
Yeah, Wukong very strong around Herald. I think this is one of the big moments that BLG need to look to find a win. You're looking for a big Cyclone, but no flash to get that in place. Maybe Realmo can do the deal instead. They don't take it.
They do not take it. Rift Herald is down to a little bit. Oh, Chain of Corruption lands. That's been chasing back.
Oh, they steal
Stolen away on very low. He has to flash back. They go straight in on top of the Wukong, and now he is dead. They trade jungler for jungler. First kill of the game going over to BLG. They're not going to land the Petrifying Gaze, but you can see now with Iwandi just kind of peppering in Yagao, keeping him slow, keeping him available for it. One more! Oh, the fat volley lands. He's dead. Has to flash away, but the important thing for WE is you trade one for one and you get the Herald.
And that is one of the last plays you can see before maybe some item spikes come in for the Lucian Nami, that BLG are really going to be ahead of Team W's composition. WE get that Herald, they get trade even in kills. For me, that is such a big win for them in one of the most risky portions of the game that was left remaining to them. Gotta see how this ends up kind of coming through. I think, honestly, this is the situation which BLG put themselves into when Wukong lost his flash. When he tried to get that kill onto Iwandi earlier by flashing in, that means you didn't have the flash for a big play like this. You couldn't get on top of the Ashe, you couldn't get on top of the Varus, and while Yagao gets some damage down by finding an angle through that kind of flanking brush, it's just not enough to threaten the long-range composition of WE. And that's something that's going to be a big factor to consider in the big objective fights later into the game.
And again, WE pushing themselves forward. It's a 3,500 gold lead. They are controlling the map. They've got the Youmuu's Ghostblade already finished up now onto Hope. He is so dangerous right now. Having this level of early lethality is disgusting when you have something like an Ashe Varus. You will just do so much damage in such a short amount of time that it's going to take a while for you to try and get back in on top of this. So looking at what BLG can do to stem the bleeding, stop this from moving forward. The Chain of Corruption lands. There's the damage I was talking about through the piercing arrow and of course the blighted quiver, but they aren't able to follow up because the tidal wave does come out.
See, Shanks is on the move. He's been hovering around this bot side as well. BLG just being really pinned in around this bot turret. I think it's absolutely right to mention the itemization coming out from the Varus too. You have the luxury of having an Umbral Glaive on your support. Go for the more stats than yourself. We've been seeing this a little bit from Jhin players as well, wanting to get a bit more kill combo. And speaking of kill combos, you can see that Hung and Shanks just hovering between the lanes and putting everyone under threat.
And he's got nowhere to go. He's dead. Nowhere else for him to run to. Even if he had a flash, he wouldn't have been able to use it because the Miasma was down. And this, I'm going to be totally honest, I am impressed by WE coming into this first game. They are doing so well and just really putting a bit of a beat down onto BLG. BLG came in kind of thinking, all right, cool, we'll win this, we'll take ourselves moving forward up to a little bit more in terms of our, you know, our setup. We're looking towards playoffs, maybe top 4. WE are saying, nah, man, you gotta still play. You gotta still try and come against us because we're not gonna take this one lying down. And I'm just so impressed at how aggressive and how genuinely smart they've come into this game 1.
And you consider the results which they had just before this, BLG winning against Weibo, one of the stronger teams on paper, WE losing against OMG, who, while are very entertaining, are not very consistent. To have WE coming out of the gates at this kind of pace, it's definitely a little unexpected from the both of us. And now BLG are going to have to start really racking their brains as to how they're going to mount a comeback in this game, if at all. We've already talked about how you got to try and close that distance. Maybe a Realm War can help. Maybe Rise can get back on the table. But every single person on BLG is now like sizably behind. At least Bin has managed to accrue a bit of a CS lead despite being that kill down. And Biabu still, though, showing the respect that's needed to not give BLG a big win condition through this top lane.
I mean, he knows that he's going to be considered the weak link. He knows that they're going to be focusing on him a lot more. Dragon was being taken on the bot side, so he does not have Heng to try and help him out. So he just says, you know what? I don't see Rise. I don't really see the Wukong, and they're definitely not a Dragon. I need to back away. I need to just accept that this tower is probably going to go down. Nothing else to be done with it. And don't forget, though,
there's the arrow.
Ash arrow. I'll hold my point for a second. I guess blocks on the way to the top side, but don't forget, the Rift Herald was on BuBu, who used it to get a couple of plates top, so he's not even really losing out in this regard. Yes, a bit of CS is a bit annoying, to say the least, but it's not the end of the world. It's just really smart play from WE saying, look, BLG are going to try and overload one side of the map, and we're just not going to let them have their way. They're going to get something out of it, but they're not going to get everything they want.
Yeah. Full plates for Hope on this bot side as well. Bot lane dominance has meant that the cross buff has had to come in. You don't really want to play around this Varus now. You don't really want to have to play around that Ashe once they start kind of going through all those volleys and scouting out those hawk shots as well. And once again, WE showing the respect that's needed to stop BLG getting easy answers across the board. Seeing resets coming in. Got, of course, the first 2 dragons over to WE. Have to consider that as well. Dragon stacking going for WE is expected due to their bot lane performing so well in this early game. But you go 5 minutes into the future, you're probably on Soul Point, you're setting up for the next dragon. And BLG, if you're waiting for item spikes, you might not have the luxury of doing that after that point. If you're having Soul threatened over you, already there is a timer on this game if that wasn't obvious enough from the leads which WE are accruing.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well I look at in terms of the mid lane and everything like that is we talked about how Yagao was kind of a little bit of a beacon of a shining light, but Shank's already level 11, so he's already 2 levels, maybe a level and a half ahead of Yagao. He's already got his Rod of Ages finished up as well, way before Yagao has been able to finish up his. So that's going to be ticking up very, very nicely. Should have that around the 24-minute mark, and this is where, actually probably even 23, so this is where the game, you know, you're relying on scaling, yes, but it's not as if, you know, the scaling doesn't exist for WE. Jace will still have fantastic damage. The Varus lethality will be great with the poke on the Ashe. So it's, yes, you do have very, very strong champions for the late game for BLG, but it's not impossible for WE to deal with.
Yeah, what I will say is, there is no such thing as scaling from WE which stops them from dying to a 5-man Nara and a 5-man Cyclone. That is like,
correct. In
best case scenario, I think that BLG are always in a position where if they do close the distance somehow, they have the damage to take down 5 relatively squishy champions. Of course, Vi is a little tankier than both, and you've got a Saris coming from the Cassiopeia. It's not going to be easy days, but you know, you do see these 5 long-range champions comparative to their opponents, and yeah, BLG, if they can close that distance, there's something to play around. It's just going to be so damn hard to do that when the lead which WE has means that all the poke which they're throwing out matters that much more. It's the difference between if they were in an even game being at 2/3 HP, 3/4 HP when they're making the engage, as opposed to being into this super fed bot lane, being into this super fed everyone from WE, and being actually half HP run your engage as well, which just makes it that much harder to find those openings which might solve the game for you.
Oh, Bin kind of breaking Shanks' ankles right now. They are going to have the Realm Warp, but no Mega Gnar, so TP going to be brought in. On is there as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes a little bit wayward as they get two-man hit there with the accelerated shock blast, and that's On taking a bit of poke himself. But everybody kind of converging up here. You still have hope in that mid lane. So it's going to be a native 5v4 for BLG, which means they should be able to claim this bounty, but they don't want a little bit more. They're going to go in straight away with Shun. Flash burned by the Vi to make sure he stays safe, and they get nothing else, but they do get the tower.
But what they do is they just hold, they ask some questions. The questions are answered positively from WE, but throwing out the Realm Warp, just making sure that maybe there was a chance of being a kill onto Shanks, taking them off the board for a bit. Maybe you can play things through a little bit of a death through 1,000 cuts from BLG, play around the map. Of course, that's something which they have to their advantage as well. That Realm Warp allowing them to get across the map in strength, potentially before WE can do so themselves. But they don't get themselves a huge amount from that play. They get themselves an objective bounty, but they're playing around the side of the map, which is not the one with the dragon on it. So you now have 30 seconds till dragon spawns. You're not going to have vision around this objective. We talked about how actually a soul point comes in very early from WE. That could be problematic for BLG. It means that they can't stall out the map, they can't play at their own pace. And now you're dealing with going towards this dragon pit, zero vision, and going to be looking to close that distance onto this longer range composition by going through Fog of War and getting poked out. It's a very difficult situation for BLG.
Yeah, it is. It is tough to say the least. You can see now Shun trying to make something work, but again, don't forget he just used the Cyclone. They just used the Realm Warp, and these are not insignificant cooldowns right now. We are going to see a lot of poke being put down onto Bin, so he loses his Mega pretty much at the not at the greatest time right now, because now it's ticking down without them having really any engage. And like you talked about, Nymera, no vision. You've no real way of getting in onto this pit. You've no real way of finding the engage. And with the Mega Gnar now dissipating, they have to just accept we're not going to be able to get this. They should be able to pick up this tower in mid lane, but they are now looking down the barrel of a soul point.
Well, let's watch the Ash Arrow.
They might look for the Ash Arrow. It's off cooldown for the moment. Plenty of summoners available. They don't lose a tower for WE, but they get themselves on the soul point.
Okay, so BLG, they get a chunk on mid-tower, but they can't finish it off, and I think a lot of that is due to potentially Ash Arrow coming in with the wave killed under turret. Maybe turret shots start coming through at that point and making things a little more questionable. Okay, 5 minutes until Solo's on the table now. You've got 1, maybe 2 Realm Warps in it to try and find something around the map to get control of part of the map. Try and get some kind of lead for yourself, for BLG, before WE really start putting your feet over the flames. This is, it is certainly a test for BLG. We know that they are a team which has had some pretty outstanding results so far. Like we said, coming off with some wins against some top teams in the LPL, even with just a few series played. But WE are really making them fight for this.
And look, I think WE have obviously kind of come into what we traditionally see as WE's biggest weakness from last year, and of course from this year as well. So the last year as well, last split, they were very good at the early game, and then they would just kind of fizzle out towards the mid. This time it's kind of happened, but it's happened in a way that they don't have a problem with, because it's WE kind of saying, look, we're going to fizzle out a little bit, but we're not going to have a massive problem with that, because we've already gained our advantage. We've already got the dragon stacking. We've already got ourselves into a position of power that we can force fights whenever we need to, and they know that the next fight coming up is in just over 3 minutes time when BLG have to fight for that soul. I feel like if you give up that soul, it just means that you're just not going to be able to do anything else with this game. I feel like the Ocean Soul in particular in this setup is going to give so much sustain to so many things like the Jace and the Cassiopeia that it's just going to become nigh impossible to actually kill things.
Yeah, even if you take a lucky skill shot, a boomerang lands, you've got a culling which takes someone down to half HP, and suddenly a volley comes in from Ash. That's just going to be good enough tap to shrug off damage like this. Even something like a Mountain Soul, you can argue, would have less value in some specific situations in this kind of composition, but as you can see, at least BLG do have themselves the item power spikes from Lucian Nami, Imperial Mandate, and of course the 2 item spike from Lucian coming in, which will be meaning you'll see a couple more chunks like that. The question is, can they actually stick? Can they find useful chunks at useful periods of time? Baron has spawned. That means that BLG are happy to push in mid lane, threaten both sides of the map. The Ash Arrow's coming in. Does miss.
Does miss, just barely. Doesn't burn any summoners, which is a little unfortunate. You kind of want to, at minimum, burn a flash with every use of the Ash Arrow, but as we talked about earlier, this Ash in the mid game, it doesn't matter if you miss that arrow, because you just have so much cooldown, so much ability haste. Yeah, it's just, give it another 30 seconds, it'll be back, probably even less. But now they're just kind of controlling vision around this Baron, forcing out the trinkets, forcing out all this vision from the side of from BLG, and WE are happy to let this one go. They're saying, look, you have to keep the Gnar up towards this top side, as we see a fair chunk of damage coming out here onto Sean.
Ow.
A hell of a lot of damage coming out onto Sean. And this is the power of the lethality virus, especially when you're going with a little bit more of a damage-based build for the Wukong with the blue smite. Doesn't have that extra shield that you would have from the greens, so definitely going to be feeling a lot more of this poke.
That's a good point, actually. You don't have the tenacity from that, from the Moss Stomper? Moss Stomper? That's one thing I really need to get the names nailed on. I'm pretty good with most item names. Haven't really got around to the jungle pet ones yet. But you don't even have that tenacity. And when you consider the Varusol has been thrown out by Hope numerous times to poke out that Wukong, because Wukong is the primary source of engage for BLG, that's going to be an issue. Shun is going to have an extra degree of difficulty added to their engage plans. And you can see that WE, they're not feeling like they have to be forced over towards this Baron. They're happy to say, look, we don't have to force you to be on the objective, to force you to come into us when we're at the objective. Also being on red side around Baron, you're often trapped against the pit if you're taking it as well. WE just not taking unnecessary risks. And just a continual uptick in what I thought was going to be coming out of this team. It has been a very calm, collected, and intelligent game from WE so far. After good early laning performance, WE have taken a lead and they haven't looked back so far.
Yeah, the big test, though, I will say, is in 30 seconds time, a little less than that, to be perfectly honest. They have the advantage, but it's been sitting around that 5,000 gold mark for quite a while, so they haven't been extending it. They haven't been gaining more off of it. They've just been holding it, but Chain of Corruption misses. Yagao moves forward. There's the arrow finally going in. They try to get the flash out of Yagao. They do. They actually lose the flash out of Vi as well. Important to note, though, they did not lose the Vi ultimate. And look at this poke coming out. Shun and Elk going to be forcing the heal out of On just to try and keep Elk some way, kind of healthy. And now with the Dragon Live, Bing goes into Mega. And this poke is starting to do a lot of work. They're starting to put in a lot of damage here. If Shun goes down, there's no fight to be had. He's dead. There's nothing else to be done. And now you can see BLG, they're running away because they're realizing, oh God, we're on a bit of a flank right now. We're going to fully engage onto the Yagao. Yagao's the only one who can really turn this one around with a petrifying gaze. Stops him in his tracks. Takes him down as he looks dead face into the face of death. WE pick up 2 more kills. And this game is all but done. You're going to get to pick up the Soul, you're going to get to pick up the Baron, and there's just nothing else for BLG to be doing. Honestly, it's just felt a bit flat from them.
This is textbook. This is reading from the manual, and WE, they just have the golden pockets. They have this huge amount of damage coming out of the virus, the huge amount of damage coming in from the shock blast too, and it really does just add so much difficulty for BLG to have enough HP to fight when they can finally get into range, and they just fall apart at the seams. Ocean Soul down now, Baron on the table. BLG, they might have a chance of a steal. Shun is in the area, but it's going to have to be a very difficult steal at that.
It is. They're going to try and burn him down, though, before he can go anywhere. TP comes out straight into the arrow, and the Nami dies as well. They're just walking into the meat grinder right now. Lambs to the slaughter as WE are just tearing them limb from limb. BLG are routed. BLG have nowhere to go, and BLG honestly look a bit panicked. They look like they don't really know what to do.
Well, what can you do, Bin? He's got himself an ult, but no hope, no way to close the distance again. Sat there on less than 100 HP. The Baron is taking its sweet time to die, but Volley will make sure that the Baron is joined by Gnar in death as they both go back to their respective death chambers. And WE, what more can you say, really? This has been a comprehensive performance of how you take an early game lead with this composition, and importantly to me, they haven't given BLG the easy out of just slipping up, getting lag, saying, we have the goal, don't worry. They've not given a big Cyclone over. There hasn't been a big Mega Gnar. They've taken away so much HP from the members of BLG by the time players like this come out that there's no real way for them to even fight a fighting retreat. Again, very impressive game 1 coming out from this team.
Really, really impressive. And again, like, you look at it, they've lost 1 death. It was at the Rift Herald, which was kind of like the first of maybe 3 tests. So the first test was the first Rift Herald. They were able to come out with trumps on that one. Let's have a look at the damage. Bloody hell.
That is very fair. That's fair. It's balanced. It's
Hey,
awesome.
I'm going to tell you right now, having to deal with Lucia Navi for many, many months at this stage, I am fine with a Nami getting obliterated.
It would be very
like
funny
that.
if they loaded in with the Sushi Nami skin for game 2, just as like a, as
Just
a
saying, like,
homage to
look, you
this
know
one.
what? This is what it is.
And it is, and it does feel like this is the victory lap now. You're pushing with a Baron buff. The gold lead has gone well over 11,000 at this point, edging up towards 12, and you have all of your cooldowns available. You have like a flash missing from your solo lineage. That is about it from W. You have all your big ultimates, and Bin walking forward with Mega Nard charge. Might be able to get one play, but you're still losing your bot on him, folks.
Well, you're... Guys, your base. Guys. It's just kind of that setup of like, no, guys, hang on. You need to look at something else. Yes, you get a kill there, but you're losing the bot side. I will say it's a silver lining on what is an otherwise a very dark cloud. You can see Shun now.
The silver is
looking to try and
tarnished.
maybe...
It's there, but
Yeah.
what state is it in? For?
Absolutely. But again, like you've used the Mega Gnar, you've used the Cyclone. Guys, your base. Like, it's just how you can't really defend against this. You don't have any engage options anymore.
They're 5v4 and they still can't find an engage. They don't have the Cyclone, they don't have a Flash or Mega Gnar available. The Tidal Wave is the best option they had, and they still don't find anything from that. WE gonna be finding an organized retreat from this. Mega Gnar available again, but they find the turnaround.
They find the turnaround I want. He picks up the kill. Now it's a 4v4 as they try and jump straight back onto Bin. There's going to be a TP coming back off back of this as well. Flash in, piercing arrow straight to the heart, and you're to blame. WE just wiping the floor with BLG. They will take this win, and honestly, it looked comfortable because BLG just never found their footing.
Yeah, Love never had a bad name. Nexus goes down, and BLG's hopes of a quick and easy series with it. Lots of questions asked in that game 1. Bot lane's early levels massively misplayed, particularly around that top side as well, with Wukong being upset early in their own early pathing from being invaded, and then of course the flash into the death and topside as well over the wall from the Gnar. Lots of bad things kind of snowballed into an unplayable mid-game from BLG. They had a lot of tools to try and get themselves back into the game, but even that didn't work because WE were really on it. They really were playing heads-up League of Legends, understanding not just how they could get ahead, but how they could stop themselves falling back and behind as well to the engage of something like a Gnar or Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, it just was... Like you said, and I really do want to hit this home, it was tempered in a very good way for that mid game. They kind of said, look, the only way we throw this early game is if BLG are able to get the Mega Gnar, get the 3-4-man Cyclone, and just have the Rise and the Lucian free hitting. And I, as you mentioned, it never happened. It never came to fruition. They always had to use it to get away, to find one pick, maybe, sort of. They got a flash or two every now and again. 2 deaths in the entirety of that setup of that game. And I just really can't give any more praise that I already am to WE. I feel like this was incredibly smart. They played tempered, they played, controlled, and they just slowly suffocated out the side of BLG. There was nothing for BLG to do because by the time they arrived or had themselves set up, the objective was gone, and the WE had said, well, we don't need to take this, we can leave.
And there's a particularly fun bit in this too, because one of the, I would say probably my performer of that game maybe was Hope on the Varus. And it's Hope versus his old teammate of Yagao as well. Yagao on that rise, the most powerful pick in the mid lane right now, who could have turned that game around, and Hope just sits there with his arrows in tow and just says, I've got more than enough ammunition in the quiver, come at me. And that was a really comprehensive game through that bot lane as well. Ashe Varus, it does feel like one of those lanes where if you don't get ahead, you are just going to die on cooldown because you're 2 very swishy champions, but Hope really stuck the landing.
Yeah, really, really did. And honestly, just a great setup overall, and I really am excited to see what this WE team can do. I'm really excited to see what they're able to kind of come up with and move forward with. But for BLG, lots to think about. Lot to think about.
Yes.
Lots to kind of come back with, and this is a rough one. And I think it comes down, it comes down from the draft because it was incredibly telegraphed. It did feel like WE kind of said, cool, we'll give away the Lucian Nami, we have an answer. Very much did. Cool, we'll give you the Rise, we have an answer. The Shanks Cassiopeia, and you mentioned it just a few seconds ago, the Rise is considered one, if not the biggest threat in the mid lane as of right now. The Cassiopeia destroyed it. 30 or 40 CS up at one point, constantly putting him under pressure. He couldn't really roam, and when he did, it wasn't really that impactful because by the time he got all his ducks in a row, it didn't matter. It was telegraphed. They knew exactly where he was going.
Yeah, so the what I would temper this with is that I don't mind this draft from BLG if they don't get crushed at like minute one the way that they did. Because if you're playing Lucian Nami, what you are saying, particularly when you're first picking Lucian Nami, you are saying, I'm going to outplay you, I'm going to find a way to crush you in lane if at all possible, or we as a team are so good at playing around that one-item power spike that we can use that to roll through the mid game as well. Neither of those things happen. For me, if that's how you're performing on the Lucian Nami, you cannot first pick that. Not when you see that we are so well prepared to deal with that as well. I don't mind the draft, just not if you're going to play it the way that they did early on.
Yeah, honestly, I completely agree. I think that you could see BLG wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to try and save it, but then when the game plan kind of straight away, level one literally doesn't go their way, it's like, okay, look, that happens. You got caught out. You now know next time around. Look, make
It's like
sure you
you've
check
hit the
your brush up
iceberg.
on
You're
the top
wishing you
side.
built another hull at this point. There's water everywhere. What are we doing, folks?
But even again, like I kind of like, you know, we talked about top lane and how that went down, but it was also like like the whole early game falls apart because Bin flashes over the wall blind, has no idea where the Vi is, and just decides to go in on it. There's nothing else that he can do, and then he just dies. There's nothing else for it. Bot lane is just Elk being really aggressive for no reason, and it just kind of puts him in a really bad situation. So lots of little mistakes that BLG can definitely fix. We're going to send it, though, to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it, but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive.
遇上 BLG 战队的话，其实最重要的还是做好我们自己，打好我们自己的运营吧。然后优势的话就是我们下路很厉害吧，然后是有信心可以打赢他们的。对阵上勋选手的话，他的打法可能比较独特吧，但是遇上他们中野的话，我们只需要做好我们中野自己该做的事情，应该可以赢的。
Just do what you gotta do. That's all it is. Do what you gotta do, and you should win. I love that the interviews are back. However, I will say that 9 times out of 10, the interview literally just evolves into, yeah, just play better and win. That's
Yeah.
just.
Well, we got some good stuff from there, right? Where they're saying, actually, our bot lane is really strong, and Elk is the highest DPM player in the league, and it felt
Yep.
like he was just kind of sleeping in that first game, and Hope gave him a wake-up call. That was a
He did.
shellacking.
He did, and Hope picks himself up the MVP as well. So, really, honestly, you called in the game. Like, it really was just kind of very smart, good play coming in from Hope. Very, very well set up to, and just set up for success. And then once they got hold of that advantage in bot lane, they never let it go.
Yeah, and when you see a DPM number like that high and the damage percentage being that high, sometimes you wonder if there's been some shenanigans happening to increase that kind of DPM. Not really, actually. I really love the way that Hope played around his ults in the mid game. He wasn't necessarily ulting to kill, he was ulting to chunk out the Wukong, who was the one way that the game would fall apart. And there were a couple of times in mid lane, he threw out that ult. Of course, it all started from his laning phase as well, where You know, maybe don't cast heal on the Grievous Wounds of the Varusy. That's something which people forget about, but it didn't really go easier for them. And something that we were talking about in the break, it really felt like a large amount of disrespect actually coming in from BLG's bot lane. You know the Ashen Varus have huge amounts of power early, but they destabilized the entire map by dying so hard so early. And when you have a player like Hope as well, who takes that lead and runs with it, that is very difficult to overcome. So BLG, a lot of questions about their bot lane heading into game 2.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that I looked at, is that it was very much disrespect at the start of the game. Look, those level 1s happen sometimes. You move on. That's why you should always play out all your scrims, regardless of how the start goes, because these things
Not sure I
can
agree with that one.
happen,
You haven't seen some of the scrims.
Hey, if that's happening in a scrim, you know, if that exact situation happened
like,
where the top lane and the bot lane dies.
Why did we scrim OMG and give Abel Samira? He's got 19 kills. What's happened?
You gotta keep going, man. You gotta keep going with it. But regardless, we are coming into game number 2. It's gonna be same side selection, so BLG still on the blue with W on the red. In terms of color coordination, that makes me and my brain happy, because they are red team and blue team. That's all the way it works.
Activation, colors and matching.
Get those endorphins rolling. Get the serotonin moving in as we go in a little bit of dopamine. But coming into this one here now, I would expect to see massive changes coming to the draft for BLG, because I was gonna say, like, I think the Varus being taken away is a big thing now into that bot side, but I also wouldn't be expected to see them take the early rise now, because they know Shanks has a 100% counter into it and they can't just let it go.
Yeah, that's one thing you can think about. I just wonder if you're going to go towards the Lucian army again. Do you really think the Varus is the only issue with that lane? What happens if it's another, say, something like a Caitlyn Ashe or a Caitlyn Lux or something like that? Can you play around that sort of lane? They're taking a different approach. They're giving Jhin the easier to execute engaged champion of that Vi. That Wukong really struggled to get into the backline in that first game. Little more on rails this time. But you're giving up that Zeri Yuumi. The Yuumi was the ban that you gave up for that Varus. If this is really about letting that Lucian army survive in lane, now the question is, it's almost on the other side of it. It's not about being shut down yourself. You have to shut down this Zeri Lulu. You have a Vi to help you do that, but with how well Hope played in that first game, if he's on form on the Zeri as well, very different playstyle, you have a tall task once again ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, we did see moments in that mid-game of the Lucian Nami power combination, of course, with the Gale Force and the Imperial Mandate doing work, putting in damage, but at that point it was just too little too late. So if they don't give up that many kills and that much of a dragon and gold lead, maybe there is a much better, a much more cohesive conversation to have. I do like the Vi as well, because, as you said, much easier to execute, but also just trying to get on top of something like the Zeri. Far easier with a point and click than it is anything else. But now we're going to see WE kind of changing up the draft a little bit on their side. They're saying, look, we got the Sejuani this time around. We got much more of a late game scaling in our bot lane. We're going to take away the Gnar. We're going to take away things that, you know, Bin can just have a pretty easy setup with the Cassante and the Gnar taken away, and the Jax. We are starting to get into the fringes, if you will, of those picks in the top side.
I am surprised that BLG, outside of the top side conversation, I'm surprised that the Casio has gone right now, because I think you're staring down a Ryze 4 pick from Shanks here. I think that having the push and roam from the Ryze, and also being a very difficult champion for someone like the Vi or the Lucian army to dash into, I think that's more valuable here. You can see that Shanks is saying, all right, okay, gonna ban. Yeah, I think this signals it as well. If you're banning away that Kassadin, you're saying, if I pick Shove and Roam, I don't want you to sit and scale. Let's take away one of those options away from it as well. I'm expecting either Ryze or Azir 4 from Shanks, and then I wonder if BLG all in on early game and actually go towards something like the Ahri again, Ahri or Galio or something like that for Yagao, to have a bit more power for Shin and Yagao to get involved in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Gallia was obviously banned away, so this is something that WE have been moving, kind of saying, look, we know this is going to happen. Sylas still up and available will give you that kind of, at least matching
not
power.
Bad idea as well. It's just that when you've got, like, it's just like Sylas stealing something like a Yuumi ult is kind of okay, but meh, the Zeri ult's kind of meh. The Sejuani ult's the big one there. I don't think the ultimate value is awesome in this draft so far. Not that it's the only thing about the Sylas, but it's worth just keeping that in mind. Okay, we're just passing up the Ryze altogether, going for that Jason, that top side, because of course you were talking about the top lane picks being banned away, so we're going to get that from BBO again.
Yeah, and with the Renekton taken away as well, I think this is honestly a great move, because One, it gives you that top lane kind of priority. We saw BuBu didn't do too badly on it and was very respectful in terms of, you know, when he needed to back away. Yes, he fell behind, but it looked like he didn't really mind that much in terms of that. He knew he wasn't the carry in this particular game, but now you've not only get to, you know, kind of keep your mid lane pick, but you also kind of get that high priority and see what you're going into. So the Fiora locked in here. It is a bin special. It is something he is so damn good on. It can do exceptionally well into the Jace. And then we'll see what the Yagao wants to go, because unfortunately for him, he's going in blind, so this could just be straight up another counter.
So you have a couple of different archetypes you can go for, or rather like different variations. You can go for like, I think you're looking for shove, roam, and a bit of map pressure, right? To go towards the Fiora or something to team up with the Vi. It is going to be the Rise, so you're looking for the shove and roam. I wonder if you get a Azir here now. I wonder if Shanks pulls out the Azir. You can't go towards that Cassio again, but I think that one allows you to play outrange. It allows you to play behind something like the Sejuani, Yuumi being an unkillable tank in the front line. We saw that a little bit from Mad Lions, actually, in the LEC on the weekend, actually, where you're playing against this comp which is shorter range, maybe a little bit hard to get past that Sejuani, and then these ranged carries just do so much damage after that point. So you have hyperscaling from the spot lane, Zero Yuumi, you have the long range of the Azir, which can also contest some kind of shove against the Ryze, not in very early levels because Ryze is very strong at that, but I look at WE again. I think, once again, if they get a lead, BLG are going to struggle at that point to kind of team fight at that point. They're going to have to get creative around playing around something like Fiora on a side lane, Vi and Ryze getting into the fight and closing that distance. I think it's an easier job for them playing around the Vi than it would be against around the Wukong at that point. Your engage range is just a little longer. Plus, that bot lane isn't going to be as hammered so hard, but still similar archetypes. Long-range Team WE with a lot of scaling on their side as well. And I think BLG, they can't afford to fall behind too early like they did in Game 1.
No, they really, really can't. I don't think anyone's going to. Take that away from your assessment of the situation. But I do think, like you said earlier, a lot easier to execute. I feel like for BLG, you've got the point-and-click CC with the Vi. You've got a lot more early game as well with the Vi. To be perfectly honest, with having that Q flash combination, you can get things going. You still have the Lucian Nami in the bot lane, so your early game can go exceptionally well if you allow yourself to do it. But for WE, you're going to be feeling pretty good. You controlled that last game. You got yourself set up. You got yourself into a really good winning position. They're going to feel like they can do it again. We're just going to have to wait and see. But we're going to see what they're able to kind of do now with a lot more, less early game in the bot lane, a lot more late game scaling.
You know, it says a lot to where my mind goes to when you say something I can find remotely funny. When you talked about the Vi Flash Q combo, I was like, wow, combos in League of Legends have really come a long way, haven't they? We have Flash Q, that's what we got right now. It's not exactly like a fighting game. It kind of, have you seen those obviously scripted videos where you've got like a Lee Sin with the Prowler's Claw who like activate it, flash the other way, and do these mad 15-button combos? That's the kind of combos I really love to see at some point, even though it is never going to be seen in a professional game of League of Legends when you have like the everything. Why have you got a Zhonya's on Lee Sin? Something like that. Even though I'd never see it, it just makes me so happy to see that you can actually get some craziness out of our game still.
I was going to say never. I remember the Static Shiv Alistair top meta.
Oh,
so,
Emperor
you know,
Palpatine.
Yes,
yeah, he
Emperor
just like lightning bolt you from like half the screen away. Oh,
yes.
man.
You can't never say
rate.
never. Hell, even with the changes coming on 13.3, I personally think that it's you know, maybe we might see an obnoxious AP Alistair in mid. Who knows?
The
you know,
been playing the top lane as a Jax cancer.
There you go.
I
there you
don't
go.
think is awful. I know that Orcs was talking about Alistair mid, potentially AP mid into something like Victor or Azir. These control mages could be potentially fun at that point. Long way off in the future, though. Of course, this is where the game fell apart for BLG, rather. Very early on, they got absolutely mashed level 1. Already, things are going better.
They are hopefully going to get to level 2 before dying, but I will say the Yuumi doesn't really offer you a lot in the early stages. Oh yeah, we've got a really low bar here in the LPL, apparently. Hey, better than a lot of other leagues where nothing happens for 20 minutes or so. So literally not directing at anyone, because there has been some LPL games of recent date that have gone into a little bit of a snooze fest, shall we say, the way the meta goes, but with the snowballing of everything. But level 2 does get hit by the cat and the Pikachu. She's kind of like a Pikachu combination. If she, one of them would have to be a mouse. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. I'll go back to the idea board and I'll brainstorm it a little bit more. But Sean, Wanted to try and get an evade off here. I like this pathing coming out here from Hang, just recognizing, look, I know exactly what you're going to do, because he's done this almost consistently for like 3 or 4 series in a row now, where he looks to try and get that early red buff invade and try and get some damage down before anything else can really happen. And ooh, one more proc of it would be enough. And Bin, he thought about it, but you know what? The lessons of game number 1 have home true.
Okay, so you have some priority flipping over in mid lane. You can see that Shanks had some push earlier on. And Hunk doing the right thing here, not tanking a camp, not taking another couple of 100 damage from red buff, trying to start it up and go for a smite fight. If you go any lower HP, you're probably losing that fight. See bot lane level 2 hit. Not dodging out on the Q.
Oh! That's a lot of damage. And speaking of a lot of damage, that's just beautifully done on the top side as well. Bin never tanked the turret, so you did not get anything else on that top side there for Hang. And that's just going to be so bad now for Team WE. Great start for BLG. They're kind of turning it around in game number 2.
So what you can see there was Hope was trying to dash out. Oh, we're still fighting. Let's just talk about this.
We're going to talk about this because it's going to be a trade back now. 1-for-1. Ends up being a 2-for-1 on the top side when you think about it. Jace spawns, he goes back in, and then we're going to see a flash there away by the Sejuani. Shanks very late on the rotation. Yizgao was there to help out his jungle and top. It's a bit all over the place, but it is BLG coming out on top.
I love this league, man. I love that BLG get absolutely stomped in that first game. No way into the game, and they take that personally. Really big factors to consider this. Of course, the bot lane had some interactions around that. Individual 2v2, really big for them to get something of a ball rolling in terms of shutting down this area in the Yuumi. That's an important thing to start there. But topside, a lot of what we were seeing between the Sejuani and the Vi kind of just staring off in the jungle was waiting to see which mid laner was going to win the arm wrestle. And it was Yigao. Yigao does come up, and with Shanks kind of being a little bit late as the punch, despite being up in CS, that CS is at the cost of the blood of his teammates on top side because Yigao gets there first. BLG off to a good start. Fiora has 2 kills, and now suddenly, very different look at what is happening between these compositions. Now, the thing which I spotted in this replay was, of course, he got all these summoners being blown. The big thing here is that you can see that Hope is trying to dash out of the piercing light from the Lucian. You can do that, and just gets the timing a little wrong. Of course, actually, no, it's not the piercing light because he leveled up that W, but tries to get something to the side, dodge off the skill shot, but just miscalculates massively.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. And again, like, you know, I call it the bloblets in my own dialect of colloquialism, but it is that the empowered autos you get from Nami is that they're just so powerful at this stage in the game because you just don't really respect how much damage is going to come out. So not only is that, you know, a 2-kill lead and about 1,000 gold at this point, it's also a dragon lead. So literally in every facet of game number 2, they are doing better than game number 1. Bew gonna get the knockback there onto Bin, but not without taking a fair chunk of his own health bar away. So Bin having a pretty decent time in this top side as he flashes forward, wants the grand challenge, but there's got the acceleration gate. One more auto attack, and Bin takes the solo bolo. This game is starting to crumble away from WE, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Bin picks up the champion. He got a pentakill in a Worlds final on, and he is absolutely smashing this early game. If you want as Team WE to sit and scale and play out through long range, you are going to have to set up your side lanes for success first, so you are allowed to group. That has not been allowed to happen. You have a huge CS lead. You have a 3-kill lead to Bin as well. This Fiora is already off the chain, and if WE don't find a way to stabilize out whatever the heck is going to happen in this side lane, I'm expecting this already, just 7 minutes in, to be going to a game 3. It's that dire for WE.
This is rough right now. You can even see in the levels as well. Like, this is Bew a solid level and a half behind. And again, that wave is pushing into him, so it's probably a little bit closer to 2 levels. So this is rough, to say the least.
That is absolutely absurd. So, WE, you have flipped the script. You are taking the role of BLG from that last game in regards to you're behind. If things stay like this and you don't make a big play somewhere, this is going to go from bad to worse. How do they go to that? Because they don't have Hope ahead in this game. Hope, the MVP of that game 1, is not going to have that same safety, the same range to play around as the Varus, and certainly not going to have the same damage for a lot longer into this game. Maybe you have to look at this Sejuani trying to make a big play because, again, 2 levels down in this top side, you're just getting absolutely monstered in these 1v1s.
And the wave is in such a horrendous spot as well for BuBu. You can see him, he really wants to try and crash this up, but without having any vision, without having his jungler around to try and, you know, coerce that in, it's just not really going to be a thing. Cleanse used after the exhaust goes down. We did see the lightning rush come out here for Hope to try and maybe make something happen, but getting rid of that cleanse and heal off the bot lane, definitely not the worst of trades for them. They are going to see maybe they could go for something a little bit more aggressive before level 6s are hit for the BLG bot lane. While that's been happening, though, Shun's saying, cool, I'm going to take Shelly. We're going to go for a nice little date. She's going to get to do her favorite thing. And you know what? She's going to be able to have a nice, fun time with us on BLG. Now, though, Heng just trying to see if he can maybe go for a little bit of a dive. Level 6 has been hit by Elk. He's going to use the culling straight away. They do get the Glacial Prison down onto On, but they can't really get the damage down. It's only a Vampiric Scepter on Hope. So right now, Hope seems to be dwindling for the side of WE as they try to go for something. It just doesn't work.
That is a real swing and a miss from WE because that was your time to make a cross map while Herald was going down. You know that is going over. You're looking to equalize that play. They can't even do that. They can't get any of those plates down. They can't get a kill, can't get gold into this Zeri Yuumi, which, of course, is such a meta-defining combo. And now BLG, they are absolutely laughing at this point. Elk and On haven't been punished for that last series of play where they had to blow that cleanse. I was a little bit worried not having the cleanse versus a incoming Sejuani ult, but it didn't even end up mattering. And this is... Dire Straits doesn't begin to cover it. You're really looking at that next Sejuani ult to come into play. They just used it in that failed play on bot side, but that again gives BLG a window of time where they know that's on cooldown to go into the enemy jungle, to play around the lane that they want. Look for a play without fear of recompense.
Well, Dire Straits indeed. Maybe we're going to need some Sultans of Swing to try and swing this one back in WE's favor.
You know, sometimes I sit there and I think, how do I do this? And I'm like, oh, no, yeah, they got
man.
Herald for nothing and your What's for free. I can't remember the full name of that song, but anyway, right. Shun is completely free to go towards the top side.
I think it's just money for nothing. I think it's just money for nothing, I believe it is. But that's just the walk of life. Anyway, enough with the Dire Straits puns. But we're going back into this particular game. And again, you know, this is the BLG we expected to see coming in after, you know, before game number 1. I think WE definitely found themselves in a great opportunity. And like we always say, it's not just about getting opportunities, it's about getting them and making the most of them. So fair play to WE in game 1. This is a different game, though. This is a different beast in terms of what you have to try and do. And you know, BuBu kind of taking the Jace has been fine, but it's definitely been shown to be kind of saying, look, I feel like, yes, if you want to take the Jace, you can do a lot of stuff here, but we'll see Bin maybe going in here. Oh, that riposte was so clean. Gets the little bit of CC on the backside, so this is one he can't follow up. Really nicely done to keep him out of harm's way. And you know what? His flash is coming back up.
I was just wondering what was happening between the junglers as well. I saw some pings around mid lane, but Vi not able to find a play there on the mini-map. Bin at least forced off the turret, but that's the Sejuani ult that we were kind of counting on for WE to make something happen. It's meant that a couple of plates go to the Jace. It means that a wave goes there. If you haven't got that shut down, you've still got Fiora who's going to be picking up at least the dregs of this wave. It's only a half win for WE. This could have been so much more for them. They need it to be so much more realistically. BLG going to get their own cross map. They're going to get themselves dragon stacking. They are the team with the 2 early dragons this time, and they're still getting plates on this bot side. So even in isolation of that 1v1 matchup, which, let's face it, Jace is still going to be behind even with that gold being put in, you've lost across the map in terms of objectives and plates still too. It's an even trade at best.
Yeah, like I do feel like it was a situation for WE where they were like, look, we need to do something for BuBu, otherwise this Fiora matchup goes from unplayable to uninstall the game.
Yeah, just like put a little bit of a gold star over like the bruise on the left cheek where he's just been solo killed the last time.
It definitely was. I think it was definitely looking to try and just, you know, as you say, not really create, you know, get a hit out onto BLG, but more so to just stop the bleeding from that top side of the map. So it does mean that the, you know, gold lead hasn't really gone a huge amount of places in all kind of situations. Bin looking to try and make this one work. Still has the grand challenge, and I think BuBu recognizes a little bit there. I don't really need to take this Divine Thunderous Fiora on right now. I do not have my jungler in position to be able to make that one work. Rift Herald's going to be dropped now into the mid lane to try and maybe get some kind of plates here, but with hang off to the side and no real pressure coming out here from the side of BLG.
Don't get to crash this Herald.
Yeah,
This
I was
Herald is
gonna
going to
say.
be wasted.
That
That
was
seems like a bit of a miscalculation.
I don't know what was going on there because Yugao moved back towards the bot lane, the Nami kind of moved away. It just feels like they weren't really coordinating what they wanted to do, and then WE gotta say, cool, well, our Sejuani and our Azir are here, you're not gonna be able to dive us, so we're fine, and we're just gonna back ourselves away. But now, BuBu in a lot of trouble, but nicely done to kind of get himself away. But look at the damage, like, it doesn't matter what you do now in this lane, I'm sorry, you're gonna need someone else here, because you're 2 levels down, there's just nothing else you can do.
Yeah, and actually importantly there, you can see what Bin is doing. Yes, taking big trades, but in particularly in this case too, taking away the phase rush cooldown means that BuBu can't walk up to this next wave until that cooldown's back up. It means that Bin gets to control the next wave without fear of extra wave control. It means they can build the wave, and they can look for something on top side. BuBu is there, it's like, oh no, this is looking pretty bad,
He's
folks.
dead.
He has to walk up now, but he's just dead. He's
Yeah.
been drawn into the wave. You've died for the wave, not going to call work on that one.
Nope, not going to be worth it. What he did so well in game number 1 has not been working in game number 2. And similar to game number 1, 1 kill happens topside, another on the other side of the lane. Shanks just dies, loses his heal as well. And I feel like this game is just falling apart for WE. They can't hold the well that is, you know, the dam that is just building up for them right now. And it's just going to collapse upon their civilization.
This is very difficult stuff, WE. You're now sat here with basically no lane which can hold their own. You have a Lucian Nami which has hit the one item on the Lucian. You haven't even got the Imperial Mandate to worry about, which is of course huge for this combo as well. You have even more gold going into the Fiora, and it's not like the Rise isn't affecting plays as well. Of course that Realm Warp going to be very important once you're ahead, and Shanks just doesn't respect the damage coming through. And Flash a Gale Force a couple orders later, Shanks burns the Flash himself, and now not even are you in a dangerous spot as the Zig, you've lost your summoner too. Next couple of minutes, so difficult for WE to weather this storm. Maybe, again, we're looking at that next Sejuani ult, but it's hard stuff to contend with from BLG.
Yeah, it really is. I will say WE, though, have got themselves a couple of first completed items. They finally have the Eclipse here for BuBu, but not really going to do a lot in that top lane matchup, you would imagine. But with the pressure being on the bot side, you did see Yugao kind of covering that. They know he does not have a TP, or you would imagine they would be keeping an eye on that cooldown. So they say, cool, no Realm Warp, no TP. That's going to be our Rift Herald. So again, getting something there, good rotation from them. And again, you still have an Azir and a Zeri. If this goes to 2-3 items, that's when this game gets scary for BLG. You have to be very careful with how, I suppose, lackadaisical you want to be right now, because this can just end up kind of, you know, stalling out. We saw it in game number 1 where the goalie didn't really go many places. Rift Herald's going to be dropped down into mid lane as bot lane does go down. Elk puts down the culling, but it's not going to dissuade any kind of real take of this tower.
Yeah, really Shanks with that poke being the deciding factor in this play. So WE, they find something. They get that mid lane out of her. Maybe that means that they can get themselves some vision off this play as well, but now they're getting collapsed on. Yugao is around, could potentially flash over the wall as Bin was taking up the other side of things. WE, actually in quick succession, get 3 objective bounties back to back. That is significant. I was sat there thinking, oh, well, you know, BLG, they're just playing the split map, they're getting more things from the waves. Suddenly, with that amount of objectives down, you feel very happy now if you're WE. It's still not great. That side lane matchup still hasn't changed at all, but it is something. And that's better than what BLG could manage in that first game.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, it got a lot more than I expected. Yes, they're going to give this dragon. It is the Cloud Soul point going over to the BLG, but they're going to get another objective bounty. And I think this is a really good, cohesive call from WE. They're saying, look, we know what we want to go for. We're not going to try and force fights around so that we know we're going to lose around. We still haven't got the Radiant Virtue onto our Sejuani, so let's just keep getting gold. Let's just keep finding opportunities to keep in, you know, kind of in tow, I suppose, with the side of BLG. And don't forget, yes, you might be like, oh, they traded a tower for a tower, but the towers are worth more gold under objective bounties than they are against, you know, when they're not. So you're still getting a net positive in gold. And honestly, I like what they're doing for WE because they're not giving away more gold to BLG.
And also, mid lane turrets are more valuable than side lane turrets for the most part too, particularly when you have a team like WE, which is Not necessarily about winning side lanes like the Rise and the Fiora are for BLG, but more about being able to fight around objectives, like the Azir, like the Zeri, being able to shove mid in right the way up to the base at this point. So you've taken both the inner and the outer turrets as well from BLG. That is suddenly a lot better position than you would have thought WE should have had any right to be in, given how poorly they were losing individual matchups across the board. Now we have to sit and say, okay, ball's been dropped a little bit from BLG. The gold is back within, 3,000, 2,500. What are you going to do to accelerate this lead again? Because we were worried about it stalling out to an extent, but this is actively backslid at this point. You need to find a way to probably get a Realm Warp onto a side lane. Probably looking at Shun, thinking about it, get a Vial onto someone important. You see that Shun is hanging around the mid lane, but W doing a great job of just being around and making sure that they have the Sejuani ult in tow, making sure that they have Shanks here as well with that big amount of damage.
Oh, El gets clipped by the back end though. I was going to say he got a little bit slowed there, does lose the cleanse. They did get the Immortal Shield Bow out of Hope, and you can see him there with the cat on his back. He's just kind of scaling back up. The Fiora now joining in. They will have vision of Bin, so not going to overzealously move forward there. And again, we kind of go back to this little bit of push and pull between these two teams. With neither side having a mid lane tier 1, it becomes a little bit easier to get into these nooks and crannies of the jungle. And with all 5 members now available for BLG, they're kind of moving back towards this movement and seeing if they can maybe catch someone out. A flash from Yagao into a Rune Prison could be huge, but he knows he's going to have to wait a couple more seconds before anyone on his team could arrive, so they just backed themselves away. Very tense moments right now. It does feel like we're getting to a little bit of a boiling point where, again, if WE can survive to 2 items, 3 items, that's where this game starts to get a little less secure, shall we say, for BLG. They are still in the driver's seat. They are still doing very, very well for themselves, and the Fiora is always going to be a win condition, but can't count out an Azir and a Zeri for any, want of money or gold.
Yeah, so we have Soul coming up in 3 minutes. Last game, we looked at the Ocean Soul for Team WE, and we thought, yeah, that's pretty game ending. They have lots of ways to use that Soul. Cloud Soul is not awful for this BLG team, particularly the Fiora. Once you pop ult, having that extra ability to get move speed to run down your target of choice, very powerful. But it's not a team fight winning tool. And also, I look at WE. I think they are pretty okay to maybe, look to see if you can take away that dragon, sure, but maybe give that up and stall to something like an Elder, just keep around mid-priority, don't give up any free wins where you can give it, fight around Baron, fight around Elder, and stall out the game so you can reach those items. I don't think Soul gives a game-breaking advantage to BLG, but Shun, looking around those side lanes, that's something that we were looking for as well. If they're not going to be as fussed around objectives, WE, maybe they would be a bit more scared of being outplayed on side lanes. WE setting up in this mid lane low, and Elk is playing with fire, being so far from his team for that amount of time.
He's dashed. They're going to jump straight on top of him. They're going to be able to try and burst him out. He flashes, though, really nicely done. Hope gets taken out as well, so it's a 1-for-1. Both the 80 carries have been taken away. Flash forward, and they're going to try and catch the Yumi, but he cannot get it. Still maintains an equal trade, and again, we talk about this all the time in League of Legends. If it's an equal trade, the team behind is always winning.
And also for an equal trade, BLG are not in side lanes. They chose to fight in mid lane. This is a composition that wants to be splitting the map and either forcing WE to split across the map and then focus onto one part of it, or getting individual victories at that point as well. They get neither, they trade evenly, and yes, they're going to get themselves some mid lane priority, maybe some vision for what can happen around this objective. Shanks!
Oh, Bin with the cold ice in his veins, just holding that riposte for so long, forcing a flash out of Shanks and his ultimate. Let's have a look at this one here, because again, this was WE looking for Elk. You can see just how slippery it is to kill off this Lucian.
There's Bibi not quite on point with the skill shots, maybe trying to predict a flash, maybe trying to see what mobility could come out. But coming out of that replay really quickly, because 30 seconds up until this dragon spawns. Have to see how this one builds up. Actually, WE done a good job of maintaining some vision across the board for this, but how much work can they really get done? Bibi caught out, no flash.
Yeah, no flash. They're going to try and get him away from this one here. They're going to fully commit, though, with the Vi. And that's going to be a pretty easy pickup here for BLG to get themselves the cease and desist right down on top of them. And this is why the Vi is honestly such a really hotly contested jungler. That point-and-click CC is always going to be relevant, always going to be valuable for you in these team fights. And now, with the Shurima's Legacy popped up into the mid lane, you can see BLG haven't gone for the dragon just yet. They are going to get the Rune Prison down there onto the Sejuani, who's taking a fair bit of damage. The Tidal Wave come across, lands down on the 2. Oh, the bubble spells trouble. Bin looking to see if he can maybe work something here onto Hope, but 2 kills go over to BLG again. They're going to be able to take the Baron, probably the Dragon Soul as well. And what was WE holding is now kind of flooded against them. They are going to have a TP coming in here from BuBu, so decent poke should be able to come around the side as Baron does get started.
But why were they even fighting for this? Baron's going to be started up. They have a Shock Blast, as he was calling, and of course they do have Zerayumi, but still, with the Season's Assist coming off a cooldown shortly, it does feel like WE don't want to chance that fight. Bin going to have a look in towards this Dragon. I wonder if he wants to build that Dragon as BuBu. Zerayumi coming over quickly, though, and does look at least like WE can deny that soul, but now they have to deal with a potential Snowball Baron play. Got those onto all 5 members of BLG, everyone buffing up minions for this point in time, and now, even though it felt like WE didn't have to give that fight, now BLG can go back to what should be their preferred style of play, no objectives on the map, winning through side lanes, having Realm Warps, destabilizing the numbers across the map, and all I can think of in this replay is, why the heck are you fighting this? You don't lose to this Cloud Soul. You lose by giving up silly kills like that, which allow BLG to take 3 wins, take a Baron, take control of the map, and now you're in a much worse place than before you decided to look for that fight.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate situation there for Team WE. Like, you know, silver linings again is that they did get the soul away for the next few minutes at least, so they will not be dealing with that extra boost of stats. And like you said, someone like Fiora can definitely make the most out of that. We are going to see an ultimate miss there by Heng. So not going to be able to land that one onto Elk, and did have the cleanse anyway, so I don't think he was really in any kind of major danger. As they come now and try and make siege onto this mid lane turret. And I will say, you're still a very short range composition coming out here from BLG. Heng is
you might want to tell
burning
it to
down.
Elk. I don't think he's got a memo on that yet. Didn't even have to use that Gale Force. You know, actually, with that Gale Force, I wonder if that kills. Maybe could have blown the flash from Iwandi at least, but WE, basically worst case scenario for them in this case. They have to defend multiple lanes. They're not now able to bring BLG to a singular lane, and Hope is just getting destroyed.
Through barrier, through heal, he just about stays alive. Elk just about as well, so they will kind of back themselves away. On gets jumped on here. They're trying to make this one work, but where's your follow-up? I feel like that was a one-man mission as the tower was falling. BuBu trying to do something against Bin, who's just crushing in this side lane, and this is just so much pressure coming out now for BLG. WE don't really know what they have to do, and it feels like they're losing themselves because of the choice paralysis, and they're not able to make anything happen. Elk still survives. The rest of WE are not as fortunate, and that's going to be game number 2. We're going to a game number 3.
Easy as you like. Individual advantages for BLG eventually roll into WE losing their calm, losing their composure, and BLG, despite being well and truly locked out of game 1, WE, they can't find a way into this one just as easily. And that's the second Nexus falling in the series.
Second Nexus in favor this time of BLG. So it's now 1 apiece in the Xi'an Arena, Team WE home stadium. And this felt like what they wanted to do from game 1. It felt like BLG came into game 1 with a little bit of disrespect and kind of said, look, we are better, we know we're better, and they played as if they were ahead. And unfortunately for them in game number 1, that wasn't the case. They were not ahead in game number 1. They had to try and fight their way back, and they just weren't giving that same level. This time around, though, they found the advantages, like you said, the individual advantages. Bin became unstoppable, uncontainable. Elk was just weaving on that beautiful line between dying or inting and being a god, and just constantly being an absolute thorn in the side of WE. And for WE, they almost held it. It did feel like they could have maybe just kind of kept on. Like I said, they were getting close to that 3-item spike for the Azir and the Zeri. They just got impatient.
You are the master of diplomatic compliments. Elk, walking a line, it is a fine line, and it very much could have been one straw too many on the camel's back at that point. You can see that, of course, the Sejuani at that very last play, trying to dive in to kill that Lucian, didn't quite make it. If that Lucian dies there, suddenly you have an AD carry versus no AD carry. Stuff gets a little funky, but I have to say, a little bit disappointed in WE for that second game, considering everything that they showed in that first game in terms of knowing what could lose them the game, knowing what wins them the game as well in terms of how slow they could play at this composition. And it's a similar composition in this game too. It didn't feel like they needed to fight at that point where they just lost complete control of the game around that mid lane. Credit to BLG for realizing when the mistake had been made and having the go buttons this time in this game to actually force those fights. Having the Lucian, Nami, Spike, and playing around it much better in that first game. Shun actually being able to get involved in the game a little bit more than the Wukong, which had zero impact in that game one. BLG very much walking away from this the better team in that second game, but I still feel like WE could have pushed them harder. It's not done yet for BLG, and going into game 3, I'm not sat here thinking either of these teams has really got a leg up on the other between the two games we've seen so far.
Yeah, and again, I think we are seeing, like, you know, I suppose the similarities between game number 1 and game number 2. Game number 1, Bin and Elk are going crazy and they're dying. Game number 2, Bin and Elk are going crazy and they're winning. That's just kind of the difference. It's why, you know, we have such high praise and obviously, you know, so scathing reviews for both these players, is because they do play that line. They do play the line between, you know, god tier player and absolutely, you know, forever Inter, because that's just what they do. They will either go 3-0, 4-0 in lane and absolutely dominate you, or they will unfortunately give away a couple of kills, because that's just the kind of gameplay they go for. So I really do think that for BLG, it can be a little bit feast or famine. This time they're feasting, though.
I did find it quite funny there that the highest kill participation stat was actually BB with 2 kills the entire game. That's actually 100% kill participation in entirety of his team's kills. But that shows you, again, actually how WE couldn't really get themselves involved in the game that they wanted to as well. And then at the point where they chose to get involved, it felt like it was at the wrong time and in the wrong way. But seriously, looking at the way that both these teams have been drafting towards, if we're going to get a similar draft in that third game, we have now seen both sides of the equation of short range, more side lane kind of comp versus the objective setup, team fight, scaling, long range comp from WE. If we get a third game of this, it'd be really interesting to see if they could take the learnings from the first 2 games and apply that to a third.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm very excited to see what WE can kind of change right now, but it all comes down to the third and final game. A best of 3 effectively becomes a best of 1. We're going to set it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT! They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry her? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Schwan has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoyan cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte by there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4.
The 2v4.
Ruler is on another level as he burns through that boss. Going down, jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care
the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
我们下一轮打 WE 吧，然后 WE 也和我们一样，就其他的选手就换了很多吧。然后我觉得面对他们的话，就是我们需要给我们自己沟通做好吧。然后我觉得他们因为也是有一些新人嘛，然后还有一个经验丰富的教练吧。然后我觉得就注意他们前期的进攻嘛。但是我觉得我们应该可能会打得比他们更加凶吧。 下一场对阵 WE，然后他们下路是 Hope 和 Avandi 嘛，然后因为 Hope 也是就世界赛4强嘛，然后也是冠军 AD，然后我觉得面对他们的话，我希望我和欧恩就打出我们该有的水平吧，然后也是面对老东家，就是说让他们等着看吧。
We'll see. I like the little things he puts in there as well. Kind of saying like, we'll just play aggressive. That they did in both game 1 and game number 2. So, of course, game number 2 far better, far more positive, shall we say, than game number 1. And of course, the man on your screen, Elk, is our MVP for game number 2. No surprise, he was doing exceptional amounts of damage.
So we've now had a kind of a back and forth between Hope MVP game 1.
Oh my god!
Elk
Sorry, I saw the damage percentage.
Game 2 and. Oh my word, I hadn't seen that either. You rarely see anything above, look, even in a good game, 35%, 33% is a huge amount. That is an absurd amount of carrying for that team, but when you see the amount of combos coming in from the Lucian Nami combination, that in turn with everyone avoiding mid on the other side of the map, it does make a lot of sense because it felt like Elk and On were continually applying pressure in a way that they just couldn't in game 1.
Yeah, it just felt like they played the same way, but this time around they got the advantages they were looking for. And even here, like, this shows you the power of the Lucian Nami, the fact that they were able to move in with that 2-level difference onto something as safe as an Azir and still get the kill. That's how incredibly powerful this duo is. Why we are so... honestly, just so expectant of this thing being banned away just because of the way things go. And there we go. BLG now going to ban it away themselves as they look to try and take away the Yuumi and the Lucian. I did hear in my ear, I was going to say, I did hear in my ear that BLG were on red, but it looks like they're going to be on blue.
Well, with the bans here, it surely has to be... Well, with the Kindred on red side, that's towards Shun, so that's got to be BLG on that blue side. But I'm very surprised that BLG... they first picked that Lucian Nami in game 1. They still got it in the second round in game 2. And that was with the Varus ban. They thought, hey, you know, we can finally make this work. They're banning away themselves now, which is a little surprising for me. Because does this open up a Varus first pick for yourselves now at this point? They've only played the one game of it, have Elkanon this season so far. But with that being said, I mean, you've got Ryze as your first pick option, you have Ashe available, you have the Vibe, which is very important. But this is what I'm wondering. When you're banning away both the Yuumi for the Zeri Yuumi and then the Lucian Nami as well, they go towards the Varus. We saw how powerful that was for Hope and Awandi in game 1, and now we have to see a different bot lane coming out of WE. Maybe Zeri Lulu could work, but something like Ashe, Caitlyn, similar double range kind of AD carries could also be a fitting response.
Yeah, I mean, it can just be a little bit more. I will say, of course, taking away the Ashe from the Varus combination does make a lot of sense in my head, but of course there are plenty of things that can work just as well with the Varus. The Heimerdinger, as you mentioned, is something that can just pop up. Now, with the Vibe being picked up here, it has been the, honestly, in my opinion, the difference maker between these two teams, between these two setups in the early game, having that early game jungler that can just be a bit more aggressive.
Give us the Shin Italy.
I would love it. I would love it, but don't think it's going to happen just yet. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh, I lied. Nidalee locked and loaded, and they're going to go with the Renekton. Yes, this has been Shun. This has been Shun.
So, if we're talking about Vibe being the difference maker, I would cast the lens a little wider, zoom it out a bit, because I think it's about winning early jungle matchup. Nidalee tends to win most early jungle matchups, especially when you have something like a Renekton. It's that guaranteed CC. Now, what goes unsaid about this is that the Renekton can be flexed between both mid and top. I believe Yagao did play a bit of that Renekton mid last year. I think most people did in the LPL. It was a very popular pick for that one. But this can go towards mid, it can go towards top. And now you're sat here as WE, you have yourself a Jhin Ashe, which is very hard to interact with as 2v2, the very long range, much in the same way that we saw the Ashe Varus. You're sat there just half a screen away, a full screen away, casting your ultimates, and things get... What maths equation is that? What? Sorry, I just got... What? Anyway, right, back to things. You have to blind pick your one of your solo lanes on 4 here for WE, and then you have to then see if the Renekton is going to go into it. You have to pick something which is good into a Renekton plus any other pick in the lane which you're picking for. And that's a very difficult thing to do. Renekton is a very different champion to a lot of mid lane champions if you want to blind pick that. And if you're going to go towards that top lane counter pick is a tale as old as time.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what the value of red side gives you. It gives you that solo lane counter pick, but like you said, the BLG kind of saying, okay, well, we're going to go with the Renekton. There's not really a lot you can do about it. Yagao can play it, Bin can play it. I would personally think it would be going into Bin. It does fit his very aggressive style, especially comboed in with something like the Shun. Get those isolated kind of jungle setups with that 2v1 or even 2v2. But now with the Karma being banned away, they're just trying to cover a lot of bases. I feel like WE are feeling a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of possibilities available to them. They were kind of saying, like you said, oh, we got to cover for top lane, but damn, we got to make sure that the Varus doesn't get anything exceptional. Oh, wait, crap, we got to make sure this doesn't happen. And little things like that are kind of scaling against them. I will say, I would imagine to see them pick up their mid lane here. I don't think they would want to try and go blind into top. Or maybe they do, and they're going to go lock in the Sion. Still fairly safe. Guy's got a lot of just kind of being a meatball scaling, so happy to kind of go with that one for the moment. But I will say, if a Renekton Nidalee is in the top side and gets ahead of this Sion, you're in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. Now, Sion can eclipse this combo, where you don't dive it early and deny it a wave. Things get kind of awkward. We're gonna see Yagao's Azir come back out. This is now very dangerous to WE in regards to that top side, because you're likely going to have a pushing mid lane from Yagao. I think you might have to lock in something like a Rise just to contest that even. And what that means is that you're likely to have top mid push into top lane dive and a roaming pike on top of it. I'm sat here like looking at Biu on this Sion. You know, we talk about how you can eclipse this combo in the top side if you don't get dove, if you survive early. Good luck, WE. Good luck. Everything is push and roam, head towards top, give it a good dive.
I mean, look, I love everything about this composition from BLG. I love the fact that it's aggressive. I like the fact that it's going to be, we live and die by the sword. We go ham and either we come home with dinner or we go home as dinner. There is no other way for this particular setup coming out right now for BLG. And for WE, they've got exceptional scaling. They have got such amazing front-to-back team fight if they can get to those 2-3 item points. BLG are not going to allow them to get there.
No.
That's what's going to be the difference maker here, is that if BLG can get ahead, this game could be literally one of the fastest, and we've already had a pre-20-minute game this split.
And looking at particularly On's pike pick as well, he started this series on a Nami, which was basically sashimi. It was diced up, it was put onto the docks, and just left there to be fed on. Now picking up the Blood Harbor Ripper himself, this pike can, one, shrug off a lot of the poke from the Ashe and the Varus, particularly with that, kind of like the Grey Health passive. I can't exactly remember what it's called for the pike. I know it's Grey Health for Tahm Kench, but being able to walk up to that lane, fish for a hook, even if you get poked out, dip into a bush, dip into fog of war. Yeah, I know, occasionally I drop those in there. Recover that HP and then go again. That's a very powerful tool versus these 2v2s. And if you do hit a hook, it's actually very good damage from the pike on the hook as well, compared to even other hook champions like the Thrash, the Nautilus, the Blitzcrank, and stuff like that. Pike actually does a significant amount of damage himself, especially with something like a Hail of Blades. We could be looking at another 2v2 isolated on the bot side of the map and just going absolutely crazy. And the winner of that gets to influence your prize is you get to influence the top side of the map, and that could be the turning point for this game. If BLG get ahead in this bot lane and get to go top side, I don't see how WE stabilize.
And look, under normal circumstances, if this was probably any other league in the world, a lot of people will be looking at this composition and going, what the hell? What is this? What's going on? This makes no sense. You've lost draft. Go next. All that. But it's the LPL. It's BLG. This is literally like something that we love to see for these teams, because it is, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It's feast or famine. It is literally you go in and you fill up your belly, or you are in the belly and you have just given over a crap ton to the WE. There is no two ways about it. But that's why we love it, because it is such a, you can't just sit back, relax, scale up, look for those small little moments. Okay, it's a 2,000 gold lead in our favor. We're all going to win. And then 33 minutes later, the game's over. This is a hard, fast, loose combination that has to get ahead early, that has to find picks, because after a while, it's just not going to do as well.
We did see that WE did deal with a similar archetype, or at least in regards to an early game composition from BLG in that first game. Even in the second game, you can argue that it was kind of early game, short range composition, trying to get ahead of the curve of the game and then trying to stay ahead at that point. WE succeeded in the first game, lost in that second game, and now they get one more shot. Double range bot lane this time. See if On can get up and land the level 1 hook. This could be very dangerous. If they move up, you could be getting into hook into a couple of Halo Blades autos, but On not able to find any poke himself just yet. But again, just hanging beyond the wave. Not the same level of level 1 dominance that this... Oh, there we go, flash hook!
There it is, flash hook in onto Hope. He does get the heal. The Ignite is ticking down. He should be able to heal himself back up now within that brush, so good trade in here. Yeah, that's the passive.
So this is exactly what we were expecting of from this. Pyke walks up, gets a hook, gets Hail of Blades down, pops the Ignite, and suddenly this double range bot lane, which crushed Elkin On in that first game, is not going to be ahead. It's only that first level. Now you're hitting that level 2, but control already been achieved. This allows Nidalee to go in, allows them to counter jungle, and now suddenly if we have this wave push coming up, now let's see what Elkin On can do with this one lane that they've managed to get across.
Oh, both junglers going to find themselves now as the smite comes down here for Shun to guarantee that camp. Nice little pounce away. Shank's trying to move over, but Yagao has to try and bail out his jungler. Shun going to look to try and get over the wall. He pounces forward. They flash in, but he's in the waiting arms of Iwandi. They get the hook down, but the deadly flourish is just that deadly to you, Shun. Yagao goes forward, has to flash back. They're trying to get the damage down with this Varus, but they just cannot. Good hook, not going to land right between the posts. 3 points and a penalty. And WE get themselves first blood. And the great thing is, they have to keep going. They can't just let this one go because they talked about this composition. They can't just let it happen. Shanks is going to be flashing away. Flash by On, and now Elkin On in such a bad position. It's all going to hell. And it has to continue, Nymera, because this BLG comp can't function without gold.
They've just got to keep going, and it is so hard to see this keep going. Again, Shun just has to go again and again and again. So many flashes blown, so many opportunities to land a kill, but now just a few minutes into the game, WE, they walk away with 1,000 gold between those 2 kills, and suddenly you're looking at this Pyke and this Varus, which won the level 1. They committed that flash, they committed the Ignite to get some control over the bot side, but BLG couldn't quite coordinate well enough to see that into actually winning an entire side of the map outside of just winning those last couple of waves in the game. What the heck is this replay going to go towards? We're going to go through the whole thing. So invade onto this bot side, but even though the trade was won by BLG's bot lane, it didn't lead to them being able to roam first. You don't have the Pyke W yet, which is very important in terms of being able to get to these plays early. Yeah, you get a hook onto Hope, but you can't even combo onto that well enough yet because Elk wasn't there quickly enough to get an arrow across, get an E across to get that extra slow. And WE, they had kind of the defender's advantage, being on their own side of the map and being able to respond a little quicker to these plays because they're just closer to the play when it's happening. But BLG, this could have gone so well for them, but they are punished for their over-aggression.
Oh, we're going to see them going top side.
Not
and
again.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is going from bad to worse. This is getting desperation already. This is the Nidalee Renekton combination that you want to be seeing that has to go top side, and it's just being answered. Look, I'm not saying it's a good comp. I'm not even going to say that it's an okay comp. I'm just saying I enjoy seeing this kind of aggression because it makes the games fun, but for BLG, this is not fun.
Thing is though, like, I actually liked this composition, called it out in that draft, says, wow, you can really punish so many ways across the map. But that is a blade which cuts both ways. This is a double-edged sword, and you know we're talking about the whole eat or be eaten, this sea monster kind of analogy. This is Jack Sparrow diving into the Kraken's mouth, and this ain't looking so happy now for BLG. You're sat here as Team WE, you have a Vi, which is incredibly ahead of the curve. They're going to get to their first items much quicker, and when this Vi has been a big difference maker in the first 2 games, as you called out in that draft, being able to be ahead of the curve and being able to engage, very, very important, but we're still fighting this bot lane.
Good cleanse, stops the Ignite from keep going down. Hang is around, is going to be spotted as they pop down a double pink just in case. Elk gets caught out by the deadly flourish. Ooh, just a hair's breadth away from landing that Q from Hang, but not going to be it in the end. He does lose his heal. And I love the aggression coming out now
Oh,
from
hi,
WWE.
Shanks.
They smell blood in the water. Shanks is coming in. They notice Shun is there. They're going to use the Realm Warp. He might want to take that. Never mind. He's going to take it anyway. The Deadly Flourish lands again. He gets auto-attacked by the Vi, and that's going to be 3-0-1 for Heng. Now Yagao is here. Has got the Emperor's Divide should he need it. Iwandi's trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Will sacrifice himself for the benefit of his team. The spear lands, but you can't follow up just yet. The Deadly Flourish into the Rune Prison means that Yagao can't follow up. Flash in. Predicted the movement. Very nicely done there by On. And look, BLG aren't dead yet.
Not just yet. Diving into the Kraken's mouth, but they're bringing with them a bit of armory, a bit of weaponry with them to try and cut their way out of this mess. Getting a kill, getting the shutdown onto Pyke, actually pretty good in this situation. Because Pyke is a lethality builder, getting that 600 gold shutdown means maybe you're going to get yourself towards something like an Umbral Glaive early. Maybe that can be something to play around when that item is finally completed. But WWE, they are committing to this craziness as well. Shanks getting that roam down. Yagao joining just afterwards. It does feel like as soon as that kind of the clarion call is made, that call to battle, everyone across the map is following up to it. But this time, it's not in WE's jungle. This time, it's actually on
Nice predict.
BLG's side of the map. And as we said, On does walk away with an awful amount of gold. Double Dirk now picked up for the Varus and the Pyke. They find themselves somehow at a gold advantage. I'd imagine because of the CS lead being accrued in this top side as one of those plates, but doesn't help when you're taking double tower shots there.
Does he get soloed here? I don't think he does. It would be very difficult for BuBu to actually get it down without really any other mana, but that was a bit close for comfort there for Bin. He doesn't want to be taking that many trades too often. The funny thing is, despite all things that have been happening in the early game, it's actually going to be a gold lead for BLG because Bin is smashing in this early game. And look, again, regardless of Nidalee kind of, you know, throwing it away in that first little skirmish around that blue buff on the red side, it's still a Nidalee. You are still going to be farming like an absolute crazy person right now. And it's just going to be so easy for you to be able to kind of accrue these leads. And this is where the pace of the game gets a bit breakneck, gets a bit harder for WWE to kind of sustain off.
We'll, of course, ask everyone to consider the fact that BLG's composition probably needs to be further ahead than this. This is 1,000 gold lead, but given how much they've been fighting, they could have been further ahead. Maybe they should be as well. You've got First Dragon going up towards WE, whereas you've got ults coming in, looking for WE to start the fight now.
There's a nice Emperor's Divide. Yagao does flash away and gets himself some shifting sands. Skirts his way back to safety. Flashbow over the Chain of Corruption. It's all go, go, go! Because you cannot stop this BLG train. The Rift Herald did get dropped in mid lane, but it will be killed before it gets to do its favorite thing. Shelly shall go unsatisfied into the gray screen, but this game is starting to heat up. This game is starting to get some more kills. We're still on par for a kill a minute, a little bit behind at the moment, but look, I'm sure BLG are going to fix that soon.
Yeah, just in case you hadn't got the message across yet that we're fighting this game, BLG once again find themselves going forward. It does cost a flash, it does cost an ultimate from that Varus, having the flash away from that particularly into the Realm Warp, into the long-range engage from everyone across the map from WE. That might be a price they play later, but for now, it's golden pocket, and being able to catch out that bike, get double buffs over as well. Again, it's just keeping the tempo, the pace of the game up further and further, and Shun continuing to be up in the face of WE. But that Realm Warp, as it's coming in, Elf doesn't have flash.
He doesn't have flash, but Shanks kind of in a little bit of a bad place. Hope pops down the curtain call, but Yagao is there. Remember, he doesn't have flash. He doesn't have his Emperor's Divide yet either. Shanks using that phase rush to good avail. Gets himself away. No harm, no foul, but
we have 80 carries with like 60 CS in 10 minutes.
I was gonna say.
This is not going to happen in professional League of Legends, folks.
No, you've been corrupted by regular League of Legends. This is the LPL, my dude. There is no standard. There is only go forward. There is only blood for the blood god, and there is only the kills on the board.
In the grim darkness of the far future of the LPL, there is only fighting. You don't have time to hit these minions, and BLG trying to once again find themselves in those fighting situations. The longer this goes and the more items there are on the Jhin and the Ashe and the Ryze, the harder this gets, because when you're diving forward right now, flashing forward with a Ryze ult, with a Varus ult, flashing forward, trying to go forwards as that Nidalee, that's all well and good. Try that at 25 to 30 minutes into those items. You will just get popped, especially if Sion is there holding that door closed too. So BLG once again trying to continue getting more gold to themselves. Going look for this dive.
Oh, this dive is looking pretty damn good. They will get the flash out of BuBu. And that tower almost getting taken out as well. So they'll get full plates, you would imagine, onto this Renekton. And this is why I wanted to see Bin on the Renekton. It just fits his style of play, that aggressive bruiser fighter kind of style that he can just constantly be harassing on. That's why I was scared as well for the Sion, because when you fall behind, it doesn't become that easy for you to try and bring this one back. L's going to get CC'd up right now. There's an enchanted crystal arrow that's going to hit nobody. The heal will do nothing. And that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate kill over to the side of WE. They'll take it with gracious arms, but definitely not what BLG wanted.
No, not at all. Again, Elk called out earlier, didn't have that flash. This is the payment for that. We see that Elk's actually gone for the Edge of Night first item. So you have that spell shield. It's not going to be the Ghost Blade. It's literally just there being, I need to take the first cooldown. There's top side. Cooldown's being used onto Bin, but well, he's got Shanks in tow. Maybe that can help turn it around.
There's going to be the flash from Bin. He does not have Dominus, so he's going to be taken very low. You can see the slice and dice. Flash forward, Ruin Prison, into the Smackdown. They even reposition. Shutdown goes over. It is a nice little kill for WE. However, the turret and full plates did go over to BLG and to Bin. He's also about 45 CS ahead or something like that, so it's definitely a small window or small win, but BLG is going to get a fair bit off of this now.
I have to say, that's going to be 2-3 plates, and of course the shutdown gold going over to Shanks as well, considering how dangerous Bin has been in that side lane. Important to track where that gold has gone over into the pockets of WE. Looks like he's going for the Prowler's Claw build. Black Cleaver first, a bit more percent armor shred versus the tanky Sion. But if you are going forward, having that extra gap closer in the Prowler's Claw will be seen awful lot of players, particularly Strive actually on Roretten, had a really good couple of Prowler's Claw mid-Renekton games. Being able to impact the fights, get on top of someone like this Jhin and the Ashe who want to be stood as far away as possible. Anything to make their options more limited. Very important for BLG to use. Now the question is, where's the next play coming? Bin, teleport back up towards that top side. Pushed out that top side. Made sure that WE can't be leaving their own side of the jungle. You've got a Umbral Glaive built up for On as well. Important to track that, as looks like Varus and Pyke, after dying in that bot side, taking up shop in the mid lane. They need to be keeping up this pressure. WE, where are you going to be fighting next?
They're not going to be fighting at this dragon, and I was actually going to bring this up very quickly, is that yes, BLG are fighting all the time. They want to be fighting with this early kind of, mid to early, or early to mid power spike, but, and I think this is a big but that kind of comes into it, On should be fine, you would imagine. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Look, you miss all the shots you don't hit, or you don't take, but definitely did not hit that one. On gonna go forward, and he's gonna bring the Vi with him as well. Chain of Corruption comes out to try and help him out, but that does not stop auto attacks. They're gonna have the Curtain Call come out. The Ignite not gonna be enough to take down the Vi, and that's just another kill for a dragon. Before this all happened, as I was going to say, it's actually really good for WE that they got the first dragon in the game, because it stops early stacking. It stops the fact that BLG want to try and force them into early fights before they can scale.
Here comes Ben.
Now, though, the Vi is very, very low. Shank's going to get jumped on here, but the Q is going to be soaked in here by the top laner of WE. The Rift Herald should be secured, and they're going to get the Realm Warp out before anyone can collect the Eye. So it's not going to be a collection, but it is a denial, and WE, they're playing the game of, look, we just need to stall.
Yeah, and that's working out pretty okay for them right now. You can see, again, shades of what we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 minutes as well. On the Pyke, looking to continue to fight, but not having the stats to do so. Certainly not having the HP, of course, on Pyke. You kind of forget about it sometimes. You're not really allowed to build HP on the champion. It actually converts into attack damage. Your base HP is very high. But they didn't want Pyke to be like this tank engage champion. They wanted to kind of force him into the assassin route, and that means that you do definitely fall apart at points.
Oh,
Bin getting absolutely bounced.
Yeah, welcome to the bounce house. And he is dead. Look, this Renekton's good. He's very powerful, but if you keep getting caught out like this, that's not going to spell very good for your team. And all of a sudden, we were praising BLG. Yes, they are still ahead. Don't get it twisted. But it's 6 kills now onto the Vi. And if you could just have a front line with this Vi and Sion that can just survive, you have so much power now as WE.
Yeah, it turns out if you're looking to kill the first target, if the first target has an awful lot of gold, an awful lot of levels in HP, that becomes a lot more difficult. You don't have a Dragon up now, you don't have a Herald up, you don't have a way for BLG to force WE to come to a fight. And moving in numbers, securing their side lanes, BuBu stabilizing this matchup in the top side as much as possible, despite not even having their Mythic. This Sion is okay. They've taken the early game brunt of a lot of what BLG wanted to do towards that top side, and now WE, despite being behind in that goal, again, just ask everyone to consider this. How far ahead do you think BLG should be with this comp? How far ahead should they be? I think there needs to be an awful lot more of this, because suddenly those kills are going to be coming back with a lot more sting. It's going to be a lot harder to finish these off, and WE, they have their own ways to force these fights as the arrow goes wide.
Yeah, the arrow goes wide, but I will say that was because On actually saw the Vi. The Vi then gets spotted out. Flash has to be used there. If that spear lands at max range, you can imagine it being a pretty bad situation. But BLG, they want to try and go for this fight. They're going to jump straight in on top of the Pyke, who dies first. It's a trade, though, of support for Jungler to shut down, going over onto the 6-kill Vi. Not quite fully tanky just yet. We will see Yagao and Shun kind of taking a brunt of the damage right now. The TP came down from Bew to try and defend, but while it's been happening, look at the top side. Bin, he's just going to sit here. He's going to take himself another tower, so he is not going to be grouping up anytime soon. He is built to try and take out Bew, make Bew's life a living hell, and that's all he wants to do.
Well, he's did a pretty good job of that. Again, that CS advantage growing larger and larger, but once again, on the Pyke, not finding it easy to survive through to even be able to cast something like Ultimate. It didn't have it on, didn't have the cooldown in this particular play, I believe, at the start of it, or at least it's on cooldown as we came out of it. But arrow misses. Maybe that inspires BLG to walk forward, find their own entrance into this play. But again, they are not tanky. They are not able to survive the first kill. On walks up and goes, yeah, look at this hook. Gets absolutely blasted. This is so unhappy for this Pyke to walk into these kind of plays. Even though it's a 1-for-1, it is not easy for BLG to keep playing as fast-paced as they were, because it is very easy for them to get shut down.
Oh, they're going to have another arrow come out. There's the curtain call as well. And Bin, he's not very tanky. They're going to try and force the flash out of Shun. Ooh, that's half your HP. I want to be very, very wary of that. But top lane now, the pressure here. You're still only about 3,000 gold. They flash forward. They're trying to get onto Shun, who pounced away, so he's not going to be dying just yet. Now On's in a little bit of trouble. They still have the ultimate from the Vi, so you got to be very, very careful. They've got the cease and desist. The Realm Warp is just good enough to take Shanks out of that one there. Did have to use his flash, and Bew is just playing PvE right now. And you can see both top laners want to play PvE. They don't want to be a part of the big fights right now until very much later on.
Well, I think Bew just doesn't want to interact with the Redacted at all. Just anywhere that Redacted is, this Sion doesn't want to be. It's been building up to deal with that champion, and Shanks very timely escaping that top side. Good hook over the wall.
Yeah, he's dead. Nothing you can do there, Hang. You're just going to have to die, and that's going to be a fair few of the ultimates used there, but nevertheless, it is still a kill for a kill. You also get the passive there from the Pyke.
The cut.
Cut, yes, absolutely. As we're all pirates here, nyar. Anyway, sorry, I've been reading Ruination. There's a lot of pirates.
Hey, I very much enjoyed myself the Rune King game. Pyke was in that game, of course. He's a pretty good character in that. Enjoyed his
More
thing.
pirates.
He was very good at doing all the single target damage stuff. Oh look, he's doing that again in Summoner's Rift. Turns out he's very good at that in League of Legends when he's actually allowed to live and commit to these team fights. Has that Umbral Glaive, has himself another Duck in inventory, and the first shutdown, I believe, from that ultimate has come through. A little bit of extra gold coming through to the side of BLG. Again, just trying to push that accelerator down as much as possible. Umbral Glaive helping them here to keep as much vision control as they possibly can, but WE, they've not been shying away from their own engages either. We already knew that this Vi had so much gold to work with. 6 kills alongside having a healthy amount of CS2. Of course, Nidalee, you can't really compare the two, as you were calling out earlier. Nidalee just keeps farming. You blink, and half the jungle is just hoovered up into the Cougar's mouth. And WE, though, still at a point where I think they're pretty okay, sitting at a 2,000 gold deficit. You've got Shanks, loads of gold on this rise as well. 3-0 and 4, being able to build up into a tankier and tankier build as well. Once you get to Roa Seraphs, that Pyke, not going to be able to pick off someone like that Rise as easily either. Got both those items in inventory, and WE, again, it does feel like they're getting ever so close to just cresting a gold lead, which BLG will find very hard to fight back from.
That's it as well. Like, and we look at the gold lead. You mentioned it very briefly there. We saw as the gold values came up for a brief second on the scoreboard, but it is 1,000 for Bin. You know, again, he's 50 CS up, not to be, you know, kind of taken away from him and how well he's done in the top side, but it's also only about 1,000 for the Varus, so you're not really, you know, pushing further and further ahead.
There's teleport, here comes Sion.
full Scion going to be coming in. They're going to jump straight in onto the first target they find, and that is Shun. Look at BuBu. He doesn't care. He's 1v4, and he's not even going to die. They used everything on him right there, and he flashes forward. Yagao goes golden. Hope's going to try and get caught out here, and he gets taken out. BLG, you bought your time, but I think that time is done. I think the ticking clock has gone against you, and all of a sudden WE have scaled.
Yeah, that wave was cresting. The Kraken's mouth starts to close in. WE, they teleport in with, yeah, a Scion that's 1,000 gold behind, but BuBu doesn't care. How much power is left in the tank here for BLG?
Nicely done there. Gets himself the ultimate off with the pike, gets himself a kill, and there's a lot of poke to come out here, and you're not taking this Baron exceptionally quickly. Bin flashes away. There's a lot of low health bars right now. This Baron acting like a third man right now for this two-man of BLG. Flashes forward. Oh, he gets the smite down just before he dies with his dying breath. Heng says he will survive and do his job, do his duty to his team. WE, they get the Baron, and again, it's more stall tools. We saw that BLG still have opportunities, but WE are closing that door ever so slowly.
Yeah, it's an interesting take on stalling, just actually speeding up in the other direction and saying, we'll fight you once we have our items to do so. Baron gone, Gold League gone, and where does it come from? It comes from the Scion, who is super far behind, but who gives a damn. He sits there and he does his job. No, the Scion isn't doing huge amounts of damage. Yes, he is actually getting relatively quickly shred by this 1v4 briefly in that backline, but it doesn't matter. You have the Ashe and the Varus who are able to do damage. Shanks being able to get into things as well. And BLG, if they don't end the fight on the initial engage, things fall apart super quickly for this team at this point in the game. It's past 20 minutes. No one's surviving the initial combos for them.
Yeah, it is past 20 minutes. They're not even on the Dragon Soul, so even if WE don't feel comfortable going for this any kind of, fight, they don't have to. They've got Rise pushing in the bot side. On just trying to do is what he can, but Chain of Corruption comes out here onto BuBu, and yeah, like that's a full combination. Half his health, well done, but it's not really going to mean much else. I will say one spear of half health on Iwandi does make it a bit more significant. BuBu going to be stopped on his back, does not have teleport to try and get back in here, but Deadly Flourish landing there onto Shun does keep BLG a little bit more honest. And yeah, I mean 4v5 and still WE are not really that phased. They're not really that bothered.
Yeah, particularly when you have someone like Shanks that can hold the door closed on one side of the fight as well. Bin not even willing to walk up to that Rise. So much gold, has double buffs to his name and that Baron buff. Being able to allow him to fight around minion waves just that little bit easier as well. BLG, I don't know if you really want to dive that. I think you're happy to play this a little slower. You're grouping up in that mid lane, Dragon spawning. Maybe don't throw it on the Reluctant, who, if you get into melee range, can do some damage.
They're going to try and look for him, but a good flash there from Shanks keeps him safe. So you've used the flash from On. That's a big engage tool no longer available. I don't even know where that was going, Iwandi. Where were you thinking that was going to happen? Speaking of where are you going, you see Heng trying to see if he can get out of this one here. Doesn't have the flash, but the Javelin toss does not land. The hook afterwards, that one does. Piercing arrow into Chain of Corruption. They're going to try and turn this one back around. They're going to see both junglers going golden as BuBu is there. It's a 2v1 on the bot side though as Shanks is dealing with Bin. They've lost their Vi with 2 seconds until Dragon. Yagao moving forward. Deadly Flourish does land and they go straight in on top of him and he's dead. But a piercing arrow from L keeps this alive for the side of BLG. Both TPs coming in. That's going to be Bin and Shanks joining this fight. It's a 4v3. WE do not have their jungler though. I think you just got to give this one up again. You're scaling, you have a Rise, you have a Jhin, you're fine, just relax.
Just relax has not been something they've been doing an awful lot of this game, and BLG are certainly all eyes on these fights. They're teleporting back in. They're not relaxing. They're seeing what they can get out of this.
They're going to see if they can go for something else. There's the Ashe Arrow here as BuBu is just a wall of health bar, but it's getting lower and lower the longer he stays in the fire. They are going to land a couple more poke, and again, WE, just calm down. You don't need to go this aggressive. You are the scaling team. You have infinite scaling with a bloody Scion. You don't need to go for these.
Well, I think Scion has already sat there as like, you may have banned away Jax, but I have his shoes. The Jax show does so much work when you go into these 1vx scenarios, being able to kind of like drain tank off of them in that place. And does manage to get out alive, but it's a little showcase of what you can see from the Scion as a front line. But Scion isn't able to frontline every side of a fight, and that's where things get a little awkward. Scion's not in position to protect the Vi, who's got a little too deep, not in position to even protect someone in, like, you can actually see in the minimap down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Rise is actually in a 1v2 for a little bit of this play too, but where Sion is in the fight, WE are winning right now. Elk doing a great job of managing to pick at least one kill off of that, getting onto Soul Point, onto something to fight around. But it is a minor win in the grand scheme of things to keep them, again, just trying to find themselves extending the timer which has been put on their composition, because it is a very harsh game for them to fall behind in, and they definitely have by this point.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can put it, is they have fallen behind. They have, well, they're equal.
But don't pay attention to the gold. The gold's not important.
Yeah.
Look at the way that they're playing this game. The gold
True.
means very little, but Sion has that little gold and can still do what he's doing. It's just the gold efficiency and how these teams are playing out. BLG, they need more from this game. They are finding it very hard to win where they were earlier in the game.
It's very, very true. Also, a complete tangent that has absolutely nothing to do with the game,
Give it to
but
me.
it caught my ear and it caught my eye. You said that the Jax was banned, but I have his shoes for the Jax show, and I was just like, are they shoes? So I have to like really zoom in on the
no,
on
they're
the
not.
thing. I think
it's
a
called
mask.
Jack's show. It's called Jack's show. Jack's
I know. I understand now, but you understand. I'm trying
Thank
to
you.
explain where my brain went.
So I'll make it.
Like,
You know what? Next
are
time,
they shoes?
just for you, I'll make it easier next time. I'll make
Thank
it like
you.
really crystal clear how
helps me,
stupid of a
man.
joke I'm making.
It helps
every
me
little
in
helps.
It's not about you. It's about me. Let's just make that clear.
Oh, look on the
What?
wall.
On, trying to see if he can get something out again. I don't think he wants this. He's going to try and get down Mr. President, but everyone's already piled in. 2 kills to Shanks. He's 6-0-7 as he gets himself a double kill. And that could just be Baron again, because you've lost your mid laner and your support. You don't really have engage now. You don't really have the vision control. Shun could get taken out right now just by Shanks, who's soaking up all these ultimates. BLG on the backside, just kind of being a nuisance. And this is just BLG going to have to go for something. They can't let this Baron go.
But they can't. How do you get past the Sion? This is a disaster for BLG. They were crushed in game 1. They returned the favor in game 2. And in game 3, it feels like they've just run out of options and been caught alone on a side lane. How's he going to make it out of this one?
There's an enchanted arrow, but it goes by, and oh, the train flashed away. You will not be getting my ticket today, as being should be able to keep himself alive. Look, it's a silver lining.
What?
He has done exceptionally well, but he's only 1 in 5, so he's
4 ultimates.
Yeah.
He gets Rise ulted on. He dodges the Ash arrow. He dodges the Sion. What?
Well, he's not only going to get out with his life, he might also get out with a kill. Because they're going to try and jump on the BLG, but then the TPs are coming in. They get the buy coming in here as well. They do have the Hawk Shot coming out. And this time around, Bin, you have nowhere to go. You came back to give us in. So nice. So lovely to see that kind of sportsmanship within players. Saying like, all right, guys, you used enough to try and kill me. I'll give it back to you.
Of all the players you want to be aggressing onto, maybe not BLG. We've tried this before. Maybe not that tanky Sion. That's a really good spear, though, onto Hope. Just wondering if that forced the flash away. Italy can feel so ineffective in late game, but one spear lands. We just got a bit of a reminder there that Shun does damage.
Shun indeed does damage. Night Harvester alongside the Zonya's Hourglass. Now on, kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. If he's not too careful, will go into his shroud to make sure that he is under the depths of water, murky waters, to make sure he does not get caught. But yeah, honestly, like right now, your composition is looking for a mistake from WE. BLG's comp does not do well into what WE have built. Have built for themselves, and it's just going to become harder and harder. I'm going to say it right now. I love that Elk went for the Prowler's Claw. More aggression. Get in their faces. You know what? You know what you need to be as an AD carry with range? In melee range. That's what you need to be.
Yes, I love that so much. Because for me, it also signals we don't win by killing the Vi on the side. We've got to kill someone else, but you've got to hit them. Where's your damage?
I mean, it's dead. They got all the CC down. They just piled it onto the kitty cat. Nidalee shall go down. The Cougar no longer here, but yeah, this game is pretty much over. The piercing arrows are doing nothing to BLG. BLG could just walk forward, and he has to be respected.
Well, Yagao literally just said, yo, I'm going to go push top lane. Doesn't have the teleport, but that leaves WE free to engage on the bot side. Dragon was up. BLG looked for a cross map. Seriously punished for the attempt, though, and Heng, walking forward, has a GA, has himself a flash, could potentially flash Q onto someone. Yagao's got to get back. 2 inhibs, looking like a pretty much done deal down at this point.
Yep, Chain of Corruption no longer available either, so they're not going to be able to try and, get a bit of a re-engage going here. Bew just soaking up literally everything as the Crystal Arrow does land onto Yagao. They get themselves 2 inhibs. They're going to back themselves up, get themselves onto that dragon, and move forward just as quick as you like. WE looking like they're going to be taking a little bit of a scalp today.
Yeah, and yeah, again, zooming that lens out, WE have a 2-2 series scoreline and haven't really had the top-end opposition to face yet. They've had some teams, they've lost to teams which are fairly strong. They haven't really taken a top-team scalp just yet, but they're on the verge of it. On the verge of denying Soul from BLG yet again, on the verge of looking for another team fight.
Here we go. Tokyo drift there from Bew as the arrow goes wide as well. Elk a little bit separated. He has to flash. They're going to go straight in now onto Yagao. Try to find a play. Goes Golden, keep himself alive. Hope looking to try and do the same, even as the Gale Force for a little bit of extra maneuverability. His comp has well and truly lost its luster on the side of BLG, but WE's is just coming into its final form. There's just nothing you can do, and despite everything that went down in that start, Bew very healthy, running down Elk, who has no flash. One last shout, one last auto attack. There it is. TP into the mid lane. 2-1 going to be the score for BLG, or sorry, for WE.
Yeah, and BLG falling at the hands of WE. The silver linings for this BLG early game composition have corroded, they have tarnished, and they're going to be getting silver medal in this series. Very much the unexpected result for this first one of the day, but WE, maybe we revise expectations a little more for them. That was a clean set of victories in the 2 games they won.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 games they won, it did feel like they found an advantage, they took that advantage, and they slowly built themselves up into the lead. They slowly just kind of broke down what BLG wanted to do, and straight up just, punished BLG's over-aggression. I can't really put it any other way, is that there was just so much over-aggression coming out from the side, so much, that you didn't really necessarily need to do from the side of BLG that just kind of hurt them so much in that mid-game.
Wonder if actually we have to cast a eye to the coaching staff of WE as well. Coming in from last summer, this is a team which had those early advantages, couldn't really capitalize on them. Feels like actually we're starting to see that capitalization. We know that there is Warhorse in the coaching staff for WE, the FPX 2019 coach, the world champion from that, Flash Wolves so many years before that. That is a coach with an awful lot of experience molding these players into something much more than they were just this last year. This is a team which actually was very heads up about how they needed to win with the compositions and playing towards that effectively. Some impressive stuff.
Yeah, really well done now. And like you said, kind of bigger picture style, 3-2 for WE. That's a great start for them. They finally take, as you say, their first real test of this team. I think, I'm not looking at them at the same level as JDG and Top Esports, but I think, again, not yet anyway, at least, as you say. But again, I think it's definitely something to be having that conversation of kind of like, okay, 3-2, you beat FBX, bit redundant in terms of that, where they are. They beat TT, but now they've beaten PLG. They now go up against RNG this weekend, and all of a sudden you're kind of saying, well, okay, if they go 4-2, this is a very different conversation with only 10 series left to play.
RNG, they're set of 1-3. They have struggled with the loss of Xiaohu, with Ming just coming back into the roster as well. If they win that series, and I would suggest that they very much could, they will match their series win rates, or in terms of total series they have won, from the entirety of 2022. They won 4 in spring and none in summer. They can match their 2022 series record in their next series. That is absurd.
Yeah, it is a crazy thing to think, and of course it just shows as you say, like the back end staff. You made highlight to them how they're working with this team, making sure that they can get as much as they possibly can. And of course you look at someone like Hope, who's on this WE roster, semi-finals of Worlds last year, and an LPL champion. He is not used to having a conversation that isn't about winning as of recent days. He's looking to try and get up and up and up, not down and down and down, and not talking about, all 4 wins, more than we got all year last year. Awesome. He's like, no, we should be getting 4 wins in 2 weeks.
Seeing that postcode graph as well, you can see Elk on that poke virus. There are some good damage numbers from BLG. Just how much of that is into Scion? Again, there's a discussion in these kinds of games in terms of how much damage is useful damage, how much of this is capitalized on, how much leads to a big series of plays where actually you kill a jungler and you go into objective or something like that. though WE, they had much less damage overall, the damage they did was at points that mattered to people who mattered more, and that was a real difference maker. It was why we were constantly just checking in with, okay, BLG, you can't do this play in 5-10 minutes, you'll be outscaled at that point, you won't be able to kill the Vi, the Sion, the Ryze, and good luck reaching those two bot laners. And WE, it seemed like they were really on top of that too, and though the damage graph, it doesn't look awesome for them, it was all where it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it is, all where it mattered. And I think I got to shout out, you know, a great game from Shanks on the Rise, you know, 6-0 and 11, I think it was at the end of that one there. So really showing himself to be such a formidable foe. And when he's given these picks, he has, not only does he have the Rise, he has a counter to the Rise, and he's also got things in the back pocket like the Sylas and the Azir as well. So this is definitely a meta that is suiting WE, and it did feel like, you know, similar to 2021 summer where they almost, quote unquote, made it to the World Championship in that 4th seed. It's a meta that seems to suit how they want to play. So curious to see what the, you know, obviously changes on the horizon if they're able to continue this form. But I mean, after 5 games, if you turned around to WE at the start of the season and said 5 games in, you're 3-2, they'd take it any day of the week.
Yeah, well, we actually get to check in with the team which denied them that world spot from 2021 next series as well, because LNG are on the table. So we get to, again, check in with a couple of these other teams, which we had a bit of a chat at the start of the day in terms of some of our teams which have faltered. Look at, again, RNG being the big names of those, but there are plenty of teams which have started to make use of this opportunity in the first couple of series. Like you said, this season is going by so fast. We're almost at the end of week 4. We're getting through a lot of these games. If you can start sticking these results really well right now, these teams, like your LNGs, like your WEs, like an OMG or something like that coming up as well, they can start making a good march and catch some of these opponents off guard and put themselves in a good position and a good standings for playoffs, which will eventually come around.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing, as you say, kind of giving yourself a good standing. Still a ways away. Obviously, we are talking much bigger picture than we are kind of realizing right now. But we are already kind of, you know, halfway through week 4, excuse me. And, you know, kind of...
You said that with such confidence.
I know, have to always say it with confidence. That's the trick. You got to just say it with confidence
Never
and then move
let
forward with it. That's how it always works. But again, moving into this one here, BLG, big loss. I'm going to be totally honest with you right now. You are a team that took down Weibo, someone who was a kind of a pre-season favorite for the spring split, coming in with the Shy and Shout, who you looked exceptional in those games. And I just feel like a little bit of disrespect and a little bit of kind of, you know, I suppose lack of prep really feels like they came into this game thinking they could just play whatever the hell they want, and lo and behold, it's WE. They said, no, you can't.
Yeah, and the thing for me is, like, that you saw different sides of this, right? Game 3, it very much felt like everything was on the line. You had to outplay to win, and they couldn't do that. Game 1, that composition, it didn't need to outplay to be ahead, but they fell so far behind that wasn't possible either. So for me, there is an overconfidence issue which BLG which might have to address, because while that confidence is great when it works out, you can see how it cuts deep as well in those losses, and that's one of the real reasons they lost today. But also, they were just bluntly outlaned and outplayed in several of the games this series. You look at particularly game 1 from Hope and Iwandi, that was not fair. That was not even close. That Lucian was completely blasted out of that game. And I also, outside of that lane too, Shen didn't have much of an impact. For a player that is known as a carry jungler, someone with so much spice and flavor, that Nidalee did not do nearly enough. And if that playstyle is not working out for you, is it a champion pool thing? Is it a draft thing? You were leaving some of those jungles later into that draft, and it's not worked out for them today.
No, it really hasn't. But on the other side of that jungle matchup, it is Heng who picks up the MVP. He was just everywhere he needed to be on this Vi. 10 kills. It was going to be between himself and Shanks, but just the early game pressure absorbing and just being in the right place at the right time. Honestly, it feels good to see this guy kind of pick up his first MVP of the split.
Yeah, and I believe DT's damage taken percentage, taken over a quarter of the team's damage. They're definitely doing their job as a frontline, and that was a real difference maker. We always talked about how the Sion was very difficult to deal with. This Vi was instrumental in keeping the fight away from the Ashe and the Jhin, and the way that they even got to that point in the first place, where they were so tanky, was because they were managing to hold this Nidalee to account, particularly in that first bottom jungle skirmish. Hangerhead did a really good job of making sure that he could land hits onto the right targets and snowball the game from those first kills.
Yeah, it really just kind of kept WE within arm's reach, only going about 2,000, 3,000 gold away from them. And then eventually it was kind of like, cool, our Jhin, our Ryze, our Sion have all scaled in. I'm just an engage. I pick champion, I fight champion. That's just kind of how the Vi works. And that's why it's so powerful right now. And especially on 13.1, which the patch we are playing on right now, is just like, you know, you've got obviously the very, very effective build path for them and the Radiant Virtue being so good. But we're going to set it to a very, very quick break. And when we return, we're jumping straight into our second game of the series. So we'll see you guys very soon.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup of the century, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated, Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadow Bound falls, Ruler is a monster.
It's a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Shadow Bound there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bomb. Strong going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how he just went for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanky stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final champ's actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime is being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the penta.
369 versus the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight, and Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I died in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the
NG 的话，我觉得他们中野配合比较好吧，然后我们打好我们自己提升一下就没什么问题。对阵李宁的下路，我们就发育吧，然后就想办法不死就行。LPL 出到第5年了吧，然后心态没什么变化，就跟当初一样。然后这个，赛季的目标先进季后赛，然后后面再看吧。
Mentality doesn't change no matter how long you are here. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are jumping straight into our second series of the day. It is OMG versus LNG. LNG looking to try and continue their unbeaten streak. OMG looking to try and, kind of make claim for themselves as one of the more quote-unquote veteran rosters on this squad or on this table, because we are going to be seeing them kind of, look to make something of nothing really and try and, push themselves towards playoffs.
Okay, and we're seeing the draft below as well because this game is in a different location to our first series that has started because the first series went to those 3 games. So we're going to be jumping in with this draft bottom. First immediate thoughts are, we saw in that interview, mid-jungle, Tarzan Scout, so important for LNG. They have Jace, what looks like a Jace mid and that Elise jungle. That is a large amount of burst damage, and particularly when you sat there with someone like a Victor. I'm looking at Cream, even though he has typically been one of the better players on this roster, that is an awful lot of pressure being put down there. I think that when I look at this full composition from OMG, they're looking to absorb that first engage with the Cassandra and the Sejuani, turn it around with the Chaos Storm and the bot lane ultimates as well. So maybe a bit more pressure to start fights on LNG, but OMG have ways to respond to it as long as they don't get picked off and they fall behind in their carry positions.
Yeah, and I honestly, looking at LNG's composition, I love it. I love the fact that they kind of obviously said, look, we're going to take the Elise first. We're going to give you over something like the Lucian Nami. We're very happy with that trade because we've got the Draven Nautilus in that bot side as well. We're going to waste absolutely no more time. We're going to jump straight into this one here. LNG looking to try and continue their dominance at the top of the table right now, trying to bring themselves up to a 4-0, would be 1 game or 1 series behind the likes of Invictus Gaming, but obviously have yet to drop a series, and they're building the momentum. Bringing Scout onto this lineup, bringing in Zika into the top side has definitely been showing a very powerful top side for this team. And for OMG, they're at 2-1. They are nowhere near a bad squad right now, and like we mentioned, they have been together since last year. They brought in PP God as the one change they wanted to kind of go from the bot side, and we are going to jump straight into this one here, Nymera. Obviously, we didn't get the usual setup of all the different things for these compositions. We briefly touched...
No time to waste.
No time to waste. We briefly touched on it a little bit, but looking at these 2 junglers, obviously, the big one for me is Elise and how her pathing is going to affect this early game.
Yeah, but one of the big things about Elise is that you clear pretty much full HP up to level 3, and because Scuttle Crabs spawn later, you can look to clear to level 3, clear an entire side of your jungle, gank a lane. In this case, it's going to be bot lane. There's a Draven Nautilus, and then even if nothing happens, what you've done is you've secured your lane to fight on their own, and if you're Draven Nautilus, basically all you want to do is fight 2v2 and hope that you're not 2v3'd, right? So Elise secures you a clean 2v2, and then Tarzan can just, go away, farm a Scuttle Crab, be still powerful at level 3, and just hang around and make sure that your lanes are able to fight for themselves. Also talks about how the Elise can be a pick threat, big burst threat against someone like the Victor if they step out of position. So 2v2, lots of volatility. That's where my eyes are going to be, and I'd imagine that's where going to be Tarzan and Aki's eyes are going to be too.
And this is what I'm loving about the LPL as well, is that comparatively to other regions where obviously everyone is kind of fully committed, I say that, we might have a bit of a fully commit here, as they're going to get on top of Abel, the cleanse comes out, the axes are stacking, flash and heal used, LP just keeping himself safe there, but this is exactly why I wanted to bring it up. Every other region has kind of just resided themselves to say, look, it's gonna be about these, enchanters, it's about, the arms race in the bot side, whereas a lot of LPL supports have just kind of said, okay, well, if you're gonna 100% telegraph a Lucian Nami, we still have engaged supports, we still have ways of killing you and stopping you from being that relevant, so you have to be so careful with that setup, and I love that you called this. Tarzan is gonna go towards that bot side.
He's full HP, he's level 3, he's bot lane, he's literally here to make sure that Sejuani doesn't gank this Draven the Nautilus, but Aki sees Tarzan go round. There is a window of time where they could have made something happen, but too bold, says OMG. They are a team which is not unafraid to skirmish. They're a team which loves to scrap. They are an entertaining team, shall we say. Even if they are not the cleanest, they definitely know how to get involved in fights. Tarzan looking to get involved in these lanes as well, really using this huge level 3 spike in power from the Elise very early on into the game. This reminds me a lot of what we saw from it was Rare Atom versus Top. I think it was that series where it was a very similar setup where Tien was on the Sejuani or the like of it, trying to deny the Elise in this same bot side quadrant, same sides, and it was also a Draven Nautilus in that series too, in that deciding game. Again, these teams very practiced at this style. As you said, not a lot of other regions playing as aggressively as this one, not a lot of other players, but in the LPL, we love it here. We love this aggression.
So much damage. Oh my lord. Aki, he might be forced to flash if he's not too careful. Does finally get himself away, but you can see why Tarzan, you might be looking at it going, oh, he's wasting time. He could be farming. He could be doing something else. But the fact that he knows that he has priority in the bot side, he has the window to be able to kind of say, look, the Sejuani should never really be invading me unless it's my Raptors. And I could just make this the worst experience for them in the world.
Yeah.
So
and
really putting pressure on Aki.
There is an interpretation of that which I'd flip around slightly, where it's about having priority for the Elise. Yes, that helps you invade with a bit of impunity. For me, Elise is invading so the bot lane isn't have to be worrying about anything either. It's like you are tying up the enemy jungler for the purpose of your lanes, rather than your lanes tying up laners for the purpose of your junglers to win a duel. Elise is just here to make sure that Sejuani is not doing anything to these lanes which are individually very strong. Scout has a freeze, has something good going on against Cream in this mid lane. Top lane going fine for Zika. And of course, bot lane, this Draven the Nautilus had that early push, and they have themselves the lane where they want it too. Tarzan setting up the lanes for complete success.
This is why we every year we come into Tarzan and we look at his team, we look at how he's able to perform, and obviously
pretty
swapping
good at
out.
League of Legends, so
he's a pretty good jungler. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. It's why we always kind of put him in the conversation of one of our MVPs for the jungle position, if not the league as a whole, because he is just so consistent, so good at what he does, and it doesn't matter if he's on Sejuani, Zac, Vi, and Elise. He does it all so well. And right now, he's got himself a level lead. He has loads of camps available to him, but using the priority that he has with Scout, and of course, as you mentioned in the bot lane, he's going to try and just keep moving around, keep that jungler tied up.
It's just if Sejuani can't do anything to our Draven Nautilus and our Jace, which are very happy taking hard trades and poking people out of lane, that is fine by me. It's also going to get them an early dragon. Infernal Dragon stats always very appreciated as well. Remember, it's kind of easy to forget, but last year between spring and summer we had the change to dragons where, with the durability patch, dragons got changed, so even the base stats and the individual dragons take are actually very impactful. Same with the Hex tech coming up next. Infernal and Hex tech, even if you don't go towards the soul, those stats are nice. Getting them stacked up as well, also very valuable. So, Tarzan finally going to base 6 minutes into the game, work towards their Night Harvester and their boots, which is such big power spikes for that Elise. Gets the boots on that first back. Very dangerous now, extra move speed to chase people down. And Aki finally given free reign to get something back from Tarzan, as he does leave that, does end up going back towards that base. But Tarzan just goes back towards bot side, knows where he needs to be playing around, leave that Gwen on an island. It's not like the Sejuani can impact that. Go straight back towards this bot lane, see what you can make explode now towards this bot side of the map.
Gotta be careful here, Zika. You are by a wall, and there is an Aki sitting on the bottom side. You see playing a bit more defensively here as the Gwen, as they now jump over the wall, and they now recognize that Aki has just put himself in that top lane camp. Weird thing as well is that I always like to kind of see as well, like, you know, when you're invading, you're constantly, you're saying like, oh, you know, the Elise isn't taking her own jungle and stuff like that. Don't forget, by not taking camps, they don't, you know, gain, you know, kind of extra stats. They kind of stay at the same level, and they don't really go anywhere from there. So now we're looking at Tarzan looking to try and just continue his pressure in this bot side. You will have level 6s available for them very soon. This is a massive wave that's not even being picked up an experience wave.
Yeah, this is a real masterclass by Tarzan on this bot side of the map. Aki is having to be called up just to try and get back towards tower, but the hook lands. They are no better for wear here. And even you've even got mid showing towards this bot side. Scout is just going down with the Jason, just being like, hey, I'm joining the party.
And the best thing about this is we're going to see a little bit of a gank coming in. They're going to jump in, try and catch on to Abel, who tries to flash away. First blood, and it's the Draven who cashes out. Tarzan will gladly give his life over for that one there, because LP just got a massive influx of gold over to him. Cream is here. They're looking for a re-engage because they've got themselves the glacial augment. PP goes so low, but he's not going to go down just yet. They're going to jump on top of him as it's a 2-for-1 trade. Ends up being in favor of OMG. 3 for 2, 4 for 2. And what was looking so good for LNG ends up being over aggression and OMG capitalize.
That is disastrous. We were just praising LNG for working so well around Tarzan, denying this bot wave and denying so much from the enemy jungle. And they completely overplay this. They don't have to stick around for all of this. You're already denying so much of this wave. I understand going for the dive, but as soon as LP tanks this aggro, the play gets really scary. Tarzan has to use the repel in inopportune circumstances, doesn't get to reset the tower or go onto someone else. Realistically, you would have liked to take that fight ice out of tower, but you just weren't given that option. Cream joins the play late, but he joins it just in time to pick up 3 kill participation as well. Big implication of this, when you get a kill or an assist as a Victor, you get basically a quarter of the way to your next upgrade on your Glorious Evolution passive. With 3 and then the passive he's basically at 2 upgrades already as Victor. That's early wave clear. That is early move speed from your Q as well. This Victor is really set up to get beyond the curve of the game as well.
It was definitely a much better situation for OMG at the end of it all. 3 kills going over to Sejuani, and as you mentioned, all that kill participation, massive for someone like Cream on the Victor, but I don't think LNG are going to stop at the aggression just yet. Don't forget, they picked up an incredibly early first Dragon. They also picked up the Rift Herald, so they're going to be able to have that set up for themselves with plates as well to be able to maybe put some pressure onto the second Drake. It is potentially going to be a Chemtech Soul, which I sure hope that LNG don't get that unlucky for, but we'll have to wait and see. We come back into the game 10 minutes in. It's only about a 500 gold lead. Of course, those kills doing plenty to try and keep this Sejuani relevant, despite the early laning phase or the early jungling path being disrupted. And honestly, across the board, it's not too bad for OMG. They just need to make sure they're not being out-rotated, and they need to make sure that they're just keeping their feet on the ground.
That was a very important stabilizing play for OMG. So, after all of that, the game is much more even than we were talking about. We're talking about how Aki was struggling to get involved in the game because Tarzan was locking him out of that. How are we expecting things to look now? We have ultimates just coming online for both these teams. We have a Herald, an inventory of LNG. Potentially they can look to do the counterweight Herald, where as you're setting up for an objective, you drop the Herald somewhere else and force them away from the next objective. Either way, LNG, I think they really would be angling towards getting the next Dragon stacking up to, and just having the ability to play around stacking those Dragons into a Soul later on. And as you said, hopefully it's not a Chemtech for them. Not exactly that valuable for many compositions. Very good if you're like Tryndamere or Karthus. That's kind of it. And as it stands, they're not even going to be contested on the bot side of the map. LNG taking that Dragon for free. OMG, I think, probably rightfully so, choosing not to commit before they have big item breakpoints where maybe they can get Lucian Nami a bit more involved. And of course, that Victor up to even more levels of power.
Yeah, we'll see a pretty free Drake going over now. At least picks that one up there. It is a Chem Soul.
Low roll.
And look, you're probably wondering to yourself, like, hey, why are you guys being, why do people not like it? Why did they not find it that thing? The thing is with the Chem Soul buff is that it only takes effect when you are 50% HP. If you get bursted down from, say, 80% to 20%, it doesn't take effect until after that damage has already happened.
Like a
so
4-item Draven critting you. Yeah, if you're above half HP, actually gives you very, very little Cream. Might just be going below half HP here.
Yeah, well, definitely below half HP. In fact, he's going to go below 0 as well. So he's definitely going to be dying off that one there. And that's just very smart play here from Hong. He's just kind of coming in and saying, look, I can roam out now. There's an Immortal Shield Bow on my Draven. He's got his boots in through his ruins. He's fine. He's not going to really die.
Yeah, cancelling of the culling there with the stand aside. So no threat onto LP for the bot side of LNG. And while we were talking about how this Victor getting scary, already getting their passive upgrades, okay, lots of good stuff. The moment that they show some weakness, LNG return back to their aggressive guns and they managed to take down that kill. LNG finding themselves 2 Dragons, still a healthy gold lead. This could have been a better early game for them, but it is by no means a bad one. Gonna get ourselves into a pause though, and we can ruminate more on the state of this game.
We can indeed, but it's only 1,000 gold lead, 2 Dragons in favor of LNG, and of course they did have the Rift Herald. I'm assuming because we are technically behind the play, we can fast forward in time and we can move forward and get ourselves back. Yeah, I mean, technically, I don't know. Not trying to put ideas into anybody's heads, but we have got that benefit as we wait to see now kind of what's going on. It does look to be an LNG issue as My prediction is correct. We are fast forwarding on our side to try and catch up, and we're back to try and see how the game kind of goes in and make everything kind of work for that. But it seems to be an issue that was sorted. We're going to be jumping straight back into the game. It's the beauty about being behind. That's why we did it strategically, you know?
Yeah.
It's all about mind games. It's all about building it up.
Actually, we're back into pause. Oh, no, we're still speeding up. Like, I love it in the big smash to give us it. We're back into the game. And we get to see, of course, now what happens with this last series of plays. LNG were once again playing around Tarzan. Tarzan really leading the charge. But given that bottom side control has still gone over the side of LNG despite the kills going over, it has allowed Nautilus to get involved with the rest of the map. Having that roaming Nautilus, very impactful. You noted how Hung getting involved in that play was the real difference maker in that mid lane. Question is, can you afford to leave this Draven alone still in this bot side?
Now they know the Sejuani is here. That's the thing. They know that the Sejuani walked in. They're not going to be caught out by this, you would imagine, and he's just going to say, look, it's fine. I'm going to try and just...
Oh,
there's still time, but I think it's more just LP maybe trying to make more of a nuisance of himself than anything else, trying to waste as much time as he possibly can. And yep, Aki's gone back, so he knows. Well, he doesn't know, but he can feel like there's going to be either a lot of wasted time there or a reset coming in from the Sejuani and Cream. He smells something. He knows someone's lurking on the side there. He wants to make sure he does not get caught out just yet. Hong, with that level 6, has just been such a menace so far, and they're going to find Aki at full rotations. They know exactly where he is, where he's going to be. They've had full receipts on this man, so he can't even try and lie his way out of what he was doing.
Yeah, what's really difficult for OMG in this sort of game state is because you have that Nautilus able to start fight so easily, you have the Nautilus ult now, he can Hex Flash over a wall, and of course at least no stranger to finding and dueling enemy junglers in their own territory as well. Once that happens, you have a Draven ult coming in, and you have a Shock Blast coming in as well. They can impact things from a very long range away, which you also don't have the ability to really match. Maybe you can get Lucian dashing over the wall, but LNG, when they find a pick, this Sejuani could legitimately get 100-0 despite having Aftershock and despite being tanky as well. So OMG have to be very careful how they go about reclaiming vision. They're moving as 3 people. If you move as anyone less, you're probably going to die. LNG still using their point of power in the enemy jungle.
Tarzan now hovering with Hong. This kind of jungle support setup is tried and tested within the LPL and is kind of live and die by that sword. We will see the Rift Herald spawning in a couple of seconds, and OMG are trying to secure that objective for themselves. While this is happening though, LP free firing in that bot side, and don't forget some only a trinkling of health on that turret in the mid lane, so we'll see a little bit more pressure coming out here from the side of LNG should OMG try to overstep.
However, front side focus does mean that there's no vision on top side for LNG to contest a Herald. You get local gold for killing that objective now. It gives you a little bit more. You see 200 gold to Aki, 100 to Abel. Pick up the objective itself. Maybe that will help them take down one of a turret to even up the score, which was just taken down for LNG. Finally finish off that bot lane turret. LP gets all individual gold from that. Gets the first tower bonus and we'll get to reset. Love to see what breakpoints he's just hit. And actually what build he's going for as well is going for the shield line. Oh, you already did call that out. And so it's not going to be the Eclipse. Has the last Whisper on top of it though. And again, all this signals to me is that Aki, despite having the 3 kills, with the extra armor pen coming in from the Draven, just has to be so careful despite being tanky, because LNG can really just bust through that armor.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing that you look at when you think of a Sejuani as well is that Sejuani just builds health. Like apart from the armor boots, you're not really building
which are actually
anything
not Jackson's
else.
shoes, by the way. That's a different item.
No,
it's crazy.
Fun fact: if you're just joining us, that's not really going to make a lot of sense to you. But the Chemdrake Soul Point should be given over now to the side of LNG, and they put themselves on for a just over 20 minutes sold. And this is a thing that as well, like yes, you're building up this advantage for yourself as Shelly gets dropped in the mid lane. Ooh, he got to have to use that ebb and flow on himself to make sure he gets a little bit of healing back, but that should open up the mid tier 1, which is a decent chunk now away from LNG. OMG going to be pretty happy with that, and they're going to try and push this in again. They might get not 2 towers, but they're definitely going to be able to come back to that one a little bit later on.
A prospective hook from Hung, looking to see if they can catch someone out. I mean, it is a little bit worrying that LNG can't find any picks with their point of power right now. It does feel like they have an awful lot of CC to throw someone out of position, but credit to OMG, grouping up and making sure that they're not giving any easy targets over to the burst combo of LNG. Their last series, of course, they beat Team WE, who we just saw take down BLG in the first series of the day. It was scrappy, though, particularly first game was a Baron Steel win, second game was one which they fell behind in. They had to team fight their way back into things. This feels a lot more calm, feels a lot more measured, but there's still plenty of time for it to go a little bit more crazy yet.
I was gonna say if that was Cream, definitely would be a dive potential, but you've left this mid lane wide open. That's 2 turrets in the mid lane gone now. As I said, we can come back to that one later, no issue whatsoever. So we talked about it in our previous series, very relevant now as well. Mid lane turrets are just more valuable than side lane turrets. It opens up the map that little bit more and start getting a little bit more kind of, you know, darker, I suppose, in what should be your own territory, regardless of how many turrets you have. So definitely a little bit more of an advantage here for OMG, and the game is dead even apart from those dragons.
And following up from that mid lane turret point, if the game is going to come down to dragon stacking and dragons, of course there's soul in 3 minutes. Fighting over soul often means you come in through the mid wave. We already saw in that last phase of play, LNG didn't really want to engage, snap engage onto that mid lane. They threw out a hook very lightly at the end, but they didn't flash in. They didn't go for big plays. If that means OMG can group up in the mid lane and can push it in, having those towers down already gives them actually a pretty good foothold to look towards the dragon when it spawns and maybe have a way to fight around that soul. They're even enough in gold, they're hitting their item breakpoints. You've got the Imperial Mandate, very importantly, from PP God on that Nami. While we've been singing the praises of how LNG organized their early game, hemmed back Aki very early on, OMG in a pretty good space, much better than we thought they should be, to fight for this dragon around that soul.
Well, we'll see that soul in 2 minutes' time. No one's really been doing anything apart from just building the arsenal of gold they may want coming into this fight. Dead even, like we said, only the dragons can be the difference makers in this particular one. You do have now 2 items onto the Jace. We are building up the second items for pretty much everyone across the board. Finally, a big pickup here for Abel. Has got that rapid fire cannon alongside that Gale Force, so going to be able to do a significant amount of damage, as well as keeping himself relatively safe. And we haven't really had a chance, or really had a real need, to be perfectly honest, very a better way to put it, to talk about the top laners. Zika and Shanji on this Gwen and Cassante have kind of just left themselves to do what they want. They've been on an island, no one has really gotten near them. We've seen a little bit of pressure come out here and there, but they've both respectfully jumped in and jumped out whenever they needed to. And they are slowly getting to the point where they are going to be, I suppose, it's surprise. It's one of those weird things in League of Legends when you don't deal with someone or something. Yeah,
it's like when you've kind of like you've got off, you've done your main quest of The Witcher or something, and like, hey, but what if I help this guy over here with this monster problem? And then you realize those are the top laners in this game. This is where something is way above your level. You've been just trundling along with the main story, and you think, oh, I am definitely in the wrong place. Particularly when you hit something like the Gwen with 2 items. It looks like it's going to be the Shadow Flame coming through. There is 0 magic resist on anyone on the bot side of the map for MG. You could literally have second and third charges, the needlework, the ult coming through from Gwen, killing Abel, killing PP God, forcing someone like Cream to flash. And that is going to be very important to know. Someone like Shanji on the Cassante, more disruptive, not really sure they're going to have the same ability to really zero out the backline, but with the Jack Show and the Sunfire, definitely an ability to disrupt and hang around the fight.
I like how you described it as well. It's like when you leave a Pokemon in the daycare, like really early on, and then all of a sudden you go,
like, hey,
oh crap, I forgot he was there. What level is he now? He's level 50.
There's that one comic, it's like, we are going to this place now. I'm the trainer. You are nothing to me. Shanji walks up with his 2 items. We are going towards this dragon fight, though. We will see who truly the master and the trainer are in this one. Shanji walking up, engage coming through.
Yeah, they're not going to land the Glacial Prison, though. They're going to try and get more damage. You can see just how powerful that Gwen is when she is immune. They throw out the Whirling Death, but it doesn't quite get enough damage. I say Abel gets hit by a shock blast on the backside of this one. Tidal Wave trying to disengage. They go all out with the all in, and they're trying to take out the top laners. Both of them shall fall. Now Abel goes in, but LP is too big. Triple kill for the Draven, and what started out being so close for OMG just explodes in favor of LNG.
You do not have enough badges to trade this LNG monster. They decimate them, they destroy them in that fight. They get themselves that soul very early into the game. The key moment for me here is watch what happens to Zika on the front line. W's away the Sichuan ult, gets the stand there, stacks up the Rift Maker, doesn't worry about the College W's protection from that too. That was a heck of a good hallowed miss from Zika to set things up for success. So many tools already removed, so even when Cream flashes in, does a hell of a lot of damage with the Death Ray and into that Chaos Storm as well. You don't have the same tools to continue that fight. LP's not getting damaged, and even though you take down that Gwen after all that hard-earned damage put onto them, you just got absolutely outplayed by that Gwen W.
That damage as well. You can see the difference in the 80 carries right there. LP over 5,000. Abel barely even getting up to 1,000. So it's just the night and day in terms of how these 80 carries were able to perform in that fight. And like you said, massive props to Zika. Zika was able to kind of turn around and say, look, I don't have to have a massive health bar to tank. I can just tank. Beautiful hallowed miss, really set a team up for success. And now you're looking at a 3-item Draven who's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And again, like, you know, the Chem Soul isn't the most exceptional in the world, but if you're able to survive the initial burst and get down to 50% and kind of just hold, that's when the game starts to get a little bit harder for OMG.
Yeah, and going back to that last fight too, I mean, you were talking about how important it was for LNG to pick up players like Zika, to pick up players like Scout. And this is the new era of LNG that we're seeing. Far gone now is the era of Scout on EDG, Zika across in his own teams as well. LNG, with these pieces of this roster coming together, they are the only other undefeated team besides JDG. And while they haven't had the strongest strength of schedule so far, the results like this, in the way that they managed to do it as well, with individual performances like that, again, much like the first series in the day, they just keep you reassessing expectations for these teams, because we haven't seen the most of them yet.
Now OMG find themselves a 5,000 goal behind. A Draven is going to be doing Aki on the flank of Ages right now, but the Baron is the call. I don't think they're going to be going anywhere near that bot side of the jungle for the time being. Now Tarzan just kind of left to try and just make sure they don't lose the control of it. But look at the side waves. Like, you haven't done your homework here, OMG. You haven't crossed your T's and dotted your I's. You've just left yourself towards this little bit of an ARAM that's going on. Yes, you will get a priority here.
This is such a strange flank, but it's not even really able to find LP. Reminder, those Chemtech Dragons give you some tenacity too. Makes that Sejuani engage even harder. And when you got two of them stacked up, that's non-trivial. Will very much affect something like that. Sejuani Sun coming in. That's so much damage coming in from that chase.
Yeah, a lot going in there. We can see Tarzan goes up. They're going to land hang with the Glacial Prison, so not really an ideal target right now for the side of OMG. Oh my god, the accelerated shock blasts are doing so much, and now the go sign is there. They're going to use the needlework to do work. They do try and get someone down low enough to try and kill them off. Good tidal wave, completely separates everybody else, and I didn't see it, but oh, there it goes. I was wondering what happened with the whirling death, but it went off in a little bit of adventure.
Someone might have clicked on the minimap there, flew up to the bottom left rather than the bottom right. This, remember, Elder Dragon not spawned yet. LNG desperately wants to take Baron off the board, so they're not caught in a place where they might be forced to trade one for the other despite being ahead in the game, but they're going towards it. Aki, no flash. Can you get in the pit?
He got in the pit. The Baron's down to 1,700. They're going to go for the flip, and he gets it! Sacrifices his life, but gains himself the Baron. That is huge for OMG. LNG just couldn't get the smite fight going.
And in the clutch moment, LNG probably get in their own heads and think, you know what, Elder Dragon's coming up at some point. We do not want to be caught in a position where, even though we're ahead, we are the ones trading something like an Elder for Baron or something like that, and being dealt those difficult questions of late game macro. But OMG, credit to them, they soaked an awful lot of damage. They grouped maybe a little too much, but they managed to keep themselves in a fighting position. Aki and Shanji do a decent job of fighting that retreat, but I think that, for me, that Draven ult, that is a mini-map click. Friends, that's clicking on that mini-map on the bottom right-hand side of the map, and it flies off to where your cursor is on the grand scheme of things.
Let's have a look at the smite as well, because Aki literally dies immediately after it, straight up just... Actually goes down to about 1,000, which is insane, but actually, I'll say that though, Shanji was able to take Tarzan out of the fight, so smite fight didn't become a smite fight at all. Really nicely done there by OMG, especially by Shanji and Aki, who basically 2v5'd and tried to come out on top, and did.
Yeah, we've been seeing a bit of that. Kasante removed that smite from the pit, in which Ebby in the LEC has been doing an awful lot in his own ways, and it's kind of like having something like a Immortal. I know, I have to mention it. I'm like... I've sat here as like one of like the dozen people that actively follow like the LPL in a international sense. But either way, the champion across multiple regions has been used kind of like a Mordekaiser to just take the smite out of the pit. You don't have to worry about it. OMG really clutch in that moment, get into the pit, and LNG just not really realizing how much danger they are in. Now they're heading up to an Elder Dragon fight. They're looking to start things.
They are looking to start things. They're going to try and focus on the Shanji, who's taken about half his HP and now gets jumped on as well. Ooh, PP God hit by the accelerated shock blast on the back side of this one here. The minion wave has been pushed in the mid lane, but as you can see in the bot and on the top, it is in favor of LNG. They are trying to just control this area right now, control the dragon pits. They know they can take the Elder. The Elder is the game ender. This is the issue that you have, I suppose, with an early soul take. There's a 28-minute Elder that can end the game in one big team fight.
Yeah, Shanji backed, got himself an item completion, got himself an elixir as well, some extra stats. It's all in on this fight.
Here we go, goes all in, but does not go all out, so still has the access to that ultimate. These shock blasts are just doing so much. Both TPs have now been used by OMG as they try and just survive the poke that's coming out right now. Tarzan still hovering towards this side, making sure and he's not going to get taken out just yet. Aki goes in, he does not hit the Arctic Assault. PP God is trying to keep himself on the backside. Hong has gone down, and he flashes over the side. So PP God keeps himself alive for now. Never mind, Zika finds him. They're going to try and go all out on the bot side. It's a 3v1. Both top laners are dead, both supports are dead. Important to note, though, the Scout with this poke is still alive, and he might look for an accelerated shock flash. You need to be so careful.
There we go.
Cream gets assassinated as Scout finds his mark, and now the Elder is a 3v2. Aki, you need to do a miracle steal again.
He's gonna have to try, but he doesn't have Shanji to take the smite out of the pit this time. Eyes on him, they know he's there. Cocoon hits. Can they blast cone him away? Can they get him out of the pit? Aki still around, and this Elder is not going down that fast. This is not just solved yet.
Abel's still around. Aki's done a full circle, a full lap, if you will, as he tries to go in now. He's looking for it. They're going to try and burst him out and take him away before they go for it. Tarzan should be able to finish this one off. No bother whatsoever. They're even going to wait for Zika to respawn before they take the buff. LNG firmly will have control of this game.
It's hard fought. You could tell that they were really pushing for that fight. They needed to. They understand that this composition is, much like we've said quite a few times today, it will at some point have some issues dealing with a Victor, dealing with tanky front lines, and it's not an easy fight. You can see that, Zika doesn't get the most use out of the needlework before this. He doesn't have that ultimate available for this more scrappy fight, and LNG are being bailed out so much by skill shot accuracy from Scout. Get huge value from that Jace. The Jace mid making a bit of a return to pro meta. We haven't seen it in a number of years at this point, but suddenly Scout pulls it out. UCal pulls it out in the LPL. We've seen it from other players across the world, and when you play it like this, you can really understand the value it brings to objective fights later into the game.
You have the Elder now. You got to make the most of it. You've got it for 1 minute and 40 seconds, so make use, make haste, if you will. Make sure you are getting those damage numbers down. I will say, with a Victor and a Lucian, makes it very difficult, you would imagine, for any real siege to happen, but you've got a Gwen on the sideline. So while this is happening, Zika saying, look, try show someone in a 1v1, they will die. Doesn't matter if it's Shangi, doesn't matter who it is, they will die. So with that pressure now forming, they will get themselves a tier 2. They're going to probably turn that into a tier 2 in the mid lane as well. Now the real siege can begin. 31 minutes into the game. This is definitely not a quick one. And with an 8,000 gold lead, LNG feel like they're in control, but OMG definitely not going to be too far away in terms of item breakpoints.
Yeah, well, those breakpoints are probably further away than the range of Jace's shock blast, and that's what I'm worried about right now, because oh my word, Scout is doing some big damage. With that Elder Dragon as well, gotta be very careful of shock blast into something like that whirling death from LP coming through, who's also hit an awful lot of items, hit 4, GA on top, and again, just look at this, expect the Draven ult to come through at some point, and Abel, he doesn't have sustain. He has a Nami to help him a little bit, but it's not enough to lifesteal through these fights. It's a free Baron with that poke landing in LNG. If they weren't in control of this game before, they certainly are now, getting up towards 10,000 gold to their advantage. It has been hard fought. They've had a couple of backstops put against them in their early game. Now they are well and truly poised to try and finish out this game.
That blue trinket just saved Cream's life right there. They were running for him. They would have been able to catch him. And it's the funny thing as well that we kind of don't really get to talk about that often, but with the Baron and the Elder being on such different timers,
yes,
normally you obviously want to talk about, you know, oh, you get one and then you get one immediately after that, and you kind of combo the two of them. But now, because of the way the map is set up, the game is set up, LNG can kind of go, cool, we had Elder, which means you can't fight us at Baron, which basically means we're going to get the push and you can't fight us at next Elder. So
but that's
you're
exactly
kind
what
of
they
in a
did at the
catch-22.
first Baron. That's exactly what they did at the first Baron. They were like, okay, Solar spawning in 3 minutes. We're fighting for this now. Now, it was stolen from them, and I understand that was probably the thought process at the time. Like, we don't want to be in a position to choose between the two of them. Should never be that case when you're ahead in the game. That's how a losing team can come back into things. One of the best comeback mechanics in the game. But even after that steal, they managed to last through that. Good hook from Hung gets him away from the Sejuani ultimate.
Yeah, again, like, Hung is so tanky right now with that lock-in, and just pure health kind of working with him as well. Aki will take the ultimate from him as well, get cocooned, and they're going to try and really commit this one here, and they'll get him as well. LP aggressively flashing over the wall to make sure he had the damage to put down. All that health bar in the world ain't going to save you from a Draven that's sitting on 5 items. And now LNG are going to start breaking open the base, and it just feels like without your engage, it's going to be on Shanti to make something happen, but I don't know if he can. Oh my god.
So few tools left to fight. No needlework, but no problems for LNG. Taking down the towers.
Yeah, Shanti going to try and make something happen, but even in the all-out, Zika will fall. So, top laner does go down. You did use a Chaos Storm, but again, more and more resources being used, and those shock blasts are just hitting relentlessly off the side. You do have your Nexus and your Fountain to try and keep yourself topped up and safe, but with 2 inhibitors now down, everyone's just going to back themselves away. LNG have done their job, they've done their part, and they're going to back themselves up to make sure they're ready for this Elder in a minute 30.
Yeah, and they have so many item breakpoints to work towards that 4 items from the Gwen. Remember the days when they used to go like Nash's Tooth and you'd be like, oh, maybe if they get to auto-attack me, I'll die really quickly. Yeah, now it's just one needle scratches you and you disintegrate. You see how much damage that needlework does to the side of OMG, and credit to Cream for turning around onto Zika as soon as that W wore off, but this is such a difficult game for OMG to play. They need to really be looking at how many ultimates they can soak up into the Sejuani, into the Cassante before the fight starts in earnest. They've been doing a pretty okay job of that so far in this game, but there's more work to be done to try and deny this 11,000 gold lead at this point.
I like this as well from LP. He's going Storm Razor's Edge and saying, if I
like
get
that,
an auto attack on you, you're dead. There's no, you need a flash immediately, and then probably a tidal wave, gravity field, all that kind of stuff like that to try and just survive one auto attack from me. So really like that itemization coming out from him, because he knows if he can get one thing going, it will just spell the end for OMG. And it's been slow and methodical, but it has been controlled from LNG. They have not really let slip any real advantages away from them. They picked up all the dragons, they picked up all the Baron, well, except for one Baron, at the very start, which kind of delayed the game there for OMG. But 15 seconds down until the Elder. OMG, you gotta fight. You don't have a choice. You have to fight at this. If you lose this,
but
it's game
how do
over.
they do that? They have no vision. They have all the ultimates in the enemy team to be worried about. There are shock blasts coming at them. This is League of Legends on hard mode. This is horror survival. This is bullet hell. This is very, very difficult. LNG, what do you got?
Not what you want to be seeing either. It's a pincer movement. They're separating, they're coercing, they're jumping in on top of them. Zika will find his mark on
the Chaos
Shanti. They'll take him out. Doing a lot of damage, but you can see LP just doing so much more. Abel is not able. PB God finds himself alone and on the wrong side of the map, and a giant spider is running at him. That is terrifying to say the least, and he will fall. Spider is greater than fish, and we are going to see LNG take a 1-0 lead in this series.
LNG had a roadblock or two in the early game, complete domination in the first few levels. Turned it back around on them after Aki got 3 kills in a failed bot lane dive, but it is not enough to overcome the undefeated LNG, moving to their first game win in this series.
Yeah, really nicely done there, and it came all from the early game. You know, LNG came in with a very solid game plan, knew exactly what they wanted to do, and I love that you say that as well. The undefeated LNG. LNG have 3 wins in the series, but they also have 6-0. They have yet to drop a game in any of their series whatsoever, and OMG looking right now, it's going to be no different.
Yeah, and It's really hard to benchmark teams in the LPL because each team only plays each other once. It's not like which means that you often have like certain weeks or certain half of a schedule or something like that being stronger or weaker compared to other teams in their schedules. When I look at LNG, I'm like, okay, they're 3-0, but is it the same 3-0 as JDG, who faced down BLG and had an awesome series versus them? They've had some really high-tier performances coming out of that team. But you do have to compare these two, because they are the undefeated teams. They are the ones which are up there. And yes, there's IG who did drop that one series at this point, but they're in the upper echelon. This is now a very important benchmark in other ways because OMG, they're an entertaining team. They're a team which is inconsistent, but their high highs can very much punch up into the real upper echelons which we've been talking about, particularly when you have players like Shanji. We saw how he didn't really manage to get that much done on the Cassante in that first game. But we're back into this picks and bans. It will actually be Shanji on that Cassante again, just going through these last picks and bans. All right, let's try and decode some of this. Cream on the Yone. That was a successful champion pick for OMG in their series win versus WE, which was their last opponent before LNG. It was a long-range engage composition. Now the Maokai ult, the Varus ult, Yone ult, Renata ult, similar sort of style. LNG, very low-range composition on the top side of the map, and their bot lane, if they're out of position, they are going to get absolutely munched by this huge amount of teamfight engage from OMG. I think they have a better job, better way to fight out these 5v5s compared to the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if you're wondering why we're looking at pick bans all of a sudden, there was no break, there was no nothing. We do not stop in this league, so we are going to go straight to live. We are going to try and catch up as quick as we possibly can, bring you all the action from all the different games, because we got to go fast. Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm surprised it's not a Hedgehog champion in League of Legends when there's 160
Rammus is close as we get.
As close, yeah, pretty much. He's an armadillo.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there is armadillos in the Sonic. You know what? I'm not going to get into that. That's a different conversation for a different day in terms of how, you know, what kind of things come out. But anyway, jumping straight into the game, we touched briefly on these comps. OMG, bringing back the Cassante. You mentioned it. It wasn't a bad pick. It was left on an island. I am terrified, though, for this Cassante when you look at the other side. You got a Renekton and a Sejuani, two exceptional early game carries that can just really make your life a hell and don't let you scale. So really want to see LNG making the most out of that passive from the Sejuani with the two melee mid laners. And, of course, Renata, we have not seen in such a long time, but I still think that it can just be...
now.
Yeah, very sparingly, but can be just so powerful in her own right. You get a hostile takeover that lands on 3 or 4 people, that can be the difference maker in these games.
And particularly when you have Yone ult, Varus ult, Maokai ult to help set that up for success, this is becoming something that we're seeing a little bit more from OMG. The long range, everything engage all the time kind of comp. They normally do it with something like a Rumble as well, but having that Maokai ult, which is on one of the most powerful champions in the game currently as it stands, we'll have to be tracking that one. LNG, if you get stuck into the mire of this melee versus melee top side of the map, that can come into play. Looking to start things off early though.
Oh, PP God. He's going to have to probably flash away from this one here, you would imagine. Yeah. Gets himself over the wall. Will he go down, though? That's the real question. One last auto attack will send him to the gray screen. That is the perfect start for LNG. It's a flash for a flash, but you still get 400 gold.
Yeah, and when LNG have this top side of the map, which has so much ability to fight early, any sort of lead sticks, and when you're removing summoners from the bot side of the map and maybe allowing the bot side of the map to be very stable for you, it allows the top side to fight basically no holds barred. We saw that in a couple of the games in our previous series too, where as soon as bot lane is kind of solved, the top side of the map just goes to party because they know they don't actually have to interact with that as much. The kill goes over to the double ranged AD carries of the bot lane, the Jhin and the Ashe. Have to see if this Renata and the Varus can really stand up against that. It's just such a difficult lane to play against.
I mean, with Abel not really having a support right now because PP God has to play so defensively. You can see there with the Deadly Flourish start, LP and Hung just trying their absolute best to put down this bot lane, continually keep that advantage. They said, look, yeah, we have a Draven in the game 1. We don't need it in game number 2. We're going to make sure you are just not able to have fun. And honestly, right now, this is exactly how game 1 went for LNG.
Yeah, so OMG, you have better team fighting in this comp. You got to feel, already talked about that combo, one that we're starting to get to know from OMG. They love having this long range engage, but can they get to the point where they can fight on that kind of even footing? Cream on the Yone. He's had some excellent performances on it before. Had 9 kills in his last game, if my memory serves me right, but might get himself an early death in this one as Tarzan looking to see if he can time out this Yone Q.
Oh, he does indeed. They're going to get the flash out of him. They get the abscond abduct, and they're going to get a hell of a lot of damage onto him as well. Tarzan with the kill. LNG showing the mid-jungle combination and just punishing OMG once more.
It is exactly as you mentioned in that last game. It doesn't matter if Tarzan's on a Zac, on an Elise, on a Lee Sin, on a Sejuani. He just knows how to impact the game. On the Sejuani, gets into that mid lane, uses that melee synergy, and sets behind this Yone. Yone is such a different champion from the head or behind. Very snowbally champion in either direction. Getting a first kill onto that lane, very important. Takes away the flash, takes away the teleport. Scout and Tarzan have both of their flashes available to them. That could be a return gank angle. And if Aki's not in position to defend that lane, and Maokai is a very good counter ganker, don't get me wrong, but if he's not in perfect position to protect his lanes, this could really become a returning problem for OMG.
Did he squeeze past that right there? I think he
has.
did.
He's waiting for his Q cooldown as well. You can sit here for as long as he wants. The ward's just died. There is no information. Aki can head over and put his saplings down. Can he get away with this? No, he can. Is this going to give them another route into mid lane? How far up is Cream going to go?
Cream recognizes it now. Now Kai walks over and kind of says, okay, there's somebody here, so there's not really much there. Scout did, of course, use the abscond abduct, so not really going to be able to make a full gank happen here. But Tarzan still thinking about hovering over again. Look, they priority bot side, so they're going to be able to prove Hung over here as well, because don't forget, Tarzan did lose his Raptors and Red buff to Aki on that invade on the top side, so he's kind of just trying to return the favor at the moment. Looks like the rest of LNG have called it off and said, look, it's difficult enough to try and get this one going on top of a Maokai, so no need to overextend, overpush our luck. We'll back away. Plenty of camps for the Sejuani to take.
I'd like to briefly check in on this top lane as well. Zik has been left alone. This is the side quest Island again, where you've got the top laners just kind of sitting here. Just you're in the daycare. It's like, wow, your Cassandra's learned a new move. He could use like his Intopo strikes and footwork now. Ooh, crazy. But they have
could use Hyperfang. What? It's level 58 Rattata. I play way too much Pokemon Blue and Red.
We do it all here on the LPL, but they will be coming into effect a little bit later into the game. I haven't really had to see how the Sejuani will interact with that lane. The Sejuani Renekton is a very powerful combination, which was called out earlier in the game. I mentioned that, but Cassante is one of the best anti-Renekton Sejuani combos in the game too, because you have that W much like an Aurelia W, but with a dash attached to it. Gives you the ability to be unstoppable, get some damage reduction, and then kind of like work your way out of that play. Be very good at kind of like absorbing the players. And what this means really is that OMG, between their top jungle, they have some ways if they're in the right position to outplay and play defensively against that combination. I can understand actually with that in mind why Tarzan did make that decision to go towards that mid lane as well. Swingy matchup with less ability to outplay that Sejuani. But less about that mid lane. Tarzan getting himself a dragon to the mix. But it isn't going to be 2v1 on the top side, but on the opposite side of what we thought.
Yeah, opposite side there, we are going to see the flash in by the Maokai to try and make this one work. Flash for flash. Zika hasn't gone down just yet. He will have cooldowns in a second, so he's looking to try and maybe make this one work for himself. Nicely done there. Ooh. Thought maybe if he get one more auto attack off, he might have been able to take the Maokai with him. But now we're going to see Cream getting taken in on this mid lane here. He will get a little bit of CC down on top of him. Ooh. Will force the flash out of Scout, as he almost had the fate sealed there for the LNG mid laner, but not to be. And now that we're seeing a couple more abilities being made available for OMG, they're kind of coming back to life.
Yeah, and Cream, again, really does bear mentioning how good and consistent of a player this guy has been for OMG and on the Yone pick, which is, he's known for a little bit now. Again, he has played it a couple of times in this season. Playing it into a flippy matchup versus Scout on Silas of all players and all champions as well. Scout, one of the real mid lane gods of the LPL. Getting himself something more for his value in that play, returning the favor a little bit. But we talked about this top lane, how Cassante can be pretty good against the Renekton Sejuani. We didn't really talk about the combination between Cassante and Maokai. It's not really anything to write home about. It's very nearly turning that play, but doesn't quite get away with it. Suddenly, the Renekton, who've been doing well in the individual matchup, has given a little bit of gold over to the other side.
Yeah, Aki almost had egg on his face there. A little bit of this miscommunication there with the knockback.
Oh,
from
what
Shanji
kind of
and-
egg group is it in? Is it the field group or the?
Oh my god, come on now. That's a bit that's too deep in the Pokemon lore.
Look,
You're
we
lucky
skipped
I
the break
caught
to
on
get
to
up
that
to-
because
Look, I normally allow myself like a certain amount of rationality per game, and we didn't have a break between game 1 and 2, so it is all coming out at this point.
It's
We've
all
got
one
over,
game.
over the Hysteria horizon.
As you're lucky I caught on to that because I have a friend who's shiny puns. I know I hear about this all the time. So, but yeah, like again, it's definitely a better or less chaotic start, I will say, comparatively to game number 1, where we saw a lot of Tarzan invade. Of course, Tarzan's still been just as active, just maybe not as chaotic as we have seen before. There's Aki now with the ultimate available to himself, so both junglers going to be able to make that big CC play. I will say that if Tarzan goes in first and then you see the Maokai ultimate coming in afterwards, it can be a little bit difficult for LNG to really make any of that kind of damage stick, but we'll have to see on the execution. 2 minutes till the next dragon spawns. Thankfully, it will not be a Chem Soul, but you know, we'll get there.
But we do have Herald, and we've got bot lanes moving up towards it. Varus staying in bot side, but yes, absolutely track those ultimates. Huge engage ultimates from these junglers. Tarzan looking to pin down the first target. When you have a Silas and a Renekton, awesome amount of ability to do that. I'm more worried for what happens with LNG if they get caught behind the initial engage. What happens is the Maokai ult roots people behind the Sejuani. The Yone gets a flank when the Sejuani is tied up in the front line. That's where things get really interesting to track. OMG need to get past this bulwark at the front line, because if they catch people in the back line, and they certainly have the tools to do so, I think that's where they start winning in the 5v5s.
Rift Herald has been started and stopped a couple of times now between both junglers, as mid lane priority does tend to lean towards LNG. Scout was leaning down towards that bot side, but has now opted to go back into that mid lane. Not a lot of vision control here for either team as they look to try and make this one work. Again, very difficult to move in onto this Maokai with those saplings. Chain of Corruption comes out, but they've got the Ash Arrow to turn it back. There's the Maokai ultimate fate sealed, and they're able to turn that into 2 quick kills. Cream, though, will be traded back for 1 more. That one goes over to Hong. And that ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of OMG to get themselves a Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, and you can see the power that Yone can bring to these fights. You've got engaged with the junglers. Turns out the mid lane has got some to bring to bear as well. Scout didn't really get the best use of the Stolen Maokai ult in that fight. It felt like if you could steal that away, that would have been a huge way to even up things in that play, but suddenly that gold advantage which you'd accrued through that first blood, through that bot side, the bot lane advantage, that is now gone. Now you've got that Herald in inventory of Aki as well. Gonna go back to the replay to see exactly how this all came about, because yes, you catch that Yone, but that's not onto the Varus, and as soon as that W shield comes out from Yone, the amount of HP differential that gives between the shield and the damage is just way too much, and if they could have finished off Cream before he ulted, hugely different play. They don't quite have the damage, they can't quite finish it off, and they're left left a bit bruised and battered from that fight.
Interesting. LP going with a lethality Jhin. Something we do not see very often whatsoever.
Actually, if I'm going to nerd out about this, we're seeing this a little bit more. We're also seeing the Muramana. This is a build which does a lot more damage to frontliners. Eclipse can sometimes come in later to the build. We've seen players like, we might just get a solo kill here as well. That could be fun.
That could be fun. Zika, flash for flash. Sanji underneath the tower. She'll be able to walk away from this one here.
Talk about item builds, and I'm like, yeah, Jhin goes for a lot of this damage. Maybe the Eclipse comes in later because the Mythic passive is, of course, percent penetration. But when you go towards the Muramana and you go towards the Eclipse and you get a couple of other kind of lethality items in, you can go towards the Cyrildas, you actually do an awful lot of damage from a very safe range to this front line. And when you consider that OMG are about long-range engage, catching the backline, the further away you can be, the better it is. But they're closing the distance themselves.
I was just about to say, the further away you can be, the better it is. But for PP God, he's still alive. And with the creepy caterpillar cats coming over. Ooh, Hong almost got taken out. They try to go forward, and Abel is not able to keep himself alive. PP God ends up being surviving this one. Flash! Boom! Deadly Flourish! One more auto attack, but he doesn't have the range. Not quite able to make that one work there, but it's LNG again, finding opportunities, pushing forward, making a nuisance of themselves.
Yeah, and they are not as easily caught out this time. No Yone at the play, no ability to really close that distance onto someone like the ulting Jin, and we're already starting to see how much work LP and Han can do from a very safe distance. Gonna go back into this replay to see how this one came across. Single target engage, that's what you're looking for. Abel being a pro, making sure he could guard with the Guardian and body blocking with his own form as well to make sure those 4 shots didn't come through. Scout though manages to turn things around at least into that first kill. Scout trying to see if he can follow up the mid lane.
They wanted to try and get the CC down, and it's all missing right now, so it really is not going into the position they wanted to. They do get them down in terms of the auto attacks, but now Hong has been left out to dry. Not exactly ideal there from the side of LNG, and again, it's just so slippery to try and burn down this Yone. He's got so many ways of getting away from you.
And once again, side quest island in this top side. Just left under turret. Shanji has the ult, not popping it right now. Tried to dive before. Was the Domus Cream? That we're just fighting all the time. It is melee versus melee in the mid lane. Cream on this Yone. Center of attention in this play. It's going to lead to that Herald going down. Cream and Aki sharing the gold for that one, but we've seen now OMG fire back a couple of times. Cream managing to get involved in things. It really does feel if Yone is involved in the play, things are difficult for LNG. This long-range bot lane, even their front line getting tied up, is being very difficult for them to work their way through these team fights.
It really, really is, and Zika is not having a good time on this top side either. Renekton has kind of been left on his own, to be perfectly honest. Tarzan hasn't really gone there at all in any sense of the setup right now, but we'll have the Core Drinker finally to try and deal with the Sunfire Cape of the Sanji, who's just kind of crashing the wave and has himself a little bit of a CS lead. So coming up to 15 minutes into the game, it is actually OMG with a slight gold advantage. 2 dragons though in favor of LNG, and Ocean Soul would be very, very nice for something like a Renekton and a Sylas. So right now that's going to be the priority for LNG. They've been very good so far this series at stacking these early dragons and getting us towards that early soul. Again, we're going to be looking at a 22-minute soul if all things go well for LNG.
Yeah, I think in this game, because it feels like it's going to be more about clutch engages, burst combos, something like an Ocean Soul is not going to be as potent as we saw in one of the games earlier today in the previous series, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact. As you're saying, when you've got a Sejuani with a Radiant Virtue, you've got a Renekton, Gore Drinkering up in that front line with Kolomik as well coming through, it is very difficult to try and outplay that kind of situation when you've got that amount of extra HP ticking through. So, once again, 1 minute up until that dragon. Watch for this vision control. LNG holding on to good stuff for now, but they have themselves their Umbral Blade, which very much helps in regards to that. Renata doesn't bring that to the table. So, vision control very, very key. Mid lane control too, pushing in that wave will help get extra entry into this river. And maybe we can start seeing OMG kind of form their full combo together for one of the first times this game. Having this huge long range engage, catching people out from LNG with Yone flying over a wall. That's what I'm very worried about for LNG, to the point where actually, if they don't have good vision control, I don't think they should risk going towards this dragon. That is how dangerous OMG's combo can be if they do catch out someone like this Jin on the flank.
Zika is just having such a tough time right now. Not only is he kind of losing pressure, he's also down in the levels as well. So not going to be as impactful as you can see Cream and Scout duking it out as LP has to immediately use the cleanse, but there's a hell of a lot more CC following, and you've been brought away from the fight. That was so strange right there from the LNG AD carry, just kind of soaking up damage they just didn't really need to do.
No, I really like how OMG approached that mid lane dive. I thought it was about this objective setup. You can see that Scout, Tarzan heading towards that bot side without realizing that actually the danger came from top jungle. That top lane matchup, which Zika has been struggling so much in, utilized by Shanji to get a play onto that mid lane, gives him that dragon for free, stops that soul becoming a burgeoning threat. And when you give an extra ability for someone like the Yone to get extra items under their belt, very dangerous prospects. LNG no longer going to get themselves the early soul win condition. Now we have to see, how do LNG approach the next couple of minutes? They probably do still want to be getting up towards these objectives, but if they don't have the ability to play around their vision the way that they can do around these objectives, a lot of their composition is going to be quite difficult. How are they going to play around this single target CC when they can't protect their backline like this?
again, just very, as you say, that's, I suppose just kind of misjudged, I think is the best way to put it. Shang-Chi now moving forward onto Zika. Hong is there as well. Hong needs to be careful. I was going to say, he's going to have the flash, but he gets dropped back straight away. He's dead. They are just really underestimating the power that Shang-Chi has on this Cassante, and he's punishing them rightly.
And this is exactly why, what we were just talking about, why we're worried for LNG now, because despite having a good single target composition which can fight front to back in their own way, if you don't have the vision for that, you're going to get picked apart by OMG and their ability to push in on these side lanes and engage over walls. Now they're looking to get something here, but this is a combo you should have used probably about 10 levels ago. It's not there right now, and Shanji is walking up, and yes, Silas is coming through. Shanji can just ult someone through a wall. I think he actually makes it out of this.
I don't think he does if he goes that way, though, because guess what? You can steal away the ultimate, and you can bring him further away. Good proactive play here from LNG, finally getting something going for them against this Cassante.
Okay, fair play. Actually do manage to drag him back with the stolen all out. Drags him through the wall before he can get his own way out of things. Important kill. Pins OMG back on that top side of the map. Stops them having winning side lanes on both sides of the rift. Still, godly to OMG, being able to push in this mid lane, and despite that one kill, it's not really... That's the first stage of something. The second stage needs to be taking over an area of the map and then being able to play around it. The arrow doesn't lead to anything in that mid lane, and LNG, despite being able to clean up house with that Cassante, it's stalled out from there. It's the start of something which hasn't really been able to be capitalized on.
Wait to see now, OMG still have an advantage, still looking very good the longer this game goes on. Again, it's very interesting to see LP go towards that more lethality-based build, like I say, with the Murmana and, of course, the Eclipse. How does that... I was just... How the hell does that ward not see him there? But it didn't, but...
Geometry.
Yeah, just how it is. Just the movement of the map, as you can see now. Ooh, a Fate Seal that was stolen. Not going to be the seal of the deal onto this top lane. That's a TP down now as well. So these are small little things that aren't really working out that great for the side of LNG. OMG just calm, cool, collected, making sure that they're picking up what they want. And if you look at the items they picked up as well, they've gone with the on-hit virus. They're going to say, look, we're gonna shred you. We're going to shred the objectives as well. So we're not really worried about a timer. We're not really worried about, anyone kind of losing relevancy in the next, 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, that build is literally saying that, okay, you have a Renekton, Sejuani, and a Silas who are getting melee. I want the extra shield, and everyone else is pinning people down in front of me anyway. I actually have good damage with that shield bow, being able to rack through these tanks. I actually like this from Abel an awful lot. You're not going to win the poke versus poke trade versus the Jhin and the Ashe, so why try and beat them at their own game when you can win in another facet? Scout on the flank has the flash. Which ult is he looking to steal? Are they even looking for the fight?
I imagine he's looking at, I was going to say, probably the virus chain of corruption immediately has to be cleansed away. Actually, Cleanse and Mikhail's were used. A little bit of miscommunication. Yeah, double tap there, unfortunately. Just give him a little bit of extra healing off the back of it, so not the worst thing in the world. But won't have now the Cleanse or possibly the Mikhail's before this Dragon spawns in a minute's time. And again, LNG is still looking for that win condition. No TP for Cream, as he's going to have to try and reset now after pushing this way.
Okay, once again, with... really starting to worry for LNG in this composition. We were kind of asking already over the last phase of play, okay, you've kind of taken down Shanji in this side lane, that's cool. What are you doing with that next? How are you actually engaging onto these enemy targets? And we talked about it being single target. Renata has that first item, Mikhail's Blessing. You talked about that being very important there. There's the Cleanse on Varus. Yeah, not helpful to use both of them, but having them available means that LNG need to really start problem solving as to how they're going to start getting advantages in this game. They have the arrow back up with the cleanses down. Maybe this is your timing window, but you got to find something.
They found the flash, and a fair bit of damage on a PP got enabled, as Shelly is not going to be able to do her favorite thing in the world. Very sad, F's in the chat. But we'll see now what OMG can do. You've no flash, you've no cleanse. You might just have the Mikhails for you just about, basically, as the cooldown is coming off. But Aki now on the back of this pit is going to try and just be a nuisance. Maybe use that ultimate to try and separate someone out and isolate them.
Okay, so all ultimates up. Maokai ult pulled, looking for the big
Go.
engage.
They're looking for the big engage, but they get the blast cone, and now the Maokai's followed over. I don't know if that's where exactly he wanted to be. They need to try and kill Aki because Tarzan's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Zika hasn't really done a lot at all. The Ashen's been killed.
Nuts!
He's going crazy on the backside there, and this is going to be a clean fight for the side of OMG. They're able to get themselves 4 kills, maybe even 5 as Scout looks to try and play this one a little bit clever, but he's already surrounded. He knows there's nowhere out for him right now. Cream thinking about looking for him. They will use the Sconda Duck to just dissuade anything else. That's 2 dragons now for OMG. And LNG now really starting to see the errors of their ways. Their early game that looks so good just isn't paying dividends.
Oh, and they leave Scout alive to send the message back to the LNG fans. Huge loss for them around this dragon. This is what we've been worried about the entire game. LNG, you can play through the early game, you have some good combos to play around, but eventually you're going to have to deal with something that OMG is starting to show more and more of, and it is big, long-range engage compositions centered around something like a Yone, something like a Maokai, and it really helps that Shanji is absolutely blasting the backline and keeping them to account so they can't wreak havoc on the rest of things. But OMG, you can see the power of this composition, and LNG, they are still being asked the same question. What do you do when OMG choose to engage? They don't have options right now. They need to think of something different.
They're going for a Baron. Shanji they want the TP. That's all they want right now. They just want the TP. They don't want anything else. Shanji's in the bot side. Actually, never mind. Abel is actually basically in his own base right now, so they might not be able to get this one. Zika hasn't moved down just yet. 4,000 HP. It's going to be a smite fight. They're going to use the Maokai ultimate. You need to burn this one down. They're going to try to take the jungler out. He doesn't do it in time, and it's secured by Scout. Baron for LNG. Shanji still alive. I don't know how. Now he goes down, and then we can see a real fight. There's the curtain call coming in. This Ashe, this Jhin, there the damage. This Scout has got to do something. There's another kill. Cream dies before he can do any damage. And LNG have bursted back on the map. They took a risk and they're being rewarded.
They find the creative play. They force OMG into a poor fight around Baron without their AD carry for the start of it. LNG, they do the calculations. There's computer brains running at overload, and it works out just about. Real magic from LNG, looking to keep that clean sheet, not lose a game just yet. Even though the Maokai ult comes in across this Baron, normally a blue side Maokai can continue into the pit. LNG are happy to fight in there. Cream doesn't quite get enough done. The Jhin is full HP, has a build which can do so much damage. Abel, in his, I suppose, rush to join that fight, finds himself in a really poor position to keep himself alive. And LNG, they really make the most of that play when it felt like it was all but done.
There's huge timing as well from the side of LNG in the sense that they waited until the revive, the bailout from PP God was gone off of Cream. Then they focused him as he tried to go in on that. So really nicely done there, just making sure he doesn't get the free revive, making sure he doesn't get an extra couple of seconds off of it, to make a damage or 2 down and get himself off. So really, really well done by them. And now we're coming into a game where LNG have made a 6,000 gold swing. Effectively, as you can see it, Ashe Arrow lands on the PP God, not really the one they're going to be able to kind of go onto as Shanji is there. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption coming out alongside the Glacial Prison. PP God hasn't been able to move. A good ultimate might be the death of Scout. Yes, it is. They're going to get the ultimate as well off of the Yone, who tries to move forward onto this one here. Sejuani has gone down. LNG, you tried too much. You bit off more than you could chew. OMG can run up. They can end the game. You don't have wave clear.
Oh, the magic they had at the Baron has fizzled out. The fairy dust is gone. It is a Pixie's nightmare. That deal turns so sour. And just as they felt like they've gotten something good, they got themselves some items to play around. Now they find themselves losing even more gold. That Baron power play is going to be all but thrown to the wind, losing an inhibitor. OMG back on the map in force.
Oh, you just tried to hard force it, and again, you talked about it so much. The turnaround from OMG, the counter engage available to him, the hostile takeover, the ultimate from the Maokai, just the Shanji ultimate to be able to take someone out and away from the fight. It's just too big, and they stopped blood in the water.
Yeah, and actually one of the big things about the difference between this fight, which OMG win, and the one that they just lost to the Baron, there was no Renata ult at the Baron. Aki comes in with a really clutch block to allow PP got enough time to force LP back with that ultimate, to force some extra damage coming through. And LNG, they can't defend this position. They don't manage to take down Creed early on into the fight. Never mind someone like Shanji, who runs wild on the backline once again. And OMG back onto the map now, back in their own side of the jungle though, with 30 seconds to spare on this Dragon Swarm. I think LNG, if they can control one of these choke points, maybe they can find themselves something to fight around. Look for the next arrow. Mikhail's is back up, Cleanse is back up. It's a hard job landing your mark onto a target which can actually stop that Cleanse. Mikhail stolen though. Another way to control that threat.
This could be the final fight. You can see there, Super Minions now pushing into that, towards that mid lane. LNG know they're on a bit of a timer. They don't want to give away a Quadra Mount or Ocean Soul. There's a good Maokai ultimate, lands on the 2. They're getting some decent damage on the Shanji, who gets the Mikhails. Important to recognize that one there. We're going to see no abscond of Ducks. They're going to use a lot of damage now onto Aki. They're not able to get some more down onto it. No one dies just yet, but they've got some decent damage. Sanji gets caught out. They're going to try and get Zick onto the backside. He flashes it on top of Abel. They're going to have to try and take out Cream as well. He will fall. And LNG have said, look, that was just a blip on the radar. It's not a big deal. We still own this map. They're going to get the 2 kills. They're going to be able to get the Dragon. And this game shall continue.
Jin gets massive value in that fight, and now LNG, they get themselves another Dragon, and they're showing that actually, if you get the right terrain, they can fight these out as well. There's no easy way for Yone to get into the backline in that fight, way too far away, and Shanji also not able to impact things. LNG, they've been asked an awful lot of questions this game. How do you puzzle out this big engaged combat? How do you puzzle out keeping your backline safe? They've managed to find a couple of answers to it now. Scout, Zika, holding up different flank angles. Cream uses his first E in this fight to try and keep Zika at bay, but that means he's not getting on top of this Jin, not getting on top of someone like Scout either, and Cream struggles to get value, whereas the solo laners and the AD carry of LNG get maximum value for themselves.
Yeah, the Chain of Corruption only lands on the Hong as well, so you're kind of after the Chain of Corruption goes, you don't really have the hostile takeover. It's just like, what else do you have to stop them from running on top of you? And I think it was just really good kiting out there from LNG as they come back out with the Soul Point. We're going to have Baron spawning in 30 seconds, but honestly, the way things have been going, it feels like when OMG fight at an objective, they lose, but when they fight in just a kind of an open plane, like you said, the mid lane or such, they have such a better advantage. So I really am curious to see now what kind of terrain they want to try and fight into, and right now, it's just hard.
But that really is kind of puzzling to me, because the thing for me is that I think LNG win when they have chosen the terrain, they've done actual good setup. I feel like they've gone a little too far when it hasn't been an objective. Maybe been getting a little bit lackadaisical. Maybe just coasting through to the next timer, and that means that they had given OMG time to engage. I still feel like around these objectives, if OMG get to arrive at the objective first, they get to set up vision, they should still have an advantage there too. It's just about OMG choosing their own way to go for their combo.
Here we go. The Ash Arrow's not going to hit anybody, but there is the Maokai ultimate. The first one is OMG's. The second one is OMG's. The Baron is secured. PP got taken very low, as is Cream. He gets himself over the wall. Hostile takeover is good to delay, but they're not really getting away with this one right now. Flashes are still down. They haven't really confirmed any kills, but nobody's gotten out safe yet. I lied. Cream finally got the recall off. Shanji's now dead as they look to try and get more. Abel still sitting there waiting for something to happen, but he's got nowhere to go. He's going to be falling down just as quickly as well. 2 kills before a Baron. You feel like it's the correct call there for OMG. They're just not going to have it on the same amount of people that they would like.
Yeah, Shanji, Abel sacrifices a rear guard to make sure the rest of the troops can make their way back to the fountain, make their way back with that glorious Baron buff. And OMG, you can see them trying to take control of an objective space first, trying to find a way to control this objective, but LNG don't allow them the time, don't allow them the presence of mind to actually be able to go towards this big play, not being able to set up their vision. And credit to LNG for really forcing OMG into a very difficult set of decision-making moments, which they barely get away with. They barely get away with it. Still, having to reset very, very quickly, losing 2 people on the map as well. It's not like LNG are without their victories from that play as well.
It's a close game. 2 minutes are just a little bit underneath it for the next Dragon to spawn. That will be Soul for LNG. 25 towers to 4, 14 kill apiece. Gold is effectively even. There is a Baron for another minute and 30 seconds, so you will have Baron to be able to kind of coax your waves up and get yourself set up into a position now of power. Inhibitor going to be just respawned, actually, so LNG will have that presence now around this objective, not worrying about super minions maybe collapsing on top of them. There's some great vision on that bot side as well. I will note, though, that you did use the TP from Scout to get that great flank to kind of pincer them in. He won't have that this time around. He does nearly have himself a Magi Soul Stealer if he wants to try and upgrade it just before this next fight, but a minute till Dragon.
Well, this key is going to be key objective setup. Shanji not quite caught, managed to channel W in time, but those are big ultimates used. Those are huge ultimates used. That Maokai ult has been game-turning in some of these big fights. Aki not going to have access to it. It's not ranked 3 yet. Got a minute on this Dragon spawning, and I feel like that is a moment of impatience, maybe a misread on the play, which means that, yeah, I think it's panic. And now OMG, one less big tool to deal with. They do have some other big tools to put into perspective, though. Double GA onto the Yone and onto the Varus. Incredibly important. Stopwatch on the Maokai. And on the other side, you've only really got that one stopwatch in the form of the Zhonya's on Scout in terms of the ability to buy that extra bit of time. It's not like they don't have some big breakpoints for this. They're also buying some elixirs. You can see a couple of them hanging around. Elixir of Iron on Shanji. He's got a bit more tenacity to bring to bear as well. Again, it really does feel like with 3 Dragons from LNG, Soul on the table, this could be the deciding fight.
There is still no Maokai ult. You have got the Ashe ult, though, and that's the difference. That's why you don't have a problem throwing it out every now and again. They want to try and delay this if you're OMG. You know you're down a big, big tool that would just be massive for this team fight. Shanji trying to be aggressive, pushing forward. They just about get it on top, so now Aki will just about have access to it. They've delayed it just long enough, so OMG back up to a full deck of cards. Zika trying to maybe just move forward on top of this. Scout gonna go soak up a little bit of damage here and then throw out a little bit of a ult of his own. They do catch out a lot of people. Cream taken very, very low. They can use the curtain call. Zika trying to jump onto the backside here and be a nuisance, and they get on top of everybody. Shanji trying to go God mode. The GA has been popped onto Cream. Ashe is dead. There's 2 GAs. They had second lives. They're finally going for it. Shanji, it's just too big on this backside, and OMG come out with the fight.
OMG have done it. I think with that, that will be the first game loss of 2023 for LNG. Undefeated no more, but they were given a run for their money, were OMG. It is hard fought. They had to take a couple of teamfight losses back to back with the minion wave in tow. And only Tarzan standing between them and those Nexus towers. This should be it.
It should be it. He's trying to see if he can get rid of the minions, but it's just not going to happen right now. Just so many tools, so many second lives available for OMG as they look to try and make this one work. Abel flashes away because he knows he doesn't want to give over another little bit of kill participation, but even if they kill off, I think honestly they kill off 2 people here, it doesn't even matter, to be honest. Asante is going to be able to end this game. Shanji gets the final last hit, and OMG give LNG their first game loss of 2023.
And this is exactly why we were talking about this kind of series as a very good benchmark for where our teams currently stand in LPL Spring 2023. LNG undefeated in series, undefeated in best of ones before this as well, sat at 3-0 with a 6-0 game score. But you have teams like OMG, which are, though inconsistent and a little scrappy, they are a team which can punch very, very high despite having some low lows thrown in there as well. In this game, they come out with another very innovative composition. They had that an awful lot through spring of 2022 in particular. And they bring it out again today to give themselves a little bit more of a fighting chance against LNG, bring it through to that series point.
Yeah, I mean, great moves from OMG. And honestly, it did feel like it was going to be on Shanji. Shanji was just able to separate someone out every single fight. And the ones fights that he didn't, that was when LNG were able to win. That was when they were able to kind of poke him out, get him down to below half HP, and all of a sudden he wasn't as confident, he wasn't as brave to move forward with that. And this K'Sante just proves time and time again that it is such a problem. Having the ability to be able to build so much tank stats and yet still be able to take people out in 1v1s against like a Renekton, a Sylas, whatever it is. It's just ridiculous, and it's the reason why we've seen it such a high ban presence.
Yeah, and it does have nerfs coming in the future as well. You lose a lot more resistance on your ult when it comes through to 13.3. That's a while away, though. We are going to have to deal with that.
Very long time away.
K'Sante being a big factor for a little while yet, and particularly with something like even stuff like Kindred being banned away as a great anti-tank champion for the jungle, he has less to be worried about with stuff like Jax being continually on the ban list. Also something which is harder to punish in a 1v1 lane setting and in a team composition to some extent as well. I mean, this champion has been very successful in the LPL. Lots of very talented players of that champion, and Shanji ranking amongst them as well, alongside having his own pocket picks. And that damage graph shows you how fun of a champion Maokai could be as well. Went for the double burn build, went for those saplings, and because everything came around to those objectives, you don't really have a choice except to run through that minefield of those saplings. And OMG, like we said, it was hard fought for, but they do walk away with that win, and that is that gold graph tells the story.
Yeah, I mean, it was very much a back and forth, one haymaker after the other trying to make this one win. But again, I gotta say, like, LNG, I gotta give a little bit of kind of question marks over the prioritization. I feel like if Tarzan had just kind of stuck to the top side, your bot lane's winning, you don't need to do much else there. Yes, you can double down on it, which he did, but get that dragon, move up top, get Zika going, so this Cassante is just never in the priority, because we saw it on multiple occasions that Shanji would just push in, Zika would collect the wave, but because of that difference in priority, Sanji was able to make plays. Sanji was able to be in the area before everyone else.
That was one of the first big plays which really defined this game, the catch onto that Jhin in the mid lane, just as OMG were looking for their first couple of combos of the game. Suddenly, LNG couldn't look for that objective, and this will be a very important learning experience for LNG. They hadn't been handed a loss yet, and to see that it was handed to them because they had some very clean objective setups, but they fell short in a couple of the very key ones, will be an important takeaway to say, okay, we are still in this series for now.
Yeah.
We have a lot to learn and a lot to kind of shine around the edges to be able to be more clean around these objectives where this game was really decided.
Yeah, and it does feel like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see LNG ban away the Cassante in the next game, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have our third game of the series and our final game of the day. We'll see you soon.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars blinded, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. Yeah, only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad.
我觉得 LNG 就是这支队伍就整体就很好，然后就不管对线运营这些都很好。然后我们对阵他们要注意的话，就是尽量让我们 BP 处于自己的那种自己熟悉的那个 BP 吧，然后就把这个阵容发挥出来就好了。他的这名选手的话，就是一直都打得很好嘛，然后但是我们打他们也有赢过，所以不用太去知道他要玩什么英雄，就阵容选出来之后讨论好我们自己要干嘛，去发挥出来就好了。
utilize your strength after the draft. Welcome back, one and all, as we come into our third game of this series, our sixth game of the day. We are
going the distance,
flying right now. It's just, it's going to be a good one. I have a feeling that it's going to be another kind of interesting, quote-unquote, quotation marks, interesting setup between these two teams. Because again, LNG looking to try and solidify themselves with 4 wins, 0 losses in terms of series, and OMG striking first blood effectively against LNG, the only team to ever take a game off in the split, and it all came off of Shanji, who gets the MVP.
Yeah, and I love when we say something in the game and we hear something from the interview, and we realize we've actually managed to grab onto what the teams are thinking as well, because with Shanji, with that Kasante, really helps set up the rest of the composition. And for me, OMG, we talked about it a couple of times right after that draft. It feels like OMG are starting to forge an identity for themselves where they do have this go-to composition of having so many ways to reach the backline. One of them being something like the Kasante. Shanji obviously a big Rumble player too, which is incredibly good at killing the backline with his ultimate. But OMG, they're starting to become a bit of a wild card here. I mean, they're not a team which I think a lot of people would have had like as LPL favorites coming into the split based on preseason power rankings, but they're absolutely no slouches. This team being able to take a game off of LNG, who are previously undefeated, have to be put up a little bit more in that notoriety rating now.
Absolutely, and again, it kind of this final fight, which was effectively the final fight of the entire game, just ended up being Shanji just biding his time, soaking in all of that damage. Can understate the hostile takeover and how massive that was, but again, just being in the vicinity to take away tanks, take away engages, and just be what he has to do his job. And I really do think they need to take away the Kasante away from him. It's just too powerful of a pick to be giving over to OMG. And the best way I can always put it, the way I view something as broken or not broken, is that like if it plugs too many holes, if it's damage, if it's engage, if it's tank, if it's all these different things rolled into one, it's probably a little bit broken. So for LNG coming into this next draft, I want to see them maybe focus a little bit more on the top side in terms of getting rid of those carries. But I also think if you're going to pick the Renekton Sejuani, at least do something top lane. Don't just leave it till 50 minutes in the game.
What if it like plugs a load of holes but like really badly? As in like, oh, I could be a tank like a bit at a time or whatever. Is that also too broken? Does it have to be good at each of those roles? I get that Kasante is. This is not really the case study with that particular champion because he's getting a little bit too much value. But yeah, I think that when you have something which can kind of solidify a side lane like that too, it really took one gank against the Renekton to just kind of set that champion off flying. Because actually in the early game, the Renekton was doing pretty well into the Kasante. It typically does. One kill goes against that matchup and suddenly, actually the Kasante is turning things around. And as you were saying, did a really good job, did Shanji, of destabilizing the map, pushing in, finding angles on the side, and linking up with the rest of his team. I do think that kind of looking at this third game now, LNG, I hope that's given them a bit of a wake-up call in terms of how they're approaching these drafts and these compositions. They did a pretty good job in-game of realizing when they were losing plays and how they could find a way to dismantle bits and pieces of how OMG were approaching their compositions. Back into these picks and bans, OMG over on that red side, have to see now what they are willing to give up for that first pick. Are you going to give through something like that Elise, which was very powerful in that first game? Are you going to give up something like a Kasante through to 2-3, something like that? Lucian Nami is obviously typically on the table as well. Lots of things to be considered across the board.
Lots of things to be considered. LNG, as you said, back on that blue, so we'll see if the Elise is getting into... Well, wait, we're going to have our first official pick and ban. That's P that it was due to happen. The Sejuani gets banned away here. That leads me to believe they are looking towards something as a first pick in the Elise, perhaps in that top side, or maybe even a Kasante of their own, depending on how they want to try and go for it. But we'll see.
So the Elise is obviously like a really good matchup into something like the Sejuani early on, but then can get outvalued as things tick by. This also leaves me wondering whether you're going to see something like maybe something like a Kindred. We know that Shun, who played in the first series, that a big player of that. You had to expect that Elise was going to get banned. If you're cutting down the jungle pool, in fairness, Tarzan, very wide champion pool. Okay, yep, the Maokai's still on the table. Ignore all that, the Maokai's there, you take the Maokai, and that's going to go into that jungle. And that takes away a large amount of what OMG were using to get this big objective setup, to get this big amount of disruption, to allow someone like Shanji, to allow someone like Cream to really just infiltrate the backline and make their whole life a mess.
And then again, we see the Maokai come out. There's a hell of a lot of damage. We know what the likes of Tarzan can do when he's given a challenger. Blind casted in before anything else was picked. I mean, it's a move.
I get that LPL likes Cassidin. We have had this a couple of times before. And I believe Cream, I'm trying to remember if it was Cream that was the guy that got like the 9-kill crazy game on the Cassidin. We've seen it blind picked a couple of times, but this is asking for trouble. I have been trying to theory craft a couple of Cassidin counters. Sadly, Dernby not playing in this split. Kled mid is awesome into Cassidin. We have seen stuff like Yone be an answer into it too, which of course both of these players do play. But you're looking for something that can really punish through the mid jungle now. And the problem with that, and I do understand this why the Cassidin is locked in from this perspective, is that Maokai is not a great aggressive early jungler. Later on, he can very much find some angles. I'm not holding out hope for Zed. I would love to see Zed back in pro play, but he's just not in a great space as a champion right now. My second most played champion of all time. Yes, we can talk about this as well. Before this series, this champion, Abel Samira, 100% ban rate against this player. 9-3 all time, has been absolutely wrecking face with the champion. Abel Samira on the table. I'm really looking forward to this now.
Get themselves a hell of a lot of damage. There's a lot of short range of both these comps so far.
I love this draft, man. This is so much to talk about.
I was just about to say, I love the fact that OMG are saying, cool, we picked the Samira for Ava. We know how good he is. We also know how close range our composition is. We're banning the Renata. We're going to ban the Rel. Oh my god, these bans have gone so off the wall right now. These are not comps.
Yeah, Samira Rel is like the key key laning partner for that Samira, because you get to have that double stun all in, all the way from like level 1, level 2, and it just allows Samira to do so much work in team fights as well, with the tracked repel, allowing Samira to dive in and have even more tankiness. By the way, this is not going to be the last we see of this champion. As soon as we get the B patch coming through for this, of course we're on 13.1 right now, Samira with Infinity Edge second slaps so hard. We can see that OMG banning out some of the more defensive lane partners, assuming that Varus diving into a Braum, not particularly fun. Diving into a Renata, also not particularly fun. But what are you going to pair this up with now? You're losing a lot of your premier engaged supports. PP God, known for his stuff like his Leona, going to lock in that Alistar. But LNG, I think they should be looking for an anti-dive support. This hover, this would be pretty okay for them.
I mean, the Alistar locked in. We're going back to 2021, 2022. I'm excited to see these champions come in. Screw your enchanters. Give me hard engage. Absolutely in that bot side. Ashe and Heimerdinger weren't even banned. They're just not even looked at. That's the beauty of the LPL as we come into this one here. As LNG and OMG are kind of realizing that the laning phase doesn't make that big of a difference in terms of this specific matchup. Obviously, it does in the grand scheme of League of Legends, but they're realizing as we go through this series, it's about the team fights. It's about being comfortable and moving forward. Zika looking like he's going to go back towards the Renekton. I'm going to be real with you. With the Cassante still up and available, I really don't like this blind because it just felt like he just didn't do anything.
In the 1v1 matchup, totally agree with you, Sheen. In the team fights, though, I love this. Now, if this is going to be something like a Prowler's Call or Renekton, Samira now has to deal with point-and-click Maokai stun, point-and-click Leona stun, point-and-click potentially into death Renekton stun with that W as well. Abel, despite this being probably his most signature champion, the one which he has got such good results on before and has managed to be banned away from him so much in this year too, is going to have a very difficult job team fighting in this. Same with the Cassidin, but what I will say about the OMG composition right now is that even though the Cassidin and the Samira have a lot of point-and-click CC to have to navigate, Wukong does a lot of damage. Cassante does a lot of damage. There are multiple damage threats outside of the traditional carry positions too, which means that LNG, they have the tools to deal with someone if they dive in alone. Can they do that if everyone manages to coordinate up once from OMG, as they've constructed, once again, another unique draft for themselves? As we heard in that interview just before this game, that's something which OMG are looking towards to try and topple LNG.
And this is going to be a bloodbath. This is going to be so much fighting all the time. There is so much AoE CC, AoE Ultimate. All champions are relatively short range, apart from Tristana later in the game, but I'm sure we'll talk about that whenever it becomes relevant. But I want to see aggressive moves now from LNG. I want to see them, as you mentioned, utilizing this Tristana to get on top of the Cassidy before he hits level 6 and gets that safety. And on the other side of this, for OMG, I want to see the Samira. There's a reason why Abel gets this banned against him every single time, and we talked about it earlier. This is why you still have to play those scrims if you go against it, because you need to know.
That we actually joked about this earlier, because I think it would have been like game 1 or one of the crazy early game drafts that we had in our first series of the day. You were talking about, oh, sometimes you just got to play the scrims out, even if they're just so crap early. We were joking about it, like, yeah, what happens if you have a scrim where you let Abel get his Samira? Well, he's got it now, and this isn't a scrim. This is on stage. Now, you do have a chance to give him a rare loss on the champion, 9-3 on his career all time. Grouping up level 1 to maybe try and catch them out, but not finding anything in these murky waters down towards that bot lane. And vision put onto the red buff by PP God. Going to be able to see Tarzan and which buff he is going to start on at the very least, or at least which side of the map. I am so ready for this game. We have the on-hit Varus as well. You were talking about how low-range compositions these can be. We could even have just started jumping into a bit of the Malphite ult. Please don't do this. Game's awful to do it, but this should be an absolute massacre right from the beginning of the game.
I love the fact that we're seeing as well from both LNG and OMG the importance of information. 2 sweepers on OMG, one with the support and one with the jungler, and obviously the 1 sweeper with the support on the side of LNG. So both teams recognizing, and even now Scout kind of putting down a ward saying, look, we need to know where these junglers are going. We need to know what is going to be happening in the first few minutes of this game so we don't get caught out.
That ward there by Scout has kind of been colloquially known as the Faker ward, because he's been doing it for so many years at this point. Where he just walks in level 1 and gives you vision of that Raptor pit. But Scout doing it himself. Many mid laners now playing that themselves. Get the triple lane view, and honestly, I don't blame them. Fights could happen anywhere at any time in this game.
Yeah, as soon as we got the triple lane view, we actually looked on bot side. It was Hung and PP God throwing out some CC between the two of them, and of course level 2 is where you're really looking at the Leona and Lallister, whether they get their full combination or their full palette.
Yeah, slight, just really want to cut in here because this is really important. This is Q start level 1 of the Tristana. It means that you're not infinitely pushing the wave level 1. We used to see this ages ago when it was way more important in stuff like lane swaps to hold the wave at a certain point. What this means is that you're not crashing the lane level 2 into the Cassidy to allow him to pick up all of this wave at tower. It means that you can just walk up, use the lethal tempo and that attack speed to take trades like this. You don't actually have to worry so much about pushing the wave infinitely. You can stack it up on a cannon wave instead and make it much harder for the Cassidy to get value out of these early waves. I like that adaptation from Scout in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, even if he does pick up all the minions and all that, it takes an awful lot longer to kill that cannon on the tower than it does anything else. So you give yourself an opportunity to roam, maybe try and combo up with your jungler, like so, and they're going to try and maybe make this dive work. They jump straight on top of Scout, though, is tanking. He needs one more auto attack to die. You can see Cream. Oh, Hung! Doesn't matter. He got over the line, but he got a level of burst. First blood goes over to LNG. It was most certainly not clean, but it definitely worked out.
But all of that is a setup from Scout, making sure it's a slow push on the wave, not using the explosive charge there and the passive to levels up the Q level 1, takes some hard trades, sets up for the dive. Love the adaptation, love the capitalization. LNG off to a good start in this game. Gonna go back to the replay to see how this happened, and the almost comedy of errors, because what happens there is Tarzan kind of flips Cream out of the jump with the Q, means that you don't actually get that. That was the start points. They will see, in fact, that the Hex Flash is available, so they absolutely know that he flashed at some point. They don't necessarily know how bad it was, but information over to OMG nonetheless.
And this is unfortunate for OMG, because again, like you said, LNG could have ended up losing maybe 1 or 2 people there, because the level up came in and whatnot, but was not to be. Now Tarzan on this bot side, they're going to try and maybe catch out PP God. As an Ignite goes in, they're going to knock him up and force the flash out of him, but he gets knocked in here. Bramble Smash not quite available to knock him back, which means they're not able to secure that kill, but getting the flash off of PP God still pretty good. You do lose your Ignite onto the Leona. This bot lane is going in, and oh, Nightmare, we're just getting fights. This is League of Legends. This is what I wanted. None of this 35, 40 minute, I'm going to pick Heimerdinger Ash bot lane. Get it out of my game. Get it out of here. I just want to see fights. Just bring back engaged supports. It's more entertaining.
Bring back Ari, I want my champion back. They fight all the time too, but Scout, very happy to do that in this mid lane. Now got a mid lane freeze coming up. Got the Hex Flash on both of these supports. That's also very important to know. When you're playing around stuff like Yubi and Nami, you're not used to seeing stuff like Hex Flash anymore. That can be a very important thing to keep track of, being able to flash out of a brush, flash over a wall, much like Kong kind of failed to do earlier, and force the tempo of this game to go even further forward. Try and force a response from the enemy team. That's kind of like that. Going back to this word tempo, right? It's about forcing a response from the enemy team. Just being off the board, having the tools to fight, the threat of being able to fight is sometimes more important than actually fighting itself. Able using that blade well to keep himself safe in that bot lane. And again, Alistair now on the roam, going about into that fog of war. We're really seeing a different style of League of Legends than we have seen for the last split and a half.
Now we wait to see where the next real kind of play is going to come in. Looks like Scout's looking for something in that mid lane. He wants Cream, I imagine, to use. Yeah, I was going to say he wants it to... Oh, he got level 6, but not quite able to put him into the arms of Hong, who wasn't quite in position to capitalize. I can see the idea there was to knock him back, get the CC down, kill him before he hits level 6 and gets the Rift Walk. So I like the idea. Doesn't come to fruition, but look, I always say with this, you miss all the shots you don't take.
Miss some of the ones you do take, though, and that
you miss a lot of them, but if you don't take them, you're always going to miss.
True. But in this kind of game, when you've got the Castan who is actually getting up to level 6 on this wave now, that will be very important to track. Cream gets the slow, PP God doesn't have the flash. None of these supports have their flash to follow up with these players. They've used them very liberally in this game, but only the one kill on the board. The fighting has been there, but again, it's not actually led to huge kills, huge gold leads just yet. It feels like, once again, we've had this a couple of times today, that building tied behind the dam, the storm off in the horizon, just ready to start opening the skies to absolute bloodshed.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a boiling point, really. We're getting there, and if you don't turn down the heat, eventually it will fizzle over, and you will have to clean up that mess. But depending on who's cleaning up that mess is yet to be decided. Level 6 is going to be picked up here by the Varus, so we should see later than normal in this particular game, as Shanji is taking the 1v1. Now, I talked about this in the Champ Select. It's definitely not been Zika who's been coming out of this one on top, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Flash, burned! And that's going to be kill going over to Shanji on this Cassante. And again, we're seeing it time and time. I have no issue with the Renekton, but I also have a problem with the 1v1. It's just going to be a bad time.
Okay, well, I'm going to play the other side of the coin then. It's Green getting a good trade here, going to use the spell with Ignite, but there is a Herald coming up in 30 seconds. You have the Dragon already down for LNG. You have won that 2v1, that 1v1 on the top side between the Renekton and the Cassante. You don't have your flashes, and you don't have that ultimate from the Cassante as well for a potential Herald fight. It looks good for now. Really want to see what happens with that Herald in regards to rotations, whether these teams will fight over it, to see whether this actually wins out in the long run. Because if you don't have Cassante able to fight like this around the big objective, this is only a feel-good moment. Really need to see what's happening. Right now, a stop like that, non-trivial, actually. If Varus is going to recall the head towards that top side, that could have been a big factor towards this Herald play.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it was not to be. We did see a lot of plates going over to Scout, so he's fairly happy in this mid lane right now. 10 CS or so up. Tarzan now being a nuisance in around this barren pit as Shelly makes her temporary home around that side. But with the pressure now being in favor of OMG on the bot side, it means they are going to be able to get the rotation off quicker than LNG will. So it's going to be a 5v4 in favor of OMG. They are going to use the Maokai ultimate here. They're going to try and collapse here onto Shanji, but it's Shanji. He's really, really tanky, so doesn't have that much of a problem here. Hong forced the flash. That's his real flash, not his Hex one. And they haven't brought up the Varus just yet. They're not going to make this a 5v5. They're just going to try and poke them out, make them pay as much as they possibly can. We see a little bit of a hop and skip and a trade there. TP going to be coming out here from Cream to make sure that they don't lose too much on that bottom side. But again, LNG just trying to make OMG work for what they're getting.
That is, however, I mean, we were talking about how important that Herald fight was in regards to you won that topside play, but because you used your ultimates, does that matter towards the Herald? Turns out, no. LNG can't punish, and that stop in bot lane, very, very important. Does turn out to be a big factor. Will it be the factor that determines this game when you have such low-range, snowball compositions? Worth tracking either way. Now, Shanji, under this turret, has Wukong in the wings. Potential of another kill onto this Renekton should they wish to go towards it, but Herald in pocket. OMG really with the advantage at this point. They haven't managed to shut Cream out the game. They haven't managed to completely snowball this game away from OMG. And I'm getting a little bit worried now. I think OMG, they're getting themselves into a decent point in this game.
You gotta be worried for Zika here. Could be able to slice and dice and get himself away. He's playing very defensive now after getting that death. I will say, with only 10 minutes on the board, you've nearly got full plates here in the mid lane. It is kind of part and parcel with the Tristana, but of course taking the Demolish proc definitely helps with that pushing power. And now with that happening, you can see that the reset had to come in for Cream, so not really feeling confident to make this one work for himself. The Blade Whirl is good for an auto attack. You don't want to be using that too liberally. So Tarzan just uses a priority in mid and bot to now push forward. There's a lot of plates now going over in favor of LNG. They're getting a gold lead purely off of just having priority in these lanes.
Yeah, seeing if they can do anything under this turret. I don't think they can. Barasalt, though, is going to be a good amount of poke. It's not going to lead to anything like a dive threat. Cream still happy to collect this wave. You've got to feel under this turret. So, yeah, let's check in on that. Got some individual gold leads coming through. PP God, but then not quite cancel that jump. Tristana buff was out of it. Of course, the way that League of Legends works, the most recent movement ability cast is the one that takes effect. So because there's a delay between casting the W and then it jumping, of course it ends up buffering out of it. So not quite getting the timing there for PP God. It's kind of hard to get it either way, but OMG, I think they're still happy for now. Even though they're behind in a couple of plates, they have themselves that Herald to use. They have themselves an ability to snowball through things, and this casted in will come online at some point. This Samira only really needs one fight to determine the game. LNG not in a position just yet to be overwhelming favorites when that fight comes.
I've been seeing some big fights, but like I said, not the bloodiest affairs. It seemed to be kind of everyone just happy to kind of get themselves scaled up a little bit more. A lot less kills than I had hoped and anticipated coming into this game.
Yeah, you and me both.
I'm a little sad in that regard, but nevertheless, we do have first items coming in. Night Harvester coming out here for Tarzan. It seems to be the current build right now, because obviously we are still playing on 13.1. We have not received the hotfixes or nerfs to the Maokai AP, so we are still looking at an incredibly dangerous AP threat in that jungle.
And also, this is so I was expecting an AP build. You see the first Dragon Maokai, you expect that to be there. My Harvester does a decent amount of poke from this. It just means that you can be a little longer range in a very short range game. Just litter those bushes with those minefields. Gold going over to Aki with that. Catch Cream, you did not want to take it that far, I don't think.
I mean, does he? Because they're going to be able to CC him down. He can't move! He literally was CC'd for the entirety of that setup. It's just ridiculous what you can do when you land that constant CC, and now you're without a castle and trying to go towards this dragon. You can't fight it.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, the engage range is good. LNG being able to follow up, even though the Leona flies all the way over the board. Able not there to assist things either. OMG caught a little bit out of position, fighting around mid lane without everyone in position to respond. Gonna lose a second dragon for that. Mountain Dragon stats very much going to be appreciated by the side of LNG, and particularly appreciated by Hung and Zika. It's going to be an Ocean Rift, and when you have champions like Renekton and Cassante in this game, of course these tanky supports as well, Ocean Soul does get a lot of value. So LNG weren't necessarily ahead enough of the curve for my liking a little earlier into the game, getting the double dragon stack, getting the first turret in that mid lane, getting the plates attached to that too, puts them in much better stead. The question is now, how are they going to allocate those lanes? You've got that mid lane turret down, those plates around the map have largely gone in your favor, but where do you go next? How do you not stall? How do you not stop out? How do you stop OMG reaching those very dangerous item break points?
Well, hopefully they have the answers to those questions that you've just asked. Scout picking up a hell of a lot of gold there in the mid lane, got himself all the plates, and of course the first tower blood as well, the first brick. As we move towards this bot side, and plates should be leaving now, and that should just basically mean that this tower is pretty damn easy for LNG to pick up on. So another little influx of gold going to be created for them on the same. It is an Ocean Soul again, so decent power and presence in that particular one. If you can see Scout trying to go for this one here, but he's already lost his support. They're going to have Shanji coming in. Nicely used there to try and just dissuade everybody. Good Maokai ultimate stops any kind of follow-up whatsoever. And that means that, yes, you have 4 people bot lane, but you're not going to get anything out.
Okay, teleport taken away from OMG. maybe feeling the pressure of falling behind the pace of the game a little bit. LP still stationed in this mid lane, no punish coming through for that. And OMG, big teleport taken away from this Cassante. Allows Renekton to go towards his top side, double teleporting onto the Cassidy now.
Yeah, flash burn, because he's 2 levels down on Zika. That would have been a dead boy. He didn't want to use his stopwatch this early on after he just got his Rod of Ages. But that's a tower for tower in the bot, traded for the top. But you've also lost a summoner here on Cream, who no longer has his flash. We talked about the CC chain last time. Got to be very aware of that this time around. You don't want to use the Solar Flare just yet. You want to use it as he's got the CC down. Good disengage, though, coming in from PP God. Means that OMG Cream shall fight another day.
Yeah, Shanji's still on this bot lane turret. I was wondering what was going to happen with this big cross-map kind of play between turrets, because typically cross-mapping against a Tristana means you lose out on turrets. Very, very good demolitionist. However, this is the side of the map with the Herald on it, so despite getting some damage onto that inner turret, which LNG didn't match on that top lane inner turret for OMG, they are going to get themselves towards this Herald, and the Maokai saplings with that Night Harvester and the Sword Boots on top of it does mean that LNG going to walk away with the second Herald of the game, get themselves that on the board for a potential inner turret push at some point. Got to imagine that bot lane outer is going to be down all by itself. Cream caught outside of this wreckage of the top lane tower.
You get the resets. You will have the Rift Walk over the wall, but there's Tarzan. Tarzan collects that kill. Very happy with that one there, and this is just capitalizing on the fact that, cool, we burned the flash. We know that he hasn't got it, so now we burnt the stopwatch.
Okay, and this is an important series of plays. We were asking whether LNG could stop things from stalling out, and they managed to get a Herald, they managed to get that cross map, and they managed to get a kill onto the Cassidy as well, despite them having an okay amount of CS for that Cassidy, only down 30 in a Tristana matchup. I call that pretty even for that matchup. LNG still managing now to stop OMG getting all the resources that they need. Comes through the revision first and foremost. The Scout, not afraid to jump forward, understands the damage calculations very much in his favor at first, and with a little help from Tarzan, cleans up the rest of this kill. Kill goes over to Tarzan, not over to Tristana, but of course when you have a Maokai who's doing a lot of damage with his saplings, a little bit of extra gold goes a long way.
It really does. You're no longer the sole calorie in mid lane. This Maokai is going to be building so much, and it's curious as well, from our first series of the day, the Vi being such an important pick between BLG and Team WE. Now we're looking at the Maokai having the same level of effect, and it does feel like the AP junglers are here to stay for the moment, at least in the LPL, with the patch 13.1 being stuck on for the next week or so. But we'll wait to see now what they're able to kind of do with it. Cassante does have 2 items, which puts them at a pretty decent power spike right now. We are going to see this next dragon spawn in 30 seconds. Both teams would really like to try and get this one going, but I will say, without a stopwatch, without a flash, Cream has to be very careful where he's engaged. He does have level 11, but is up on that top side.
I'll be wondering if you could catch out Abel just with the slow, threaten something more potentially in that mid lane, but not able to on that Varus. Item completions, we've got that Cracker Slayer, saw that used by Scout a little earlier. Actually looks like Scout is going for the Bloodthirst to second with the BF Sword and the Crit Cloak. Of course, you can't go towards the Infinity Edge second on this patch.
It's just really bad.
Okay, you can, but don't. Unless you're going to go for like the Inf Edge into a couple of Crit Cloaks afterwards, do the GP build, and just not have that power spike for a minute or two. But still, Tristana, very big point of power right now. Lots of raw AD, lots of ability to kind of chunk through these members if things go fast enough. Shanji, though, on 2 items on that Cassante. Saw how much that could help in that last game from Shanji, the MVP of that second game. Herald, the counterweight in mid lane. Maokai all coming through.
I mean, PP God has to use his Unbreakable, but how unbreakable is he? Because he's just being CC'd down. The flash in from Aki to get the Cyclone off. They will take out PP God, but you've used a lot of resources. Now, can you kill off anyone else? The Tristana is dead. Aki will be traded back. Shanji trying to go up against the Immortal Shield Bow with this Varus. Cream cannot escape. Abel's going to be forced to flash and cleanse, you would imagine. Nope, just a cleanse and he should be fine. But it's all LNG all the time. They put themselves on the sole point. They even got the turret in mid lane because they dropped down Shelly before it all went down.
Why the hell are you fighting without your Samira? That was a 4v5. That was a winnable fight. If Abel is there, this is his key champion, his unique champion, the one which he plays so much when he's allowed to do so. I get that you're trying to respond to this Maokai. I understand this. This is fine. Lose the Alistar ult, you can just about deal with that. But as soon as you see this combo go in, Aki, Cream, this is so much of an overtime. If this is on top of a Samira being in this play, I can see this being a one play. It's not. And in the first big bloody fight of this game 3, where OMG could have struck up the table, punched up against LNG, they completely fumble it because their AD carry's not at the play.
Yeah, it just felt like one of those moments where they saw the 3-man Cyclone, they really wanted to make it work, but like you said, you know, you don't have the Samira, you don't have the damage.
Stomach, shall we say.
Yes, best way to put it there. But now 6,000 gold lead, 3 dragons, 4.5 minutes, you got to fight at this Dragon Soul, and I don't think you're going to hit level 16 on Cream by that time, so you're not going to be having that super powerful spike in the Kassadin until then. You're behind on items in the AD carry. Yes, the Samira can still do work, but it's going to be difficult, and I think for OMG, they need to just try and utilize this Cassante, maybe try and isolate someone out so that they can get these favorable fights.
Yeah, you're on pick duty now, but you're doing pick duty against a Maokai, who's going to be littering effectively pseudo wards, which do damage to you across the entirety of the map. It is so difficult now for them to approach. Maybe you get gifted a bit of a Miracle Baron fight. We saw that a little earlier in the day when we saw, well, game 1 of the series, in fact, where LNG tried to play off the Elder and the Baron spawn and try and have their cake and eat it. They ended up having a Baron steal against them. Things got a little bit rocky for a little while, but OMG, they're waiting for that kind of moment now. This game is, I'm not going to say out of their own hands, because of course they have to execute in their own right, but it feels like they are very much passengers in this game. They are looking for openings, they're looking for mistakes, and against a champion like Maokai, they're so difficult to do.
Maokai is busted, and on this patch, he is king.
We are agreed on this.
Yeah, you know what? We don't find a lot to agree on, but when we do, it's Maokai being busted. Has a demonic embrace now. It's just going to shred through health bars. One sapling will probably do, I don't know, maybe a quarter, maybe a little bit more of a health bar of someone like Abel and such. So you're really going to struggle to try and gain control around this area. You can see that OMG is trying to throw down. They're only ever throwing down a ward at the back of Baron Pit. And then they're just kind of saying like, oh, we got a ward, it's fine. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're looking at it from a point of view. It's like you're not gaining any forward vision. You're just about keeping your vision on the Baron to make sure you don't lose it off of like a silly play. So right now it's all LNG and OMG. They're gonna have to find themselves an opportunity because it's just the window is closing.
Feels like they're bleeding out because they're losing side lanes, getting pushed in there. They are going to lose their teleports to a Baron start at some point, you have to imagine. Top lane's getting hard pushed in by the Tristana. Very hard for Tristana not to push at this point of the game. Renex and similarly Zika doing very well at controlling this bot wave. He has his own teleport. OMG, they are not the ones in control of this game. They have to sit here and just respond to LNG, choking them out of vision, moving them out of their own jungle. They're losing access to their jungle camps. They're losing access to minion waves when they respond to group members of LNG. This is going to be a very difficult sort of game for them to try and find openings in because they have to try and hit back against this full court press.
The siege can begin. Cream with TP down the bot side is answering Zika, as the rest of OMG try to just survive on this top side of the map. A lot of summoners, if not all, available. You're still missing the flash and flashes from Aki and Shanji, but I was going to say, you have 2 AD carries and a full AP Maokai. You could shred this if you really wanted to. Scout starts it off, but they get the teleport coming out there from Cream. That's 1 already down. Not going to gain a lot from that Maokai ultimate, but at the end of it all, they get the summoner, they get themselves pressure, and they can go back to their merry setups.
Exactly, they get that teleport out. That is another person who cannot answer the bot wave. Cream even switches over to the spellbook Smite to see if they can get into the pit for a miracle steal of some kind. And even if LNG don't pull off multiple Baron baits, you're now in a position where you're not going to be able to respond to every lane on the map as OMG. What that means is that you're losing minions somewhere, you're losing a tower somewhere because you can't defend all of these waves. OMG are trying to break that pressure now by grouping mid, forcing LNG to come to them. They have a wave in the advantage, and they don't have to worry about that Maokai ult. They found a window to do something, but they're at the risk of being engaged on.
They are being a little bit engaged upon. Han thought it was maybe something there that wasn't, but TP's going to be coming in on the flank of this one here. That's Zika, but again, you don't really have the follow-up there. You would love a Maokai ultimate, try and create some disarray, but they're going to try and turn it into an opportunity. Say, cool, you take a tier 1, we'll take a tier 2, because we still have a Tristana who's rocking out that 2.5 item build, going towards that Infinity Edge, and LNG gonna have full priority over this dragon, and 6 seconds that spawns. That one flank ward in the Raptor pit is basically your only hope now as OMG.
Yeah, this is really looking dire for OMG. They thought they could try and force LNG to come to them in the mid lane, but the soul is up. They don't have control of the spot side of the map. They have to engage into enemy territory.
Here we go. Oh! Cream! He may be 0-4, but he gets himself the steal. No soul for you. Shanji needs to back himself away. Han goes straight in on top of this one here. Scout has to use the ultimate to try and keep himself alive, but it's not going to do him any good. OMG find themselves in a really strong position. LP goes down as well. There's the S-rank, and Abel's trying to make this one work for him. He gets flashed on and hit down, but it's still doing the damage. OMG out of nowhere, find 4.
It is the miracle fight for OMG, and it is on the back of a spellbook smite steal to stop the soul going to LNG, and of course, this dagger in the dark, this sword of Damocles, Abel's Samira. It has banned so much against this guy. 9-3 all time, comes into this one crucial fight at the turn of the game to deny that soul, to get gold on the board, and to get themselves a Baron.
Cream's got to be a little careful. He will take a fair chunk of damage as Tarzan slowly makes his way towards the pit. Don't think he's going to really get in position here. He actually smites Cream to make it a little bit more awkward on him. Abel, no mana, so needs to be very careful here about how he's going to be able to try and get away. There's the Maokai ultimate, trying to make something useful here. Shanji does end up actually getting taken out, and he's still going. This is Tarzan on a one-man mission saying, look, I was the carry. I was the one you needed to get away. Oh my lord, it looked like he got killed his AD carry, but he did not. And they end up getting one more. Never mind, Aki. Oh my god, I got baited by the decoy. That's how good of a decoy it is. But now you got the Baron, but you've lost 2 members, and you don't have a pressure in mid. This is going to be so hard to defend this inhibitor.
Yeah, that is a crazy clutch play from Tarzan. Didn't actually end up going for the Baron steal. Went for the cleanup duty. We talked about this being an AP Maokai. Yeah, that might be nerfed in a couple of patches. Not right now. And OMG, very lucky to get Abel out of that alive. If you lost that Samira at that point, it would have been disastrous. As it stands, they've already managed to deny the Baron power play. Abel has 3 items now. Next time you fight that Samira, things are going to get very dicey indeed. But LNG recover what was supposed to be a miracle play for OMG. You're going to have to see how that came out to be. But at the start of this, Cream gets the spellbook smite. We talked about that before the last Baron start. Didn't think it'd be coming into play around this one because OMG had to very quickly move from that mid lane push into this Baron, but as soon as that happens, because of the way that OMG approached this, going through the enemy jungle, switching sides of the map, it means that actually LNG don't have a great way to fight front to back. The Baron doesn't have a way out of this fight. As soon as the Wukong gets on top of the Tristana, they're in trouble too. And this broken mess of a fight allows Abel on the Samira to clean up house. Absolute credit to OMG to puzzle their way out of a very difficult game state into an incredible play, all things said and done, despite it not ending as cleanly as it could have done.
Well, I will say the Baron power play is at a -1,000 right now, so it's not ideal. Not
okay, but
ideal
think about this, right? If you had given up Soul and the Baron yourself, that's still a positive on that.
There's always a positive outlook on life. As now Cream has hit level 16, is nearly stacked up on that Archangels, is going to be able to build himself a hell of a lot of damage and just kind of become a nuisance. Once he gets that Zhonya's finished up, this is going to become a lot harder now for the Tristana to really deal with in that side lane. So we wait and see what they're able to kind of work with it. 30 seconds left on that Baron buff means they're not going to get anything else out of it. They kind of clear out a couple of waves. After that, nothing else. Next minute, though, is going to be the Dragon Soul again. Do you have another cat, a rabbit in the hat? Do you know they have a cat to take out of the bag? Because you're going to need it as OMG, as Cream was a savior last time, but this time around he's not going to have access to that sneaky smite.
Yeah, and this time OMG don't have the mid push to kind of go through territory which wasn't littered with Maokai saplings. We've seen a sorcery elixir picked up on the Maokai, extra damage, extra temporary AP. That's very important. Maybe if that does hit Enable, he can't pull off that same kind of play again. Same with someone like Aki. OMG in a very difficult spot. They're grouping, trying to force LNG to be very wary of being picked off, particularly a flash combo could turn things from the Alistair. But LNG not giving any easy intros into this river. They're trying to force OMG to go through these bushes, through these saplings, but OMG aren't biting just yet.
Here we go. We're going to see possibly an elixir picked up here for Scout. Actually goes back and picks up a stopwatch, so having anything extra to help
And the
him
elixir
with
as
this
well,
fight.
if you're calling that.
Yeah,
Oh no, that's
the
actually just
elixirs.
Bloodthirster. It's actually not just that, but still, immediate power being valued. That's the main thing. OMG trying to get this mid push as well. Cream once again on the flank, picked up that ghost from the spellbook, a little bit extra mobility. Zika though, also hiding in the shadows.
Soul confirmed. OMG not really in a position to go for this one. The Blade World does stop the ensuing. Ooh, that's a nice ultimate from the Leona that slows everybody down. The Cassante has to flash away, hasn't really been able to do anything right now. Cream goes in and Cream finds his mark. They traded Tristana though for the Cassante. You will not be able to get this Varus out alive. OMG, they're doing it. The Samira's going mad, but so is Tarzan. Tarzan is huge right now. How is he doing so much damage? This is ridiculous. Go, little sapling. Show me what you can do. But now Abel very much running away because he is being chased and hunted. That was a triple kill for Tarzan.
That is one scary tree. Tarzan picks up the sorcery elixir for the immediate power and gets immediate rewards. Zika as well gets right into the middle of things. Burns up that GA, but what a good use of it. They get soul, they get so much gold on the board, but it's not going to be the end of the game just yet. This fight looked really scary for a second from LNG. You don't get a great Maokai ultimate. The Blade World soaks that up. And you can see that Abel is given a bit of time to stack up, gets the ability to get through the S rank. The Cassidy gets onto the backline, and you get resets. But it's not enough. I actually wonder if Abel took one too many wild rushes in the wrong direction, goes into melee range of that Renekton, and Tarzan and that Renekton do so much damage. The Cold and Meek, the Bramble Smash, just chunks through OMG. And they can't stand and fight what should have been a huge fight for them, but they can't quite land that punch.
It was a full Morello Namicon, by the way, for Tarzan. He had a Phoenix Codex and a stopwatch before that, and I was like, oh, he's building towards a Zanya's, no problem. Doesn't matter, still has it, still going good, still keeping those items while 7-0 and 7. This is on Tarzan. It feels like right now you're looking at it's Tarzan versus Cream, it's Tarzan versus OMG, because the level 17 Kassadin is online. Your Tristana is good, but the Kassadin does so much more late. Oh my god. That is 1/3 of your health bar from one sapling.
And particularly because Morellonomicon, it gives that Grievous Wounds, and it's on the damage over time from the Abyssal, from that sapling burn as well. It means that extra Grievous Wounds takes place for an extra 4 or 5 seconds, which means that actually Abel can't heal up in the moment nearly as much. And if that gets ticking over the course of a fight, that could amount to a couple of 100 HP, which can absolutely be the life and death of this game. Life and death of this series. It has been oh so close. LNG, huge advantage in terms of the gold. I'm not ready to call it out of it just yet, because you have that Cassidy on the board, because you have Abel Samira with all those potentials of resets coming through. Aki spotted on the side, but will escape that Mark ultimate, but there's a long wrap round coming in from LNG.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's actually found, it looks like they're on opposite sides of the rift right now. It looks like OMG are the blue team and LNG are the red, because it's actually OMG who have a little bit of an inside track here. Luckily though for LNG, Zika was prepared and waiting. Oh, PB God goes over the wall. It's only Hong though, so not really the one you want to try and be going into. And remember, there's still these saplings. Tick, tick, tick. Look at Aki, loses about 1/6 of his HP just from walking near the brush. These are the small little moments, the small little advantages that can make a big difference. Important to note coming into the next fight. You have a stopwatch in Aki. You do not have a GA on Zika, but stopwatches are available for Tarzan and of course for Scout. So big cooldowns or big actives that could be available here. Everyone's reset from OMG. I think they might have gotten caught with their pants down, because they're gonna have to
They
TP
might
onto
have
this.
been. Cream's not quite there just yet. Maybe he has to stack up his ultimate. They're trying to get into the pit. It's gonna be a range for Smite.
Aki does not have flash. It's a one-way trip, but he did not make it worth it. He got caught out by a little bit of a scam on the flight, and he will be taken out. Great decision-making here from LNG, as Tarzan continues to keep himself at 100% kill participation.
This is so ruthless from LNG. Raid boss Tarzan making Maokai look like he's the boss fight from Ruin King, never mind. the battle he is on this rift right now. Every sapling is an absolute warhead dropped onto OMG, and now fighting without that Wukong, big source of their CC. Can they even survive this siege?
We'll have to wait and see. There comes the Maokai ultimate. It's going to catch out Cream, but he goes golden. Look at Scout just free hitting on the PP god. Now he gets a little bit of free time onto the tower. Not going to be able to take down the tower just yet. 7 seconds till Aki's available. Will not have Cyclone, but should have Flash up very, very soon. They will lose this inhibitor turret. You would imagine they back away. They don't want to overextend themselves, and they don't want to lose any cooldowns, especially with that GA. It's so, so close for Zika.
Yeah. But once again, it's not a game-ending play. And I could see the gold advantage, but earlier in the day, we were saying sometimes you got to ignore that gold advantage. You're still reaching full items on a lot of carries now. You're starting to get towards full items on a lot of these carries. Now, for now, there is another item slot available, but if this happens once or twice more, LNG's gold advantage doesn't actually do much else. It plateaus. You're not gaining any more items after you filled up your inventory space. And OMG, they have a lot of carries which do very, very well when they're at those full items. Do have an Elder, though, which might cut that dream just a little short. OMG, they do have the damage if they land it in the right place, but if it does go a little longer, these saplings will start to rule the fight once again. We have all 10 champions in the same place. Watch for the value of these big melee fighters. Can you catch out an Abel? Can you catch out a Tarzan or a Scout before they really start to do so much damage? This could be it.
Sanji taking a hell of a lot of damage. Solar Flare goes a little wide right there. Cream up to the top side. They're going to drop down the Maokai ultimate to make sure that nobody gets engaged upon. Dragon has been started. Aki to the backside, has Flash, has Smite, and has himself a decoy as well. They know that he's roughly around here, and they don't want to try and flip this. Dominance was popped, and Dominance doesn't get a lot done. PP got down to below half HP. Cream looking for a flank, but he shall be spotted. These saplings are tickling down the health bars. These saplings are doing work. Aki finds himself in the pit. The Dragon's still not taken out just yet. PP God pops his ultimate. Doesn't really get much else. Here we go. Flash in. And they're going to get the S rank going as well from the Samira. LP trying to do the work. Shanji trying to take out Zika, who's just trying to keep Cream down. Resets are coming in. The Alistair falls, the Varus, the Tristana, the Leona, the Samira. It's all on Zika, but he just can't do it. I say that Tarzan might be coming back into the fray because he's still alive. He's still able to crush saplings from over the side. Zika will lose his GA. He will almost certainly fall down and die at this moment. But it's going to be a 4-for-3 in favor of OMG. As Tarzan looks to continue to be here. That's the important thing. Oh, Shanji. Oh, Shanji.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. Will the sapling be enough? Oh, he had to try and make sure he couldn't get away from this one here. Shanji's taking so low. He can't be a part of this. He's burning. Oh, he has to flash away from another sapling. It may be a 1v2, but there's middle agents everywhere. You're losing the inhibitor. You're losing your base. This is OMG won the fight, but they might lose the game.
This is Tarzan versus the world. This is the tree of all trees. Yggdrasil, call out his name. Tarzan, I have never seen a carry performance on Maokai like this. Legitimately, only Tarzan could play something like this. Teleports coming back in.
Tarzan.
It's a tree against the world.
They need to kill him. They know they need to kill him. There's going to be the solo flare to try and stop him. Double TP onto Tarzan. He is the carry. He is the president. He needs to be stopped.
He's
and he
down.
is shot down, felled by the axe of Cassante. And now OMG have themselves a fight without it. But they can throw the TPs were coming in, but they've actually gone towards this top side. Zika's going to be joining in as well. This is so chaotic. This is so strange. You tried to go for the Elder, but you may not just lose the game. It's Abel and Cream, but I don't think they're going to be able to try and stop this. Abel hasn't got the damage. Abel hasn't got the wave clear. Cream needs to go in. They're going to try and go for it. There's the cleanse coming out right now. Cream is so low. The S rank just to clear out the minions. LP goes down. The turret has been taken. Cream's going to go golden. They're trying to get another Samira ultimate. The Nexus is exposed. Scout and Zika have done it.
They end the game! LNG, they keep their series streak alive. They lose one game in the series to OMG, but not a second. Absolute heroics by Tarzan. The entirety of that game finally carried over the finish line. That wooden body broken by his solo laners. Teleport up to that top side, and You could not ask for a better way to end out this 6-game day. We went the distance in games. We went the distance in that final one as well. That was awesome.
My God. What a way to end this game. What a way to end this series. LNG maintain their undefeated streak in series. They go to 4-0. But my lord, did they have to work for it. OMG, sadly for them, weren't able to make it sick. There was a moment or two there. They got to the late game. The Cassidy was online, but just clean, crisp decision-making from LNG just made it so hard for OMG to find their footing. Like at the end there, it felt like it was all OMG coming back into this, but LNG just kept saying, no, we're still a step ahead.
That was some heads-up play. I'm still so shocked. I've got my head in my hands right now. That was Abel's only his 4th loss on that champion ever. He's played an awful lot of it. That would have been his 13th game overall. And it did feel like at points OMG were a little discoordinated, particularly that first fight, which really exploded around the bot side jungle. You got to feel in a game which was that close, a little bit more heads-up awareness about that kind of play is the difference between taking a win here, taking a loss. You don't get to face LNG again unless you match up against them in playoffs. It's the one time you'll face them in the series, and you're walking away with a loss. I don't think they should walk away too dismayed. I think they showed an awful lot of good stuff, particularly in terms of their more unique compositions. I think OMG are one of our most creative drafting teams, and I think we particularly saw that in the game which they ended up winning against LNG with the Yone, with the big engaged compositions. There's a lot of positives to take away from this. On the other side, LNG, they get the better side of this, right? Where they get to, 1, have their learning experiences, and 2, also keep that series win alive.
Yes, I mean, big win for LNG there. Like you said, 4-0 coming now after this victory here. And it was tough. And there's still a lot to be desired, I feel like, for LNG. A lot of the same issues that we saw from them last year, where topside isn't really going for them that great. They're really not throwing any resources to whoever it is, be it Ala or now Zika. And then the bot lane just feels like it can get ahead, but LP is just not the kind of carry that not the kind of carry that we expect to see at the top end of our AD carries. You're thinking of Jackie Love, of course, and Gala and of course Light, but it does feel like Tarzan is just the heart and soul of this team.
Ruler?
Yeah, well, Ruler's in his
He's in our
own
league
tier.
now, by the way.
Ruler is an own tier, his own little setup, high above the clouds. We don't need to mention him because it goes without saying, you know.
Never use that name in vain, as they say. But yeah, I think there is something to say about that. But it also again goes to show how damn good Tarzan is. This guy, I mean, when he came into the scene on Griffin, way back when in the LCK, this guy revolutionized things. And no, he didn't get his titles over there while he was there, but he's come over to the LPL. He's been on this LNG roster. He's only ever played on the 2 teams, those 2 brands, those 2 organizations. But even though he's moved over here and kind of forged a new era for himself, he has been no less for it. That damage, that is like 1,500 damage a minute. That is absurd.
I have no words. I have no words
Most of mine
for that.
That is so not fair.
It's literally like you combine Cream and Abel's damage and you just about get ahead of it, like by 6,000 or 7,000 or so.
No, you don't. You don't. You don't even get that at that point. He literally has like 1,500 damage. This is very rarely do you see a player, particularly from jungle of all things, have that sort of damage performance. I mean, yes, a lot of it is poke. We also saw a lot of that was in very key moments, in very key turnarounds. He only died the once as well. This champion is absurd, but Tarzan pilots it to perfection.
Yeah, again, time and time again, Tarzan has never been in question in my eyes. Never been in question in LNG. Even when LNG were looking great, even LNG were struggling, Tarzan was always looking good. It doesn't matter what's around him. He is just an exceptional player. And I'm really lucky that we're really exceptionally lucky to have him in our league. It really does feel like we have gained such a fantastic player to kind of watch and see him to every single meta. Like, you'll always hear junglers saying, like, when people complain about things changing, jungle changes every patch almost. It feels like you have to know every single thing, and he's still good at it. He has such a massive wheelhouse for him to kind of just build off of, and it really is fantastic to see. But for OMG, it's a bit bittersweet because it is very much you lost. That sucks. That is not where you want to be going in right now, especially into the week 4. But you gave it such a good push. You know, you're going toe to toe and really pushing it right to the edge there. Some very big, obvious ones that I think we need to talk about, especially in that last game, is that like when Cream gets put behind, the creativity in terms of that kind of thing, especially in the mid game, definitely fell off for OMG.
Yeah. I think a lot of that is because of the style of champions he's playing. He's playing an awful lot of melee champions. He's played a lot of, you know, we've seen the Yone a couple of times now, the Castellan a couple of times. The nature of those champions is that often you are going to be fighting an awful lot. In top lane, we're used to melee versus melee matchups. In mid lane, because it's a very short lane and junglers and supports can interact with it so much. Every time you can take a trade, something explodes. And credit to Cream and OMG, they've managed to make that work most of the time, but in games like this, when you're against like the Tristana locked in against you, you don't have much to say about it, and it's a lot of close things. I do think that, again, going back to right at the start of the game, Scout had an awesome job of leveling the queue, slow pushing the wave, leading up to a jungle support mid dive, 3 versus 1, very much the whole stay safe mid. Look at that play, 3 people in lane, can't do much about it. But yeah, it did feel like OMG were caught flat-footed for the big plays in that game. That first dive, that first big fight. And you're right, I think a lot of that does come down to that creativity. I think they have the start of a good idea, but they don't really know how to improvise on the fly in the same way that LNG showed in the same series. When they were put behind, even in the game that they lost, they won a couple of fights in ways which I didn't see them doing at first. And that speaks a lot to kind of like the cerebral nature of this team, the amount of experience they can bring to bear.
Yeah, and it did feel like, you know, as you say, the experience will bring to them. OMG, we always talk about how this team is basically unchanged from 2022, apart from support roles, so they should have that synergy to kind of go for them, and a lot of people are very hyped up on Cream. He has yet to really prove how good he can be. It does feel like when he goes against slightly bigger or more noted opponents, he does tend to kind of get a bit more reserved or even go a little bit too ham and kind of lose himself in the play, but right now, it does feel like OMG have the building blocks. The foundation is very solid for them. They just need to figure out how they kind of bring it all together and make it work, because I do believe in this team. I think Shanji is incredible top lane talent. I think that, you know, you're working with a bot lane that has proven now with PP God, they can make things work. It just feels like, you know, they're not quite gelling 100% as of the moment.
No, and it is in that kind of last couple of percent, right, where you know the play that you want to go towards, but how do you execute that? Or you're calling out snap plays, but without realizing the information that you have around the map or the members present or something like that. Still, OMG, a lot to be happy with as well. Again, that creativity is far beyond what we've seen from some of the mid to lower tier teams in the LPL so far. I mean, you have some teams which are really struggling, which you really can't compare OMG to, like anyone's Legend or an LGD, which haven't really found their feet yet. They're still starting stronger than a number of teams in the pack. And as much as we're saying the season goes by fairly quickly, we're already into week 4, almost into week 5. There's an awful lot to go, and getting yourself a leg up right now maybe does set you up for a playoffs. Maybe does set you up to learn a little bit more and come smack some of these teams that beat you in the regular season back in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing now. It's a long season. You take what you can, you take your learnings, and you move forward with as best you possibly can. And for OMG, it's not been an easy start, of course, but it is obviously looking towards, you know, kind of the future and see what they are. They're now 2-2, but we'll go back to them in a moment because we got to talk about our MVP from game number 3. Excuse me. It was Scout on this Tristana. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
No. Okay. Look, I love Scout.
We don't have. I'm gonna say we don't have a voice,
me,
by the way. We do not get any decision in this. This is purely the Chinese side of things. It should have been Tarzan. I don't care.
Look. Okay. So I removing the Tarzan stuff aside right now, Scout did an awesome job of that first dive and then being able to explode the rest of the map. Some really key plays. I understand that. But did you see Tarzan in that late game? It's like, I understand it's kind of like when Yuumi was getting MVPs when Yuumi was super strong. Some of it's the champion. I understand that. But even then, you gotta give some extra props to that Tarzan in the jungle. That was absolutely nuts. And I don't know what else to say, Sheen. I'm just kind of upset.
Look, it is what it is. We obviously, you know, we don't have any influence over these voices whatsoever. Maybe because Scout ended the game. You know, again, like, I'm not saying Scout had a bad game.
The only reason I could do that is because Tarzan was like 1v3ing.
I know. Look, don't worry. I know. You don't need to you don't need to tell me what's right and what's wrong. I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. But Tarzan, you're the unofficial LPL English MVP. There you go.
There we go.
An
They'll have it
unofficial
for us. But
MVP
either way, I mean,
of the
I'm
LPL
sure,
English.
I'm
How
sure
about
they.
that?
I'm sure they don't care as
W.
much. They walk away with the win.
W.
Like at the end of the day, it's like.
But yeah, it is. It is. Look, a win's a win, like you say. And for LNG, like, you know, we look forward to kind of like where they're going to be going in now in terms of their schedule. They play Ninjas in Pajamas later on this week. Then it starts to get a little bit easier, in my opinion, because they go against WE, FBX, and then it goes very hard again. We've seen to see this a lot with
Yes.
LNG. If you've watched LNG over the last few seasons, they tend to go about 7-0, and then they go on a massive loss streak.
Yes.
So they're looking at it now. They're 4-0. They could go 5, 6, 7. Then it's BLG. Then it's Weibo. Then you have EDG, which is looking a bit more of a toss-up. But then Top Esports JDG. We could literally see a three-peat of LNG starting 7-0 and then immediately going on a loss streak.
That would be just hilarious. I have a different perspective on this, I suppose, because like I mean, in this case, at least you're starting well, and the patches are fairly similar in regards to some things. Actually, speaking with Orcs, one of the problems with kind of like having these strong starts is that you can't always maintain that through patch changes. 13.1 being 13.2, it seems like it's awesome in regards to the big power spikes that AD carries have and the support meta. From what we're hearing, it's not actually going to change that much. If LNG can keep on to a lot of their learnings they have right now, it's not going to be like a durability patch. It's not going to be like a Juggernaut patch way back when as well. Hopefully, I'm hoping they can keep it through.
Hopefully. That's gonna. But I do believe that's the end of our show. We went to the full 6 games. If you're just joining us,
That's a mileage out of
unfortunately,
this.
you missed out on quite a few bangers. BLG dropping to WE. WE with a massive win over there, 2-1 in Xi'an. And then, of course, we just saw LNG take the win over OMG in what was an absolute barn burner of a finish. And they keep themselves 4-0.
They do, and you know, for WE in particular, I think this is a really good series to show what Warhorse is bringing to the team in terms of the ability to take what was a very robust early game from 2022 to summer, despite it not leading to any series wins at that point, into something a bit more solid in the mid game, having particularly Shanks being one of the standout mid laners of the entire league right now, stepping up. And then, of course, we see that some learnings to be taken from LNG. No longer at that +8. They have themselves one of those losses under their belt as well in terms of best of ones, but they were really pushed today. And again, it just opens those questions open. And for a year with so much change in the LPL, we are still gladfully finding out that a lot of these teams can punch up above their weight.
Yep, absolutely. They really can, and it really just feel like there is no easy games, in my opinion, in the LPL as we come into tomorrow's games. EDG versus Ninjas in Pajamas. That one's probably a lot closer than people realize.
Yeah, NIP, I think they've had a stronger strength of schedule than I think a lot of other teams. They did get 2-0 by Rare Atom, who have been a bit more rocky since, but Rare Atom actually no slouches in themselves. And coming up against EDG are a team which, of course, they're moving on beyond the era of Scout themselves. They've lost their franchise player, but they haven't exactly stalled out. They've had their own good results as well. That should be a great kind of finding of form, and particularly for EDG between this week's games and particularly week 5 when that comes up, this is a huge milestone for a historic org in the LPL to see if they have gone beyond this last era they've been through.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for RNG, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to say the least against JDG. That is that's going to be fun to see if RNG can maybe bring it back. If not, it's going to be a rough one for the faithful. But yeah, I'm excited to see JDG continue with it. They're obviously looking for their 4th win in a row. They're looking to try and kind of just confirm that what we're all thinking, that they are a basically top 1-2 team in the league alongside Top Esports. But we'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Namera, for joining me. Thank you to everybody who has been in the chat and obviously talking about this game. We love you all. Be good to others, but most importantly, be good to yourselves. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time.